The year was 2020. Mysterious rifts fractured our reality, shattering the era of peace forever, ushering in pure chaos. Nations deployed elite forces into the unknown, yet not a single soldier survived the mission. Soon, nightmare legions surged from those cursed, God-forsaken portals. Modern steel failed against their terrifying might. Humanity watched helplessly as the slaughter commenced. Earth became a hellscape. Then, celestial patrons descended, gifting chosen humans godlike abilities. They were the hunters. Leading the charge, these new warriors finally struck back against the ravenous beasts. By bestowing divine buffs, patrons forged even deadlier champions. Amidst the masses, a legend arose, a man commanding a limitless legion of shadows and infernal flames. They feared him as the Demon King, wielder of a unique talent, the player. He alone leveled up through slaughter, but the 12 great heroes intervened, self-proclaimed deities. They erased his legacy and built the iron-fisted utopia called Eden. Hunters became the master race, while the powerless were branded as mere slaves. Tyrants ruled for a century. Deep in a forest, a boy sprinted desperately, collapsing, his lungs burned with exhaustion. From a high branch, a mentor watched. Scoffing, he asked if that was it. The boy gasped, "I'm empty, 0 stamina left." Sung Yoon frowned. "You want to flip the world with that weak mindset? Patrons only notice those who break their limits." The boy questioned Sung Yoon's logic. "Did you shatter your limits back then?" Sung Yoon leaped down, landing gracefully, claiming his patron just liked his vibe. "That's cap," the boy spat. "Life's rigged." Sung Yoon shrugged. "A god-tier hunter versus a normie. If your legs fail, use something else." Sung Yoon reached out, summoning a glowing, arcane spear from thin air. The boy gripped the weapon, trembling. "Wait, is this actually hunter-grade gear?" Pure awe filled his eyes. Sung Yoon told him to quit fanboying. Becoming a hunter reveals all truths. Haunted by his parents' brutal murder, by hunters, he clutched a secret journal, a record of their horrific crimes. He craved justice. He thanked Sung Yoon for keeping him alive this long, yet his progress felt pathetic. Becoming an Eden hunter seemed like a pipe dream. Heaven decides who awakens. Propaganda, Sung Yoon countered. "Don't stress, kid. You'll awaken." The boy patted the book, his only link to his lost family. The diary of a ghost hero, scrubbed by 12 gods. If he were here, Sung Yoon sighed. Things would be different. High above, an eye watched them. A woman smirked, target acquired. Suddenly, a lethal arcane blast rained down. Sung Yoon's instincts flared. "Incoming magic," he roared, sensing the lethal energy. He shoved the boy away, taking the hit. The boy tumbled as his mentor, dissolved in white light. Why would a high ranker be hunting them out here? "Kneel," she commanded. His body betrayed him, slamming his knees into the dirt. A forced submission. He was paralyzed as the goddess drifted to the earth. Royal guards flanked her. "Hail, Queen of Eden," they chanted. "All hail, Lady Athena." His mind raced. Athena, the supreme monarch and the world's strongest hunter? Why was a founding deity here? "Secure the area," she commanded. "He's near." He was slippery. Every time she closed in, the target vanished like smoke. Who was he? Her cold gaze fell upon the trembling, kneeling boy. 0 mana. The boy gripped the Demon King's book beneath his cloak. It held the receipts of the 12 heroes' bloody rise and hidden sins. He prayed she wouldn't notice. Then, the goddess spoke, her voice like ice. To the world, this young man was just a disposable slave. For a heartbeat, he actually thought he was free. Was it finally over? Wrong. As he looked up, Athena's cold gaze met his. Absolute terror paralyzed his heart once more. The goddess smirked, sensing a strange, hidden pulse of mana, radiating from his frail, trembling body. Despite his efforts to stay calm, his frantic heartbeat and ragged breathing gave his secrets away instantly. He was like a deer in headlights. Athena knew he was clutching something forbidden, and she wanted it. She commanded him to surrender the object immediately. Suddenly, his muscles betrayed him, moving against his own will. Was this the divine authority of a god? He fought the urge, knowing that losing the book meant certain death. His resistance shattered. Like a puppet on strings, he pulled the forbidden tome from his robes as his body stopped obeying. This was the legend of the Demon King, humanity's true savior, a truth Eden had buried for centuries. Panic flared. If this secret leaked, every single person he cared about would pay the ultimate price in blood. Eden would leave nothing but ashes behind. They were a force that erased anyone who dared stand in their path. He had to stop, but it was too late. Athena's eyes locked onto the book, clutched in his shaking hands. She recognized it instantly, the autobiography of the Demon King. The cursed cover confirmed her darkest suspicions. Shocked that a mere servant held such a relic, she declared she would seize it as her own prize. Out of nowhere, Song Guian intercepted. With explosive physical force, he launched a devastating strike at the goddess. Athena was sent reeling back. Song Guiyan picked up the book and told the young man to dry his tears. He reminded him to stay strong. Despite the fear, the kid had done a great job protecting the book until the end. Crying, the boy asked his bald mentor who he really was. How could a mortal clash with one of the 12 gods? Song Guiyan apologized, saying there was no time to explain. He hadn't expected the heavens to track them down this fast. He returned the tome. After all, the boy was the one who dreamed of flipping this corrupt world upside down. His mentor explained that the hunters had usurped the title of gods just to enslave the weak. To them, people like the boy were just house pets. Guiyan's voice turned deadly serious as he asked a final question. If he gained the power to crush the 12 gods, would he still choose to make the world a better place? Recovering, Athena unleashed her divine aura. Heimdall, she screamed, lunging forward with her blade bared. The man stood his ground. Time's up, kid. I need your answer, and I need it right now. The boy was reeling from the revelation, but his resolve didn't waver. He gave a firm, desperate yes. With that kind of power, he promised to tear down this system and change the whole world for the better. He envisioned a future where hope actually existed. Satisfied with the answer, the bald mentor flashed a grim smile. Then, without hesitation, Guiyan drove his sword straight through the young man's chest with lethal force. If we meet on the other side, be kind to me, he whispered, as the boy's life began to transcend. Suspended in the air with steel through his heart, the boy felt his very essence starting to shift. He couldn't grasp the mentor's words as the ancient contract with the fallen angel finally activated. A divine shield enveloped him, turning his physical form immaterial. The experience felt like a vivid, unreal dream. Moments later, his body solidified once more. He was back, but everything felt profoundly different and tangible. He checked his chest in disbelief. He had been impaled, yet not a single scratch remained on his skin. A surge of raw, untamed power flooded his veins. He wasn't the same weakling he was just seconds ago. A mysterious voice echoed, confirming his new protection. Had he truly awakened as a legendary hunter? He looked around, sensing mana overflowing from within. Was he inside a gate? Suddenly, he heard heavy footsteps. Instinct kicked in. He dove behind a jagged rock just as an armed goblin emerged from the shadows. It was official he was trapped in a dungeon. He stared at the creature, remembering the terrifying stories. Goblins were ranked as the weakest monsters, but they were far more lethal than people realized. These newbie eaters possessed terrifying senses and a vicious hunting style that favored the brutal. For an unranked beginner with zero information, an encounter like this was a guaranteed death sentence. Holding his breath, the boy prayed the monster would just keep walking and ignore his hiding spot. But the goblin stopped. It tilted its head, sniffing the air as if it had caught a fresh scent. He was a predator by nature. Sniffing out his scent, the goblin crept closer with murderous intent. Time was ticking. He snatched up a stone, praying his training wouldn't fail him now. Backed into a corner, he banked everything on the skills he'd honed for this exact moment. His destiny was calling. A stray pebble clattered behind the beast, making it freeze in its tracks. As the creature scanned the shadows, the boy lunged from his cover like a coiled spring. He parried the blade mid-air and delivered a brutal haymaker that sent the monster's head reeling. Pure shock. A single strike was all it took. The training was legit. This strength felt unnatural. He'd only intended to intimidate the beast, not obliterate it. Disarming him was the plan, but now, holding the blade, he wondered, is this my awakening? A system alert flashed the fallen angel was watching. It dawned on him. This was the Demon King. Suddenly, the silence shattered as a horde of monsters swarmed in, drawn by the commotion. Panic set in. Where did they all come from? And towering behind them was a true nightmare. The Goblin Chief, a dungeon boss. As a fresh rookie, he felt his life flashing before his eyes. He was outclassed, but his master's voice echoed in his head. Real men don't cry, no matter what. He stood his ground, clutching the grimoire tight. His mentor's old question resurfaced in his mind. If you had the power to reshape the world, would you? Back then, he hadn't hesitated to say yes. With that kind of juice, he'd rewrite reality itself. Re-energized by that memory, he gripped his blade with white knuckles. He couldn't die in this dump, not until he changed everything. The fallen angel's gaze intensified. This was a once-in-a-lifetime shot at god-tier status. The entity seemed to vibe with his resolve. With a primal roar, he charged headfirst into the fray. His sword was a blur, hacking through green flesh with zero hesitation. Fear was a luxury he couldn't afford. One goblin was cracked out on speed, dodging close to swing a club, but his luck just ran out. Another kill, another level up. The notifications were popping off as he recalled his spear training. Even his master was stunned, calling his talent insane. This was what a literal prodigy looked like. Normies have caps, but with the right sponsor, he'd become a hunter of absolute legend. The carnage finally slowed. Bodies littered the floor, leaving only him and the final threat. Just the big guy left. But even a goblin boss isn't someone you sleep on. This boss was a different breed. Common sense says you need C-rank stats just to survive this encounter. Anything less is suicide. And as a freshly awakened F-rank, the math just wasn't mathing for him. Can a total newbie take down a boss? There was no time for doubt. It was do or die. He gripped his spear, pouring his entire soul into one final thrust. The fallen angel was definitely impressed. Suddenly, hellfire erupted from his hands. This was the Demon King's own weapon, his ultimate trump card. The authority was his. He blitzed the boss, the spear trailing a tail of roaring flames. He skewered the beast. The impact was so massive it blew a gaping hole right through its chest. Did he actually just solo a boss? The system pinged. Level up notifications flooded his vision, but the spear shattered into dust. His body was wrecked, and his consciousness began to slip away. He'd pushed past his limits. Darkness swirled as he collapsed into the pool of blood. Later, a cleanup crew arrived. They couldn't believe the absolute graveyard they'd walked into. Who cleared this floor? The boss was down, and among the corpses, they spotted a bloody survivor. "Medic, we've got a live one." Against all odds, he opened his eyes in a sterile hospital ward. He was hooked up to every machine in the building, his body barely holding on. This wasn't a hallucination. Suddenly, Athena manifested before him, cutting through the silence. She reached for the Demon King's diary. Being stabbed by Sun Gyeon had dragged him into that gate. That goblin boss nearly sent him to the afterlife. Yet, he was still breathing. The fallen angel's flame had saved him before the lights went out completely. Battered and broken, was he plucked from death by the gate hunters? A nurse suddenly stepped inside. "Don't move," she cautioned. She scanned his vitals, asking if he felt lightheaded or famished. She revealed that elite high-rank hunters discovered him. Without their intervention, he would be history. His fate would have been grim. She emphasized how close to death's door he had really come. Luck was on his side. Since the injury happened mid-gate incident, association officials were already en route. They would arrive shortly. "Rest for now," she urged. But he only had one question. "What year is it?" She sighed, assuming his memory was fried from the trauma. "You're likely just disoriented," she reasoned. "It is 2022, she stated. The news hit him like a physical blow. Total shock. That was a full century before his birth. Impossible. The gates had only first emerged in 2020. By 2022, legendary hunters were rising. The golden era of heroes. His old mentor, Sun Gu Yuan, always claimed these hunters played God, lording their powers over the helpless masses. Weaklings like him were mere cattle, pathetic souls waiting for gods to dictate their very lives. Unlike his future, where power was gatekept, this era offered direct patronage to anyone chosen, a golden ticket. Realizing he now held that same power, he swung his legs off the bed. "I'm fine," he insisted, his vertigo vanishing instantly. He snatched a snack bar from the bedside table. Strength flooded back into his limbs. He marched toward the bathroom, desperate to see his reflection. He stared at the mirror. Is that him? His frame was ripped, his back muscles coiled like steel. He stood nearly 6 feet tall now. His face was familiar, but his body, entirely transformed. He looked like a whole new man. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed through the quiet room. A voice called out, "A visitor?" After a quick rinse, he felt revitalized and ready to talk. He stepped out to meet the guest, Kim Soo-yeon, a sharp suit from the Hunter Association. She confirmed he was pulled from the wreckage of the gate by the prestigious High League Guild. "The doctors say your mind is foggy," she noted. "Tell me, what is the last thing you recall?" She pressed for details on his family and his presence at the gate, digging for any lead. Their background check had turned up a big fat 0. He quickly realized he had to play it cool. Don't leak the future. Amnesia was the perfect cover for his sudden awakening. "I am 23, he lied. "Lee Jun-kyung," he stated. Though the Demon King's name flickered in the back of his mind, it felt right, somehow. "Everything else is a total blank," he added, selling the amnesia act. "No matter," Soo-yeon replied. She leaned in, asking what he experienced while trapped inside the gate. He spoke of a mysterious voice, a celestial entity claiming to be his new patron. She nodded gravely. "Congratulations, you're a hunter now. You do know what that means, right? The chosen ones?" he guessed. The representative gave a small, approving smile before wrapping things up. She thanked him, mentioning that the association would be monitoring his progress very closely. She bowed, sensing his unease, but Jun-kyung knew the truth. He was no longer ordinary. He was now a vital asset to humanity. She wished him luck and vanished. He stared outside. "Polite lady," he mused. Time to test the Demon King's power. He summoned his status window. Trait, player, title, Goblin Slayer. Now he understood why the 12 heroes feared the Demon King. His growth potential was terrifying. They tried to suppress him, terrified of his unchecked evolution. They scrubbed him from history. He was a glitch in their world, not a hunter, but something more. He was a player. No patrons needed. He could grind and grow strong entirely on his own. Hunting was his path to absolute power. And now, Lee Jun-kyung had inherited that legacy. Congrats on becoming a hunter, the nurse beamed. He offered a polite nod, still processing the news. Is it really that big of a deal? She insisted that even the lowest-ranked rookies are set. F-rankers could amass wealth beyond a normal person's wildest dreams without ever swinging a sword. The doors were wide open. One could even become a legendary blacksmith, imbuing gear with raw mana. Think bigger. High-stakes bodyguarding. The elite will literally line up, begging for your protection. Jun-kyung thought he knew the deal. Without being chosen, you're just another powerless nobody in the shadows. Was this truly a win? As the nurse handed him a bag, she spoke up. Association rep Kim Soo-yeon left this behind. Inside were the clothes he wore during that portal nightmare. They'd been preserved, just in case our new hunter needed his old belongings. Stepping into the bustling city, Jun-kyung surveyed his surroundings. This was truly the era of heroes. Gangnam, a district once totally off-limits to him. To Jun-kyung, the city now felt blindingly bright. Everything seemed so peaceful. That's when Kim Soo-yeon, the association rep, finally approached him. He'd been waiting. Without missing a beat, he urged Jun-kyung to head back to the association. A freshly awakened hunter shouldn't be wandering the streets aimlessly, he figured. No need to stress, though. Once registered, a luxury apartment would be waiting for him. Soo-yeon offered early congrats. The results? Jun-kyung was an S-rank, a legendary tier in this country. To hit S-rank instantly is unheard of. Soo-yeon then ushered him into a luxury ride. They'd talk logistics later. Usually, most people just end up as low-level F or E ranks. Ranks are alphabetical. The higher you climb, the more the world bows at your feet. Society treats you like royalty. Soo-yeon confirmed the paperwork was done and revealed his new home. Stepping inside, Jun-kyung froze. The interior was nothing like he'd imagined. It was purely vintage, but he loved the vibe. Today was clearly a massive turning point. Finally, he was a hunter. Nothing beats that feeling of having a place to call your own. Soo-yeon mentioned a VIP wanted a meeting. Jun-kyung was stunned. Who'd be looking for him? Who could it be? Nobody should know he's a time traveler yet, Soo-yeon quickly clarified. It was the leader of the High League, the man who'd saved him. They were definitely interested. He could decline if it felt sketchy. The rep made sure that was clear. This guild was a powerhouse that lived in the spotlight. Soo-yeon finally made the introductions. Yeon-seong-gu introduced himself, noting Jun-kyung's impressive height. He was exactly who they needed. That bald head was unmistakable. Seong-gu noticed the intense stare and asked what was up. Snapping back to reality, Jun-kyung looked away. He apologized, claiming he didn't mean to be disrespectful. It was a total accident. He'd almost slipped up. He couldn't afford to be caught off guard. Meeting his future mentor this early was insane. Seong-gu just brushed it off as no biggie. But wait, had they met? Jun-kyung looked strangely familiar. Our hero responded with caution. He claimed his memories vanished after awakening. Then, with deep respect, our hero bowed. He thanked the bald legend and his crew for the rescue. He was staring at a legend. This man would eventually save millions. Seong-gu, meanwhile, was impressed by the kid's manners. Jun-kyung realized he was facing a forgotten hero that history had already buried. Heimdall Seong-gu. Their paths crossed again. Back at the pad, Jun-kyung stared at his palm. This reality was legit, but his body felt foreign, like he was wearing someone else's skin. But the marks were all there. It was his body. Jun-kyung officially possessed a player's trait. An otherworldly hunter, a demon king, a forgotten sovereign. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Why this power? Likely because a fallen angel became his patron. But what happened to the king? He was totally in the dark. Getting answers wasn't going to happen today. He traveled back and scored the ultimate broken ability everyone was dying for. He had the strength to truly fix the world. Cut to the association's training hall. Eager trainees waited. A man in dark shades entered the room and greeted the crowd. Meet Bae Song-soo, their new instructor. The entire room went into an instant shock. Was this truly the legendary B-rank hunter? A real pro was actually standing before them. Everyone is dying to catch the association's gaze, seeing this as their one golden ticket to the top. A top-tier guild invite is the ultimate flex. Baek Sang-soo kicks off the official hunter seminar today. Next up, pick a weapon and survive the combat trial. But hey, don't let the nerves win. Does anyone actually get how hunters awaken? One trainee speaks up with a bold theory. It's all about being picked by a supernatural patron. Sang-soo agrees. Starting power is set in stone. Yet, hunters can still level up. Does anyone here know the secret behind that progression? A student claims it's through clearing gates or catching a patron's eye with epic feats. Special skills and support items also play a role. Sang-soo beams. That's a textbook perfect response. Now for a real curveball. What exactly is the patron's ultimate goal for choosing us? Predictably, the room goes dead silent. It's the one mystery every hunter faces but can't solve. Who are these patrons, and why turn humans into tools? Sang-soo's eyes lock onto one specific guy. While everyone else is thirsty for attention, this student seems totally unfazed. The instructor steps in. He asks the young man to weigh in. Any theory works, no filter needed for this answer. There's no right or wrong here, just raw perspective. Lee Jun-kyung blinks, caught off guard. Isn't it just entertainment? He asks. Sang-soo's brow furrows. What kind of twisted show is this? Jun-kyung explains the patrons pick characters to hunt monsters. They love watching the power creep. It's just a game to them. Deep down, the Demon King already suspected this harsh reality. The patrons view this world as a literal playground. Even with god-tier power, he couldn't escape death. This realization was his downfall. Clearly, these celestial beings guard their secrets with absolute ferocity. Now, the arena beckons. A girl grips her weapon. Sang-soo nods the sword is a lethal choice. She declares her readiness. It's time to see if she has the guts to be a hunter. But her eyes betray a flickering doubt. Sang-soo summons her opponent, a ravenous, red-eyed goblin. Victory isn't everything here. Passing depends solely on his judgment. Don't overthink the win or loss. This goblin's brainwashed, programmed not to kill or leave any permanent scars on the trainees. The gate drops. The monster shrieks and lunges immediately, teeth bared for the kill. She doesn't flinch. The young hunter charges forward, her blade cutting through the air with raw energy. The goblin can't break her defense. Suddenly, it vanishes, reappearing behind her with a blood-curdling scream. Sang-soo tenses it's dangerous, but she spins, a silver arc severing the monster cleanly at the hip. One final swing and it's over. The hunter collapses, gasping for air amidst the adrenaline crash. Monster remains litter the floor. Sang-soo can't hide his shock that was actually quite impressive. Her counterattack was flawless. By crushing the goblin under pressure, she officially passes the selection. Finally, the last contender steps up. Lee Jun-kyung enters the ring, wielding a spear and shield. Sang-soo eyes the weird loadout. It's an unconventional combo, but our hero knows the stakes. Graduation is on the line. If he crushes this trial, the rewards will be life-changing. The mentor announces the start. This is the moment to prove his worth to everyone watching. Change of plans. The goblins are all dead. They're swapping in a much deadlier beast. New monster, new rules. Killing it isn't the goal, he just needs the instructor's stamp of approval. This beast is also brainwashed, so lethal wounds are off the table. Safety first, right? Plus, with a B-rank hunter standing by, nothing can truly go wrong in this arena. Jun-kyung expects a kobold, a standard step up in difficulty. He squares his shoulders, ready for battle. The instructor gives the signal. He's curious to see if the kid's combat matches his wit. That seminar answer was sharp, but can he walk the walk? The crowd leans in, breathless. Out steps an orc. It's a mountain of muscle with twice the strength of a grown man. Every hunter glues their eyes to the monitors. Pure shock ripples through the room as they watch. Why use an orc for training? Sang-soo grimly notes that standard drills just won't cut it anymore. A mysterious B-ranker appeared from nowhere, instantly ascending to become one of the world's most elite powerhouses. C-rank Lee Jun-kyung just soloed an entire goblin horde and their boss inside a deadly D-rank dungeon. How is a rookie pulling off these god-tier feats so early? The Hunter Association couldn't let this hidden gem escape. Meanwhile, a fallen angel tracked Jun-kyung's every move. An orc charged and instantly caught a spear to the shoulder. As the beast shrieked, Jun-kyung mocked his brainless foe. Attacking with pure muscle and zero strategy, this was going to be a total cakewalk. But wait, the spear got lodged deep in the monster's hide. Jun-kyung gripped the shaft tight. This orc's raw strength was insane. The crowd panicked. Was this training session becoming a death trap? Should the pro stop this? Instructor Baek Sang-soo realized the kid's strike was actually flawless. Any normal human would be dead, but they had seriously underestimated this monster's tankiness. Jun-kyung raised his shield. Safety first. Watching the chaos unfold, Baek Sang-soo prepared to jump in before things turned lethal. Suddenly, the monster swung its massive limb, but our hero danced around the strike with lethal grace. Jun-kyung saw the opening and delivered a skull-crushing kick. The impact sent shockwaves through the monster's massive frame. Watching the live feed, veterans were stunned. Who is this kid? Is he really just starting? He used the spear as leverage to break the orc's balance, securing a total victory in class. Was that a hidden skill? A rookie with 0 spells just pulled off a high-level feat. His shield's durability hit 0, a historic first since the dawn of the Hunter era. Jun-kyung leveled up. His fire mastery surged to level 2 instantly. The monster collapsed. Baek Sang-soo knew they had to bag this talent immediately. He's a must recruit. The mentor announced the shocking news. Lee Jun-kyung passed the test. Jun-kyung thanked him, realizing his flame ability was becoming absolutely cracked. This fire was the core of his demonic control. It wasn't just some basic skill, but true, raw power that scaled with his own stats. No patron required. Sadly, his cheap gear couldn't handle the heat. He needed high-grade metal to go all out. Later, the crew met up to chill. Sung Hyun felt out of place, but Jun Kyung insisted it's a housewarming party. Man. Over a light dinner at the new pad, they vibed and discussed the upcoming seminar. They planned their future travels while Kim Soo-yeon took charge as their new curator. He reminded everyone, the final gate test goes down tomorrow morning. Soo-yeon knew Jun Kyung would breeze through it. Then, Song Gu-yeon popped the question. Had he considered the guild's offer? The leader refused to let this prodigy slip away. The air turned icy. A top-tier guild was literally begging a rookie to join. A golden ticket for anyone else. But Jun Kyung simply turned them down. The leader was floored. Who rejects an offer this legendary? It made 0 sense for an ambitious hunter. But Jun Kyung had lived through many future scenarios already. His past life knowledge warned him getting close to Song Gu-yeon was way too dangerous. He claimed he'd stay solo for now, but promised to repay his debt if needed. Kim Soo-yeon was lost. Did this rookie just offer to carry an A-rank powerhouse? A total beginner? Protecting a world-class hunter? Insane. The final exam began. Baek Sang-soo stepped up to brief the nervous trainees. They were heading to the gates, but the instructor promised total safety. He'd be their bodyguard. Jun Kyung sensed the mentor's B-rank mana was truly massive. His power dwarfed everyone there. They'd move out once the gear was prepped. Jun Kyung grabbed his signature spear and shield, ready for the real hunt. The atmosphere felt heavy, almost suffocating. This pressure wasn't random. Baek Sang-soo sensed it immediately. He noted the dense mana, warning that the gate's surging magical energy was warping the very air. Their instructor commanded total obedience, stressing that any slip-up during this dungeon crawl would be fatal. Sang-soo signaled for silence as heavily armored beasts emerged. The monsters quickly formed a lethal defensive ring. They braced for impact. The instructor shouted a final warning as the enemy horde closed the distance. He barked orders to ready weapons. Instantly, Hunters 1 and 3 moved into their tactical strike zones. They gripped their steel, prepared to crush the ambush. Moments later, the monsters were completely erased. Hunter 3 took his prey down with a savage war cry. Next, the instructor summoned Hunters 8 and 16. These two operated with surgical precision, leaving no survivors. Finally, Sang-soo called Lee Jun Kyung's name. Now, it was Jun Kyung's moment. He surged forward with such explosive speed it was terrifying. His allies couldn't even track his movement. Like a gale, he crashed into the green-skinned ranks. Every monster he passed was instantly decapitated. He only stopped once his bloody task was finished. The squad was shook by his insane speed. Is this guy really a rookie? Someone whispered in disbelief. Why is a pro training with us? Sang-soo realized Jun Kyung's combat skills were absolutely cracked. He's basically B-rank material already. They couldn't let this genius slip away. Suddenly, a level-up notification flashed. Led by Sang-soo, the test squad pushed deeper into the dark, damp heart of the cavern. The mentor warned the boss room was near. This wouldn't be another easy stroll through goblin territory. He ordered them to gear up and chug potions. This was no time for rookie mistakes. Jun Kyung recalled how the Demon King possessed player-like stats before being jumped by the 12 heroes. The king fell because he hadn't reached his peak potential yet. That wouldn't happen to Jun Kyung. He realized the cold truth. He needed to outpace everyone. He had to surpass even the 12 legends. To beat the heroes of Eden, he needed more power. Sang-soo signaled they were moving out. The hunters suddenly felt a shift in the atmosphere. Something massive and terrifying was about to happen. Even our hero was stunned by the overwhelming mana pressure. Then, the commander screamed, "Everyone, fall back. Run for the exit, now." As the team fled, Sang-soo stood his ground against the approaching doom. A massive fireball streaked toward him. He could dodge, but his students would be incinerated behind him. Gritting his teeth, Sang-soo drew his daggers and activated his signature skill, Poisonous Fang. He prepared to tank the devastating blast, but his daggers were barely holding the magical heat back. He glanced back, fearing the worst for the recruits. Surprisingly, not a single one was hurt. Jun Kyung's shield absorbed the impact, saving everyone. He stood like an iron wall guarding the rookies. Sang-soo stared in awe. This rookie's defensive instincts and timing were nothing short of legendary. Jun Kyung played it cool, crediting the instructor's initial block. Suddenly, a quest from the fallen angel appeared. The mission was clear. Eliminate the great goblin sorcerer. The massive beast loomed before the terrified hunters. This beast shreds B-rank elites. How is this a low-level gate? The system's rating is catastrophically wrong. Retreat was the only logical choice. Only Sang-soo stood a ghost of a chance against it. Even for a pro like him, this sorcerer was a nightmare. He ordered everyone out for reinforcements. but Junkyung stepped forward. He looked the instructor in the eye and demanded to fight. "Don't be a fool," Sang-soo snapped. "Goblins and orcs are nothing compared to this magical freak." This wasn't a physical brawl. The sorcerer's magic could vaporize even B-rank veterans in seconds. Junkyung didn't blink. He knew the monster's power, and more importantly, he knew its weaknesses. The sorcerer was a B-rank fire specialist, armed with arrows, orbs, and impenetrable walls of flame. Our hero looked at his mentor. "Aren't these dungeons meant for us to conquer?" he asked calmly. He was going to take his shot. Sang-soo wondered if this was pure genius or suicidal arrogance. Sang-soo finally gave the green light. Junkyung unleashed a devastating fire-based assault on the sorcerer. The monster was caught completely off guard by the sudden power. This shouldn't be possible for a rookie. Lee Junkyung didn't just parry that fireball, he flipped the script and launched a brutal counter at Bei Sang-soo. Pro instincts kicked in as Sang-soo realized the truth. That flame wasn't blocked, it was devoured. But how? Panicked, the great goblin sorcerer scrambled to weave defensive runes, desperate to shield himself from the hunters crashing his party. An impenetrable inferno erupted between them, a towering wall of death that seemed totally uncrossable. Instant regret washed over the hunters. They were outclassed, facing a long-range magical beatdown they couldn't survive. But Junkyung wasn't flinching. Instead of retreating, he braced himself to charge right into the heat. The sorcerer pulled another dirty trick, but Junkyung caught it instantly. The monster was using a splitting technique. He was 2 steps ahead. Junkyung manifested a dead zone, an anti-magic bubble that rendered the flames useless. While the goblin tried to crush him with raw heat, Junkyung casually remarked on how impressive the fire control was. Then, he blitzed through the inferno, shredding the goblin's defenses, and leaving the monster's body covered in deep gashes. The other examinees stood frozen. The absolute madman did it. This rookie actually soloed the great goblin sorcerer. Even the fallen angel was vibing with this legendary performance. A system notification pinged, "Mission accomplished." For crushing the trial, the fallen angel officially claimed Junkyung, becoming his new high-tier patron. He took the news in stride, having just unlocked another broken ability that once belonged to the Demon King himself. Sang-soo didn't waste a second, heading straight to the top to brief the association president on what went down. The president already sensed why he was there. The chaos from the final exam was impossible to ignore. As Sang-soo laid out the details, the president nodded, confirming the reports were 100% legit. Clocks ticking. The president leaned in, asking one vital question. Just how insane is this kid's potential? Sang-soo's answer was a bombshell. With this kid, the president's ultimate goal was finally within reach. Priority number 1, get eyes on this kid. The president needed a face-to-face meeting immediately. Back on the ground, Junkyung was caught off guard to find the crew waiting for him already. Kim Soo-yeon admitted he'd been on edge, waiting alongside a top guild leader for the rookie to emerge. He'd freaked out when that E-rank gate suddenly spiked to rank C, but Junkyung looked like he'd just taken a stroll. Song Gu-yong cut to the chase, asking if the association had already reached out with an invite. The other hunters were shook. Recruit a newbie directly into the association? That's unheard of. Junkyung just gave a polite shrug. He turned them down flat, explaining that he wasn't looking to get tied down to any group right now. Sure, the association would offer a fast track to power, but it would also mean a spotlight on all his secrets. Stealth was his whole brand, especially since he was a time traveler, carrying the literal weight of the future. He knew the president was too deeply rooted in the system. Getting involved with him was a massive risk. He had to dodge that meeting at all costs. Suddenly, Song Gu-yong broke the tension, asking about his favorite food. Honestly, that question was harder than the association invite. After a serious pause, he went with a classic, ramen. Gu-yong laughed and promised to treat him to an epic ramen feast, loaded with all the meat he could handle. After that grimy dungeon run, a hot shower was non-negotiable. As the water hit, Junkyung reflected on his evolution. Reincarnating in the past meant he had to constantly monitor his growth. Finally, he'd hit level 11. With a fallen angel in his corner, he unlocked, summoning a god-tier skill that regular hunters can only dream of. This was a power reserved for the elite 12 heroes, the secret sauce behind all his recent miracles. It's no wonder he could wipe the floor with bone dragons, balrogs, and Cerberus himself. It hit him, he was now wielding the exact same terrifying authority the Demon King once held. His summons would be just as cracked as the Demon King's army. And now, he had one guaranteed shot. Backed by his patron, Junkyung pulled the trigger on the summon. Just then, Kim Soo-young told him to check his phone. There, plastered across the screen, was a viral headline about none other than himself. Soo-young was geeking out. He'd heard the rumors about the goblin sorcerer. How did he pull it off so secretly? Junkyung's jaw dropped. He was trending? Even without his name being leaked, the internet was going wild. But he knew better. The big shots at the association definitely already knew exactly who he was. Suyan joked that hunters were the new idols, but fame was the last thing on Junkyung's mind. Lee Junkyung shifted the focus, announcing he had far more critical matters to settle right now. Kim Soo-yeon was instantly hooked. The rookie revealed his true intention. He wanted in on the dungeon raids. After getting the green light, he cleared the dungeons effortlessly, racking up experience and even scoring a level up. Yet, the monsters he pulverized, including the boss, yielded no reaction. How was he supposed to harvest their essence? He expected a familiar to be god tier or have insane skills, but he still couldn't absorb a single soul. Had he been wrong about needing monster souls this whole time? After another successful dungeon sweep, Kim Soo-yeon praised the young man. The association rep noted that Lee Jun-kyung had already crushed his 4th dungeon raid and asked if he had any loot ready for the auction. He handed over his trophy blades. Kim Soo-yeon realized this hunter was a natural, mastering everything instantly. He absorbed every skill on the fly. Once the auction closed, the massive payout would hit Jun-kyung's crypto wallet. Our hero didn't care about the money. He just wanted to know when the next gate would open. The rep shook his head. There were 0 gates left for reservation. Lee Jun-kyung was completely stunned. The world was literally being ripped apart by unclosable gates, yet he couldn't even book a single one. How was that even possible? Kim Soo-yeon explained that a new guild was aggressively farming reputation. They'd snatched up 20 low-level gates for themselves. Jun-kyung wondered how one guild could monopolize them all. Kim Soo-yeon nodded, confirming the hunter's suspicions about this greedy gate hogging. Usually, the association blocked such requests, but since they cleared the gates so fast, they had no choice. Lee Jun-kyung's eyes narrowed. Is the head of this guild really named Choi Yeon-son? She confirmed it. It was the Northern Army Guild, founded by the man known as Super Rookie before him. Jun-kyung knew this man would soon be hailed as a hero and a loyal subordinate of the 12 gods, but in reality, he was destined to become a bloodthirsty killer and an absolute, ruthless tyrant. The two fates were finally colliding. It was the god of war himself, Gunther. Desperate residents flooded the streets, demanding an end to construction to protect their lives, even in the pouring rain. An assistant scrambled to his master, reporting that the massive riots were spiraling out of control. Gunther just sneered, dismissing the protesters as nothing more than a swarm of insignificant ants. If their homes are crushed here, they'll just build new ones elsewhere. Why worry about the lives of insects? Gunther spat that these protesters were despicable slaves who were ungrateful just to be left alive. Walking through the city, Jun-kyung remembered that half the villagers here had perished in that tragedy. Suddenly, he heard a desperate cry. An old man was pleading with hunters, asking how they could be so heartless. One of the hunters viciously kicked the man's cart, shattering it. The elder begged them to stop this lawlessness. It was purely immoral. Lee Jun-kyung decided to step in and deliver some long-overdue justice. He approached the old man, his voice cold as he asked what these punks were doing. "Who the hell are you?" one barked. Jun-kyung replied, he just followed the sound of some suspicious trash. The man was livid. How did this brat dare to speak to him in such a disrespectful tone? Our hero's gaze turned icy as he reminded them they started it. The thugs realized he was a hunter. Messing with another hunter was a bad move. Jun-kyung turned to the elder to see what happened. The bully lied, claiming the old man had assaulted his precious body with that rickety cart. He demanded compensation for his injuries, but the old man cried out that it was all total slander. They were the ones who kicked his cart first and started physically harassing him for no reason. Jun-kyung's blood boiled as he asked why they broke the cart. The thug told him he should understand. "Anyone who crosses me is an enemy," he sneered. "Who cares about a broken cart? Be more careful, kid." The man stepped closer, warning Jun-kyung that his meddling was starting to look like a direct attack. Jun-kyung offered a final warning. He'd let them leave since they hadn't physically hurt the old man yet. "A kid giving me orders?" The thug roared, lunging forward with a reckless, violent strike. But Jun-kyung used elite hand-to-hand combat to shut him down, sending the bully crashing into the dirt. After taking a beating, one desperate thug brandished a hunting knife to resist. Lee Jun-kyung just scoffed, finding it hilarious that they'd pull steel here. This lowlife actually thought a blade gave him the edge. Yet, the thug's hands were shaking. Swallowing his fear, the villain barked a question at his opponent, asking if he was still a solo player without a guild. Then, he lunged, waving his dagger wildly. He sneered that pros like them were worlds above a brat like him. That was the final straw for Jun-kyung. He countered with brutal precision, instantly folding the bully like a lawn chair. The young man sighed. "If these scrubs are the standard, your guild is a joke." Soon, the police hauled the trash away. The ringleader barked, "Do you even know who we are?" claiming the old man swung first. Just then, Kim Soo-yeon arrived, thanking Jun-kyung for cleaning up the mess. But Jun-kyung warned her that hunters targeting civilians is a massive felony. They needed to rot behind bars for this crime. Soo-yeon pointed to the witness, promising the association would handle the rest. Then she paused. asking if he feared the guild would retaliate against the elders. She swore they'd monitor the situation, so there was no reason to sweat it. Yet, Jun Kyung couldn't forget that guild boast. "Where is their HQ?" he asked. It was the Northern Army, the exact group he'd been tracking lately. He realized they couldn't monopolize low-level gate contracts without a corrupt inside man. Something was fishy. The Northern Army and their rotten cronies in the association were officially his next big problem. He hoped they'd keep it low-key, but fate had other plans. 2 days later, the hammer dropped. Jun Kyung was officially recruited into the association as a striker. Then, the elder he'd rescued suddenly flipped his story. The thugs walked free, while Jun Kyung was framed as the violent aggressor and defendant. He saw the play, but the betrayal still stung. Soo-yeon tried to reassure him, saying truth would prevail in the end. But Jun Kyung knew better. She didn't realize how deep the rot went. As a regressor from the future, he knew this association had been a cesspool since day one. Soo-yeon led him inside for the hearing. The association investigator locked eyes with Jun Kyung, demanding his account of the gate incident. These suits were clearly digging for dirt on him, obsessed with the day he single-handedly neutralized the Northern Army's thugs and reported the crime. The man asked if it was true that he threatened Lee Moon-soo's life. In addition, he accused Jun Kyung of lying about who actually threw the first punch against the guild members. "That's a lie," Jun Kyung countered calmly. The investigator acted shocked. "Are you really claiming their testimony was faked?" He called for a cross-examination. Then, Moon-soo shuffled into the room. One look at the man confirmed it. Blackmail. The corruption ran even deeper than he expected. Jun Kyung told the old man not to be scared, but Moon-soo pointed a finger, blaming Jun Kyung. The suit dismissed the victim with a smug look. He turned back to Jun Kyung, asking if he had any defense left. Suddenly, a phone buzzed. It was the same Northern Army representative, who had been terrorizing the elder. Jun Kyung realized the association knew why the story changed, yet they were perfectly fine letting the old man take the fall for perjury. Powerless for now, Jun Kyung could only watch. Later, Song Gu-yeon approached him, having heard the news. Soo-yeon reported that he'd called the guildmaster directly since he no longer trusted anyone inside the association. Jun Kyung thanked the duo, knowing they were already incredibly busy. Song Gu-yeon noted that Jun Kyung was handling it well. Just then, the elder, Lee Moon-soo, approached the group. He collapsed to his knees, sobbing as he begged Jun Kyung for forgiveness. "They threatened my granddaughter," he wailed. He had no choice. He couldn't let those monsters touch her. His guilt was crushing him for betraying his savior. Soo-yeon flared up in rage, asking, "The Northern Army blackmailed you? Why are you only telling us this now?" The old man explained that speaking up sooner would have put a target on his granddaughter's back. The damage was done, and all he had left were these desperate, tearful apologies to the hero. Sung Gu-yeon comforted the elder, swearing his granddaughter's safety. He'd personally handle the situation. The old man needn't fear those thugs, and could return home. Meanwhile, our protagonist constantly records his encounters, having survived countless similar traps in the past. He vowed to stay vigilant. Suddenly, a figure approached, leaving him stunned as he spoke. Unexpectedly encountering a major guild leader so close to the rumored super rookie felt surreal. This was the legendary Northern Army commander. Even Kim Soo-yeon stood frozen in shock. How was his intel so perfect? Was the association's mole actually his personal spy? Reaching out, the Northern Army leader introduced himself as the formidable Choi Yun-soo. Sung Gu-yeon acknowledged him, maintaining a firm, unyielding grip on the commander's hand. Gu-yeon issued a chilling warning. Drop the arrogance before becoming a mortal enemy. He mocked Yeon-soo as trash beneath his boots, advising him to tread carefully, unless he sought death. Soo-yeon fumed at the absurdity of them receiving only a fine. For targeting a civilian, Jun Kyung realized hunters were becoming an untouchable, elite class. The old man's fate was the priority. Soo-yeon noted that lying against a hunter carried heavy penalties, but Jun Kyung's secret recording exposed the Northern Army's blatant corruption and crimes. Their guilt was proven, yet they escaped with a mere slap on the wrist. Jun Kyung sensed Gu-yeon's influence behind the scenes and inquired about the Northern Army's status. Soo-yeon reported their eerie silence, leaving Jun Kyung skeptical of their total lack of retaliation. Gunther, the future ruthless god of war, lived by a strict, blood-soaked code of vengeance. A strike against our hero was inevitable. Jun Kyung requested Soo-yeon keep a watchful eye on the Northern Army's movements. Our protagonist vowed he wouldn't remain a passive target. Jun Kyung's own hunger for payback matched anyone's. Gu-yeon acted shocked by their sudden encounter. He hadn't expected Jun Kyung to reach out for a collaborative dungeon raid. Since this gate's rank had skyrocketed, Jun Kyung demanded the guild's elite reinforcements. Sung Hyun claimed it was a massive privilege to battle alongside the legendary Jun Kyung. The guild stood in awe of the famous rookie, feeling blessed to witness his power. While they exchanged pleasantries, our hero found their faces completely unrecognizable and foreign. Understandable, as the Demon King's saga and top-tier guilds had been erased from history, totally wiped from existence. Guion then signaled their descent into the dark abyss. Entering the S-rank gate, he reminded everyone of the lethal stakes involved. Tension spiked as Northern Army's deputy, Choi Yong-soo, demanded answers in a fit of rage. Would they truly retreat now, just as their empire began to seize global control? The knight suggested fortifying their current strongholds instead of overextending their reach. Following the recent chaos, weren't their own members starting to spiral into lawlessness? This cautious deputy was Jong In-chong. Yong-soo snarled back in absolute defiance. He viewed civilians as mere pests, surviving only through the grace of godlike hunters. Groveling to such insects was an insult. The knight's anger flared at these words. Challenging Yong-soo's arrogance, he demanded a real confrontation. Suddenly, the guildmaster roared. Silencing the room, the leader commanded order, surprisingly agreeing with Yong-soo's cold logic. He declared that anyone defying them deserved nothing less than absolute, brutal annihilation. His curiosity piqued. He noted their goals were now perfectly aligned for destruction. This arrogant target fascinated him. He whispered that the killing floor was almost set. They awaited his signal. The Northern Army never tolerated the disgrace of failure. Within the abyss, a huntress cleared the traps, allowing the squad to advance safely. Ambushed mid-route, a hunter's earth shield held firm while another unleashed a devastating fireball. A blazing fireball streaked toward the dungeon's monsters. Lee Jun-kyung watched, mesmerized by the sheer display of raw power. These elite skills were within reach. Our protagonist stood stunned, witnessing high-ranking hunters dominate the battlefield in real time. He'd never even imagined such carnage. The monsters were utterly decimated, leaving zero room for escape or mercy. The commander's movements were flawless. Watching Song Guiyan in action, Jun-kyung realized this man was on a different level. The guildmaster demanded total honesty. He'd only requested backup to showcase the overwhelming might of his personal squad. Jun-kyung admitted the top-tier guild was legendary, calling their leader the absolute peak of power and charisma. Song Guiyan was a complete beast, even while clearly suppressing the true extent of his terrifying potential. The veterans grew curious about the super rookie's talent. Song Guiyan leaned in, eager to see the hype firsthand. Realizing there was no use in playing humble, our hero gripped his spear, ready to unleash his inner heat. The protagonist dove into a sea of aggressive, armed monsters, emerging as the sole victor of the brutal bloodbath. Shock rippled through the spectators. How could this rookie trigger a high-tier skill without uttering a single incantation? Mastering elite abilities at lightspeed, he proved his title. Every thrust of Jun-kyung's weapon found its lethal mark. As monster ranks thinned, Song Guiyan realized Flaming Spear wasn't just a skill, it was a literal force of nature. The veteran declared the show over. It was crystal clear why this young man was hailed as a generational talent. He was eclipsing even their elite ranks. A hunter questioned the boss on why such a monster hadn't been recruited. Song Guiyan doubled down on his offer, reminding Jun-kyung that their guild's growth was truly unstoppable. The commander sensed the heavy burden the young man carried, suspecting he'd crawled through hell to reach this peak. Jun-kyung realized the leader's intuition was spot on. The man had already decoded his deepest ambitions and driving force. Even Heimdall lacked such piercing insight. The leader then issued a grim warning about the snakes within the Northern Army. Those villains wouldn't stay quiet. If Jun-kyung joined, the guild would serve as his impenetrable fortress against their malice. Song Guiyan made a final pitch for the big leagues, promising a reward that stunned everyone in the room. He wasn't offering a deputy spot, he was handing over the guild leader's throne. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. Though the protagonist deeply respected the legendary offer, he stood firm and turned down the chance of a lifetime. Guiyan understood. The kid's sights were set on something grander. Suddenly, a high-priority alert pinged from the association. They needed his urgent deployment. A massive conflict was brewing against the Northern Army and 100 rogue hunters. This was a full-scale mobilization order. But with the Northern Army involved, the whole situation felt incredibly suspicious. Suspicions flared in Jun-kyung's mind. Was Choi Young-sun pulling the association's strings for his own twisted game? This is where the real war begins. A Northern Army knight read the dispatch, reeling from the sudden change. His childhood friend, Choi Yong-soo, and his brother Yong-son had become unrecognizable shadows since meeting that mysterious man. The once valiant and warm-hearted Choi Yong-soo had lost his soul, no longer placing any value on innocent lives. Arrogance is a hell of a drug. The guild leader looks down on everyone like they are mere trash. Whether they are civvies or hunters, they want his head because his actions spit on the Northern Army's pride. The guild is a decaying husk. Seeing this, the knight knew he could not leave these two to rot. A ping on his phone changed everything. Now, he is torn between his duty and his ride-or-die friends. Our main character pulled up to a sketchy industrial zone to meet the Northern Army representative face-to-face. The knight kept his identity locked down. It felt reckless, especially since the entire area was deathly silent. Was this a solo mission? Lee Jun-kyung assured him there were 0 traps and only 2 players present. There was no need to panic. Lee Jun-kyung prepared to drop a truth bomb that would change everything. The association's mobilization order is coming, and he needs to ghost them and reject it immediately. Lee Jun-kyung realized their entire squad was also being called to the front, and he was right. Listen, kid, the knight warned. You are new to this game. You do not realize how monstrous hunters are, especially the big boss of the Northern Army. Running into him on the streets is basically a death sentence. Gates are even deadlier. To Lee Jun-kyung, the Northern Army was not a guild, it was pure chaos. Dark entities were pulling the strings, ordering mass slaughter and total annihilation from the shadows. A guild, born from that darkness, is a chaos guild. The knight was shook. How did the kid know? Lee Jun-kyung smirked. Did not your own deputy, Jung-in Chang, spill the tea himself? If the danger was real, there was no point in hiding it. Lee Jun-kyung had already connected the dots. Even with the truth out, the knight stayed stubborn, screaming at him to stop disrespecting their banner. Face facts, Lee Jun-kyung countered. The Northern Army is a sinking ship, and everyone knows it. The leaders they worshipped had changed. The knight could not believe a 1-month rookie had this much insight. He leveled up at light speed, hitting A-rank vibes. He knew exactly why no one dared to swing. This kid was playing 4-dimensional chess. The knight wondered who Lee Jun-kyung really was. Enter Jung-in Chang, the legendary dragon slayer known to the world as the almighty Siegfried. He was the absolute unit who crushed the Demon King, gaining god-tier buffs from his celestial patron. He was promised eternity in the final war. All because of an order from his bro, Choi Yong-sundae. But luck ran out. Instead of a hero ending, he was betrayed. Lee Jun-kyung knew he needed him. It was not just about his insane skills. It was his unshakable moral compass that Lee Jun-kyung craved. In a sea of corruption, he was the only one with a soul. Meanwhile, Lee Jun-kyung dominated the undead, but his current gear was failing. His fire manipulation was getting way too hot for basic steel to handle. Before the big hunt, he needed a serious upgrade. It was time to find a weapon fit for kings. He stepped into a smithy straight out of a fantasy novel. The blacksmith was busy cooking up something legendary. This was no ordinary smith. He was a hunter who underwent a dwarf awakening, a literal crafting god. This was Park Jae-hyun, the future legend who would become the hero of all hammer-wielding warriors. 4 hours of waiting later, Jae-hyun finally looked up. "Who the hell are you?" he barked. Lee Jun-kyung just grinned. It took 4 hours for the guy to even notice he had a customer. He was there for a custom blade. He asked if the master smith was running this shop solo. Jae-hyun was confused. Why would a hunter seek out a nameless blacksmith for high-end gear? Lee Jun-kyung pointed out a specific hammer. He knew someone else was working in these shadows. "Sharp eyes," the smith grunted. That hammer belonged to another, but it was not the main event. "Why me?" Jae-hyun asked. He had never made legit combat gear before. He just did it for fun. Lee Jun-kyung dropped the big one. His patron had personally sent him to this specific forge. Jae-hyun was skeptical. A celestial patron working with a rookie like him? It sounded like cap. But Lee Jun-kyung did not blink. He knew he had to sell this story to convince the dwarf. Every word had to hit hard. Convincing a dwarf to forge a mythic weapon is not an easy task. The road ahead was long. To survive the coming apocalypse, he needed the absolute best gear. A deity's influence surged through his veins. Park Jae-hyun's legendary status was fueled by a patron who reshaped the very destiny of artisans. According to the Demon King's own memoirs, Jae-hyun was the master, behind every demonic blade. Yet, the 12 heroes' interference left these artifacts scattered across the globe. Jae-hyun's steel served only the elite 12. The Demon King lamented, "If only Jae-hyun stayed by my side, we would have rewritten fate itself." Sensing the bizarre aura of these gods, Jae-hyun saw no reason to doubt. He trusted the youth implicitly. Still, crafting a masterpiece for this hunter seemed like an impossible dream. Is this guy just having a bad day? Jun-kyung wondered, before asking what the holdup was. The smith dropped a bombshell. He hated fire. That's why he had rejected every commission until now. Jun-kyung smirked and reached out. He boldly promised to summon the exact heat the blacksmith required. Suddenly, a flickering orb of flame ignited in his palm. Jun-kyung questioned if the smith knew fire manipulation. Jae-hyun scoffed in disbelief. What could a tiny spark like that possibly forge? Jun-kyung countered that he didn't just hold the flame, he absolute commanded it. Total, unwavering dominion. 7 days later, the masterpiece was finished. Jun-kyung finally gripped his brand new weapon. Jae-hyun sighed, admitting that the requested shield was still beyond his current reach. Solo crafting it was simply impossible. However, the finished spear now pulsed with devastating pyro abilities. The smith had poured his soul into the work. He apologized, claiming his current skills limited the outcome. This level 1 Muspelheim spear was his peak, a rare artifact designed to skyrocket any fire user's potential. Junkyung recognized the smith's sheer effort. To push further, he'd need a god's direct blessing. Scaling weapons existed, though they were incredibly rare. Junkyung mused that such a blade would be a game-changer. With a growth weapon, I'd never need a replacement. Jaehyun then interrupted his train of thought. The spear wasn't truly complete. A missing piece remained. Without it, the weapon stayed at a basic tier. Junkyung needed to head back before time ran out. Suddenly, Jaehyun's eyes locked onto the hunter's wrist. "Is that a patron's gift?" Jaehyun asked, sensing that Junkyung's backer was no ordinary deity. The smith warned of a sinister vibe coming from the accessory. To him, it felt like a trap. Junkyung agreed with the smith's hunch. This skull artifact was clearly a vessel for restless spirits. Answering the artifact's call would be nearly impossible during the massive hunter mobilization ahead. Taking the spear for a spin, Junkyung was floored. This weapon far exceeded his wildest expectations. Recruiting Jong and Chong was now vital for victory. The stakes were rising, making every move more dangerous. Following the book's prophecy would grant him the ultimate edge. He needed to break his limits and fast. To level up, Junkyung dove headfirst into high-rank dungeons, slaughtering beasts relentlessly. He knew the clock was ticking. Grind all he wanted, but 14 days seemed way too short to reach the power level he needed. Sleep was a luxury he couldn't afford. 2 weeks later, the Northern Army's leader stood before his troops. He announced their readiness. Finally, the Northern Army was ready to emerge and claim the spotlight. Their name would soon be feared worldwide. Demonic energy swirled around the leader, radiating pure, terrifying power. The assistant confirmed that every condition for his heroic ascension was fulfilled. Everything was falling into place. The leader roared that the Northern Army's name would shake the very foundations of the world today. He could already taste the title of king. Meanwhile, Soo-young drove Junkyung toward the impending chaos. Soo-young nervously asked if Junkyung was serious. Stepping into this fight meant certain death. The Northern Army was way more ruthless than the rumors suggested. Their last rivals were completely wiped out. Junkyung knew the risks, but Soo-young persisted, begging him to reconsider after everything they'd been through. "The association needs you alive," he pleaded. Junkyung simply countered that some things were worth the risk. He knew the value of life better than anyone. This wasn't some suicide mission or a desperate gamble. He was going to teach those villains that human lives aren't just disposable pawns. A massive dungeon gate suddenly fractured the skyline at the city limits. Panic surged through the streets. Hunters swarmed the portal, weapons drawn. Under the blinding lights of news cameras, the final battle drew near. Word on the street was that the elite Topley Guild had officially bailed on this raid. So why was their leader lurking here? Song Gu-yeon coldly declared the Northern Army his sworn enemies. He claimed the super rookie as his brother-in-arms. Song then challenged Junkyung. "You still going in?" Even if Gu-yeon tried to block his path, the protagonist's resolve wouldn't flicker for a second. The top-tier guildmaster wasn't there to stop him. Junkyung already sensed the real motive. Don't let the B-rank tag fool you. The man's hidden power was screaming something much higher. He'd evolved into an A-rank monster. Gu-yeon grinned, floored by how Junkyung's own presence had exploded. No matter the chaos inside, this kid always had an ace up his sleeve. Gu-yeon waited. Junkyung questioned the guild leader's stakes. Gu-yeon's face darkened with a terrifying promise. If Junkyung didn't walk out of that gate alive, the Northern Army would face total annihilation. Was Song Gu-yeon actually prepared to burn an entire guild to the ground for him? The sirens wailed, the raid was live. Hunters scrambled to the extraction point, weapons drawn. In the original history, Choi Yong-sun became a legend while the Rhine Gate swallowed thousands. But today, the timeline bends. The hunters marched straight into the belly of the Rhine Gate. This was Junkyung's stage to seize the glory stolen from him. A sea of hunters waited. Shadows deepened as the Northern Army's commander stepped forward to signal the descent. It's go time. Suddenly, the gate's atmosphere shifted, twisting the very fabric of magical energy. Confusion rippled through the ranks. This wasn't in the manual, this shouldn't be happening. The rank surged, the feature triggered, and the exit vanished, sealing their fate inside. Thousands of awakened were trapped under the patron's voyeuristic gaze. Their skin began to sear. Mana density spiked to lethal levels. The special gate had finally bared its fangs at them. Panic turned into a riot. They were trapped in an A-rank nightmare they weren't geared for. Without a hero-rank lead, an A-rank gate was a death sentence. Despair hit like a tidal wave. Junkyung watched the meltdown, unfazed. He turned his eyes toward the silent, calculating leaders. The Northern Army brass didn't even blink. These snakes had planned this massacre from the start. The leader barked for silence, masking his treachery with a look of fake, horrified shock. He played the victim, claiming the gate's mechanics were still a mystery to everyone. "Don't let fear win," he yelled. Surviving this is the only thing that matters now. Choi Yong-sun vowed to lead them through hell, acting the part of the savior perfectly. Jun Kyung saw through the charade. This was the ruler of currents manipulating the mob's heartbeat. Thanks to his fallen angel trait, Jun Kyung remained immune to the leader's coercive psychological grip. Shall we begin? The brother whispered. The commander knew this onslaught would be a marathon. They needed to hoard their elite forces, while the common hunters acted as meat shields. Yongsun's plan was simple: slaughter everyone, but keep enough witnesses to spread his hero legend. They'd play it safe until the retreat. The deputy's brow furrowed. Could they really pull this off? Hunters aren't mindless. They'll notice when the Northern Army stops carrying the weight. The moment they realize they've been abandoned, the guild's reputation will turn to ash. We'll toss them some insects from our lower ranks to keep the suspicion down, the leader sneered. He was willing to butcher his own men for the crown. Jun Kyung's gaze met the commander's. That kid was a problem. Those piercing eyes seemed to read every dirty secret in his soul. Jung Enchang remained the perfect, loyal blade, despite his annoying habit of having a conscience. He'd revealed just enough of the plan to keep the knight's deadly skills on his side. The command was clear: shadow the boy and execute him the moment his back turned. It was a necessary sacrifice for the Northern Army's future. The first wave was screaming closer. Monsters broke through the mist merman. Low rank, but the real bloodbath was just starting. If those monsters swarm, it's game over. They need to strike now before the horde clusters. Jun Kyung noticed the monsters charging in a chaotic mess. Even the low-tier trash was acting completely unhinged. Positioning was everything here. These aquatic freaks were literally weaponizing the water against the hunters. Wounded to the back, everyone else, lock in and hold the line, Jun Kyung roared, commanding the chaos. It wasn't time to jump in yet. Jun Kyung needed to read the entire battlefield before making his move. The Northern Army Guild leader barked out the order to annihilate every single monster in sight. The hunters blindly charged the horde on command. To Jun Kyung, this looked like a total suicide mission. Had Choi Yong-sun already sent his pawns out? The clash with the low-rank mobs began in earnest. Healers scrambled to patch up the bleeding hunters. Suddenly, the pieces of the puzzle clicked for Jun Kyung. Only the lowest-tier recruits were facing the mermen. The leadership was ruthlessly using their own men as cannon fodder. To maintain his heroic image, the guild leader was happy to sacrifice common hunters for clout and reputation. Jun Kyung gripped his weapon, the realization hitting him. This situation was actually way simpler than he thought. As our hero lunged into the fray, a Northern Army knight kept a sharp, suspicious eye on him. Jun Kyung spat out the truth again. The Northern Army Guild was completely corrupt and rotten to its core. The leadership had twisted since meeting that person. Ever since that encounter, everything about them had changed. The knight couldn't help but agree. This kid was right. The Northern Army had truly become a cesspool. Staying on this path meant a mountain of corpses. Meanwhile, Choi Yong-sun was busy testing the knight's loyalty. The knight sensed the Corner Guild was up to something big. Just then, Jun Kyung finally dived into battle. Eyes widened as Jun Kyung tanked the front line, unleashing a sea of flames that incinerated the monster horde. The hunters were stunned. How could someone this cracked be in their raid? Their fear instantly turned into hope. The knight was baffled. Jun Kyung's growth was insane. They were equals 10 days ago, but now, he'd shattered every expectation. With the wave wiped out, the survivors finally caught a much-needed breath of air. Celestial patrons tossed down crumbs of rewards to the awakened. Even the fallen angel was vibing with the performance. The guardian of the long spear took notice. Even the spherical representative was getting curious about our hero. Even the Lord of all things, Wet, was watching. Jun Kyung could feel the heavy gaze of multiple sponsors. Could he juggle multiple patrons like a top-tier legend? As the dust settled, the hunters crowded around Jun Kyung. They showered him with thanks, desperate to know his name and which elite guild he was repping. Jun Kyung didn't let them relax. This isn't over yet. The real nightmare waves are still coming, he warned. Gear up and stay sharp. This gate is easily A-rank difficulty, if not higher, he cautioned the group. They nodded, scrambling to prep. Meanwhile, Jun Kyung locked eyes with the snake, leading the Northern Army Guild. He knew the leader's play: let everyone suffer, then swoop in at the climax to act like a savior. But Jun Kyung just wrecked that scheme. Once this raid ended, these hunters would be loyal to him instead. He pulled up his status window to check his gains. Level 24 already? Now that's some serious grinding. This dungeon was his golden ticket to growth. He wasn't leaving until he hit level 30, no matter what. Wave 2 kicked off. Merman blasted water cannons at the group, but Jun Kyung dismantled them with ease. Wave 4 down, but it wasn't clean. A grim report came in. 4 hunters had already been taken out. Survival looked bleak, but Jun Kyung refused to give up. He wanted a perfect run with 0 casualties. Jun Kyung grew suspicious. Why was the Northern Army still just standing there, refusing to join the actual fight? I see your game, Jun Kyung yelled. The northern leadership was clearly hoarding their strength, while others died. They were benching their elites. The other hunters caught on, realizing Jun Kyung had just exposed a massive betrayal. Not one northern army soldier had a scratch. Pick up your weapons and fight like you mean it, Jun Kyung challenged. Are you just gonna watch from the sidelines while everyone else bleeds out for you? He spat. The deputy whispered to his brother in shock. This was bad. Choi Yong-son felt his master plan slipping away. His scheme was to use the weaklings to clear waves, then backstab whoever was left standing. But the gig was up. Everyone realized they were being sacrificed, and even the low-rank recruits were turning hostile. Choi Yong-son smirked, convinced his trap was ensnaring the boy. Proceed as planned, he commanded coldly. They had to wait. Lee Jun-kyung was clearly draining his reserves with every passing second. The gap was massive now. With his stamina bottoming out, crushing him would be effortless. Let him struggle at the front. Once Wave 5 falls, so does he. Suddenly, the earth shook as a colossal water golem emerged the semi-final boss. Hunters charged, but the beast was a fortress, shrugging off every strike easily. Its heavy strikes hit like high-pressure cannons. Standing ground was a death sentence. How to break it? Enter the protagonist, wielding fire magic alongside his spear and shield. Fire clashed against water in a steaming explosion. Who would dominate this elemental war? A decisive strike left the golem reeling. Jun Kyung had secured his first major blow. Muscle isn't enough, Jun Kyung warned. The mana in this gate is our greatest weapon. Strategy was key. They needed to overclock their blades with the gate's raw energy. An archer gasped. High-rank mana infusion? Whatever it takes, let's try it. The hunters rallied, their weapons glowing with new power. The tide was finally turning. Victory felt possible. The golem's liquid armor was finally starting to crack under pressure. But small chips weren't enough. Jun Kyung knew he had to delete the boss entirely. The core was the target. But timing was everything. He couldn't afford a single mistake. Patience was a virtue. They watched as the Titan gathered its swirling strength once more. It was preparing another devastating blast. Jun Kyung narrowed his eyes. Get ready to dodge. One shot. One kill. The core was wide open, and he wasn't going to miss. Without a shred of doubt, he lunged. He was a blur of steel and determination. The golem couldn't even flinch. His spear tore through its heart like a lightning bolt. The boss shattered into mist. Up in the heavens, the patrons were officially intrigued. With a simple gesture, his spear flew back. This return skill was a total game-changer. Wait, the spear and shield? A hunter whispered. The rumors were actually true. It was the legendary super rookie. Hope surged through the raid they might actually survive. All eyes were on the rookie. He'd finally caught the patron's attention, but one was livid. The fallen angel's fury was palpable. This wasn't supposed to happen. Other gods grew bored, but Jun Kyung didn't care. His raw skill spoke for itself. Even the Demon King struggled with multiple patrons. Jun Kyung was breaking every known rule. Strength without divine backing? Impressive. Meanwhile, the Northern Army leader was absolutely fuming. How did he get this strong? Choi Young-son growled. That's easily A-rank level power. He couldn't play nice anymore. His knight stepped forward. Sir, it's time to intervene. Was this all part of the kid's plan? They couldn't just sit on the sidelines. If our original trap failed, the knight suggested, we need a deadlier strategy immediately. Choi Young-seon snapped. Did his own subordinate think he was ready to quit? We haven't lost yet, he hissed. I built this empire from nothing. I don't retreat. Refusing to back down, he rallied his elite squad. We finish this gate ourselves. No one tramples on a king's pride. It was time to show their true colors. The knight stood tall, removing his helmet to reveal a determined, albeit nervous, face. You're my new deputy, Choi declared, despite the man's soft features. Scanning the chaotic battlefield, Choi Young-seon decided. This kid was asking for a funeral. Like hungry wolves, the Northern Army hunters descended upon the monster horde. They wanted glory, but the super rookie wasn't about to let them steal the spotlight. He kept shredding through waves, his level climbing higher with every monster he slaughtered. To any bystander, he seemed to be burning out, but every level up refilled his stamina, drop by agonizing drop. Unbeknownst to him, a colossal titan with glowing predatory eyes was already closing in from the shadows. A sudden shout pierced the air, and Jun Kyung reacted instantly, incinerating the beast with a burst of flame magic. Turning around, he spotted a mysterious girl nearby. She teased him, saying he lacked eyes in the back of his head. Recognizing her as the famous Jong In Chong, the young hunter coolly replied that he didn't need her protection. Her expression faltered, feeling a sting of rejection from the protagonist, but she wasn't about to back down now. Determination flared in her eyes. She was ready to push past her physical limits to prove her worth. To show Lee Jun-kyung her true resolve, the girl prepared to fight, even if it meant betraying the Northern Army. She charged the bloodthirsty beast alone, fueled by In Chong's belief that her sense of justice would shield the innocent. Nearby, desperate hunters scrambled to find healing potions, their morale shattered by the sight of their fallen comrades. They pleaded for a healer's intervention. Jun Kyung remembered starting with 111 men in this living hell. Now, less than half remained. In Chong checked on him, and Jun Kyung gave a stoic nod, claiming he was fine. He shifted the focus back to her. Suddenly, Northern Army hunters began mocking In Chang with venomous insults. They spat the word traitor at her, completely disregarding her status as the guild's second-in-command. Jun Kyung was disgusted. How could they be so vile? Even the ruthless Northern Army usually valued martial honor. He spoke up, reminding the mob that In Chang was still their deputy head, a fact they couldn't simply erase. Since she had already burned her bridges with those snakes, Jun Kyung offered her a spot by his side. In Chang revealed that she turned her back on them precisely because she still cared for the people they abandoned. She officially joined Jun Kyung's cause, refusing to let those she loved suffer under the guild's corrupt leadership. She couldn't just stand by and watch her world spiral into a bottomless abyss of greed and cruelty. The protagonist knew the Northern Army's leader was about to make a desperate move, regardless of the risks involved. In Chang stood ready for the fallout. Suddenly, the final wave of the dungeon hit with terrifying force. The earth shook as the final boss, the legendary river worm, emerged. Jun Kyung called the situation pure, unadulterated madness. In Chang suspected the Northern Army leader held a hidden trump card specifically designed to slay this massive beast. She was certain that an ancient, powerful artifact gave the leader the edge he needed to win. He possessed a secret method to bring the giant low. But before Choi Yong-son could claim his prize, certain obstacles stood in his way, and those who opposed the raid's completion had to be dealt with first. Jun Kyung and In Chang stood their ground against a sea of hostile hunters who were blinded by confusion. In Chang exposed the Northern Army's treachery, asking the hunters if they hadn't noticed the sinister oddities around them. The leadership planned to sacrifice everyone to hoard the loot. As deputy leader, she finally revealed the ugly truth. She warned them all. The guild's elite were currently moving to eliminate every witness on the battlefield. Jun Kyung was stunned by the shift in atmosphere. Desperate hunters are most dangerous when they're backed into a corner. Facing certain death, the hunters chose to revolt. The guild leader scoffed, calling their defiance a pathetic, meaningless gesture. To him, nothing had changed. The Northern Army would continue its bloody path exactly as he had envisioned. With a roar and a flourish of his blade, Choi Yong-son summoned the terrifying river worm into the fray. Jun Kyung watched in awe as the monster began vacuuming up the water, only to blast it skyward. The resulting deluge threatened to drown the entire area. Jun Kyung realized they were using the beast to terraform the battlefield. If the leader succeeded, he'd be hailed as a legendary hero, but Jun Kyung knew he was just a fraud. The true god of war, Lee Jun Kyung, wondered if his non-stop grinding would be enough to survive this storm. Choi Yong-son narrowed his eyes, baffled by how the young man's flames continued to burn in the torrential rain. Clutching his blazing weapon, Jun Kyung stood defiant against the flood, his aura radiating an intense, unstoppable heat. He realized there was no room for talk anymore. The only path forward was paved with cold, hard violence. The air crackled with tension as Choi Yong-son and Lee Jun Kyung finally collided in an inevitable showdown. Fueled by burning passion, our hero swung his weapon, aiming a devastating blow at the Northern Army's corrupt leader, Choi Yong-son. Stunned, the leader couldn't believe a mere rookie possessed such crushing intent. Where did this brat hide such monstrous power? Standing on the riverbank, the guild leader smirked, certain his hydropowers would surge in this watery environment. As a high ranker, he felt untouchable. Jun Kyung knew that back at the entrance, he was just a flea compared to this titan, but he hadn't been slacking. A frantic Choi Yong-son demanded to know if some god-tier patron was backing this kid. Had a hidden entity gifted him this cheat code strength? Jun Kyung just shrugged, claiming he'd simply been hoarding his mana. He'd been grinding in the shadows, farming levels like a ghost. But honestly, none of that history mattered anymore. That wasn't the point of this chat. Suddenly, the air sizzled as his flames roared with a terrifying, relentless heat. This wasn't normal fire. Water couldn't touch it. The guild leader's heart sank. Brute force wouldn't win this fight. He needed a tactical shift. Desperate, Yong-son screamed for the river worm to rise and shield him from the blaze. "You're only acting tough because of some pathetic blessing," the villain spat, his eyes full of murderous arrogance. But the power flowing through him? It was celestial leagues above whatever scrap of luck the boy had found. It was time for a brutal reality check. Jun Kyung watched closely, sensing the river worm's primal instincts kick in. The beast was reacting as if shielding its own offspring. Yong-son stood there, basking in the monster's eerie protection. Looming behind him was a mountain-sized horror. Seeing his opening, Jun Kyung gritted his teeth. It's now or never. Ignoring the titan's shadow, he charged straight for the guild leader. Yong-son just laughed at the kid's reckless courage. He never expected the brat to actually close the gap. Junkyung unleashed a devastating strike with everything he had, but a shimmering barrier from the monster absorbed the impact. Safe behind his pet, the leader's ego swelled again. He swung his blade in a lethal counter. "Kneel and beg," he barked. "Maybe then I'll show a shred of mercy." If he groveled, he might survive. After all, the Northern Army was destined to stand alone at the top. Suddenly, Zhang and Chong stepped in. "What about your vow?" she demanded. "Did your oath to humanity mean nothing? Had his noble ideals just rotted away?" The two warriors stood locked in a tense, silent stare-down. The heated debate raged on until Jun Kyung did the unthinkable. He lunged directly toward the worm's gaping maw. "You've got it twisted," Jun Kyung smirked. He wasn't running. He was waiting for the beast to swallow its child. These creatures shield their young by gulping them down. And inside that massive gut, it's a bone-dry furnace. In that parched stomach, your water-based patron is useless. Without the river's blessing, you're just a sitting duck. The Lord of Rivers will lose all influence, while my hellfire, it's only going to burn hotter in there. "Impossible! I am the chosen king!" he roared, closing in on Jun Kyung with a face twisted by desperation. "Who are you really?" he screamed. Jun Kyung didn't answer with words. He let his exploding flames do the talking. Suddenly, the Soul Guardian's skull began to feast on a powerful essence. Jun Kyung knew exactly how this relic worked. It didn't want monster trash. It craved the refined souls of elite hunters who had bled for their power. The fallen angel descended, crushing the Lord of Rivers. Instantly, every ounce of divine support vanished like a dream. Jun Kyung stared in awe. Had a literal god just been erased by the fallen angel's overwhelming might? But the Demon King's lore was clear. Patrons are eternal. They don't just die, do they? From the swirling abyss, a black raven materialized. "You still haven't given me an answer, boy," it croaked. The bird demanded a resolution. Jun Kyung's mind flashed back to the blood-soaked battle with the guild leader. "I didn't hunt a monster. I broke a man," he declared. "Peace? No. I'll walk the Demon King's path. But that's just the start. To flip this world upside down, I'll carry every sin and stain imaginable. I'll be greater than any Demon King before me." The raven took flight, amused by his audacious response. "We'll meet again soon," it promised, before dissolving back into a cloud of ominous black smoke. As the shadows faded, Jun Kyung whispered, "Go back. Tell your master everything you saw here today." The reign of the Rhine River Gate boss was over. The massive worm finally collapsed, lifeless and charred. Trapped in an inescapable inferno, it perished. As the MVP, Jun Kyung claimed the legendary essence of water. His level skyrocketed. The surrounding hunters could only stare in shock at the rookie who'd slain a legend. Cheers erupted amidst the disbelief. The super rookie hadn't just survived, he'd conquered the impossible. Zhang and Chong screamed a warning. Jun Kyung whirled around just as his rival launched one last desperate strike. With godlike reflexes, our protagonist threw up his shield, parrying the lethal strike just in time. The deputy head's face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. He snarled at Lee Jun Kyung, demanding to know how some random nobody dared to cripple his brother and nuke their entire operation. But Jun Kyung didn't bite. He simply danced around the flurry of desperate attacks, waiting for the guild leader's brother to gas out. The moment the villain stumbled, Jun Kyung's spear was already at his throat. He looked him dead in the eye and delivered a cold reality check. He reminded him that hunters were granted this insane power to be humanity's shield, not its oppressors. Great power isn't a toy, it's a heavy burden. Bullies like you aren't hunters, Jun Kyung spat, tired of the meaningless slaughter he'd witnessed throughout the day. Turning his back on the pathetic man, the protagonist prepared to leave the battlefield behind. He offered one last chance at redemption, repent, and live. But the deputy head wasn't about to take the L gracefully. From a hidden sheath, he drew a poisoned blade, lunging at the hero with a desperate, murderous cry. Suddenly, Jung and Chang blurred into motion, intercepting the treacherous strike of her own comrade. The deputy head froze in total disbelief. He couldn't wrap his head around her betrayal while the Soul Keeper's skull pulsed, devouring yet another essence for Jun Kyung. Jun Kyung checked on the girl, but In Chang was drowning in regret, wishing she'd put a stop to this madness much sooner. She felt the weight of every lost soul on her shoulders, but our hero stepped in, telling her that the tragedy wasn't her cross to bear. Unlike the rest, her heart was still pure. Still, she dropped her blade, claiming she was finished with the hunter life and needed to atone for the Northern Army's sins. Looking at her hollow eyes, Jun Kyung wondered if her spirit had finally snapped under the pressure. He knew her destiny was to become a legend, and he refused to let her spark burn out in some dark corner of the world. For now, he'd play the silent guardian. As they emerged from the gate, a chaotic sea of flashing cameras and shouting reporters awaited them. A high-ranking official from the association tried to push back the crowd, begging for some breathing room. But the press was hungry for blood, screaming questions about the whereabouts of the legendary guild head, Choi Young-soo. The big boss was missing in action, and the silence from the dungeon was deafening. Everyone wanted the tea. What happened in that hellhole? Why was the Northern Army wiped out? And who was this mystery guy leading the survivors? That's when the titan of the top league stepped forward, confirming the rumors of a new S-rank monster rookie. He stood as a wall between the exhausted hunters and the vultures of the press, demanding they show some respect. These heroes just walked through hell, Seongui-han announced. Give them the damn peace they've earned. It was a grim victory. Of the 110 who entered, only 39 walked out. Without the rookie, that number would have been 0. High above, a jet-black raven circled the city before diving through a window, landing beside a man wearing a sinister eye patch. The man noted that Hugin was lagging behind, his gaze fixed on the intel the bird brought back. He realized the rookie knew too much about the river worms and the secret path to becoming a true hero. This changed everything. The raven croaked in a cryptic, ancient tongue, confirming the man's darkest suspicions. The protagonist was leveling up at a terrifying pace. To deal with this anomaly, they needed to corner the survivors of the Rhine River Gate. They began spinning their web, preparing the ultimate trap for the hero. The Northern Army is trash now, the man whispered into his phone, ordering his cleanup crew to bury the truth through the media. Back at the base, young In Chang stepped into the room where the remnants of her guild stood waiting. She dropped the bombshell. She was hanging up the sword for good, but her squad wasn't ready to let their leader walk away. Through the blood and fire of the dungeon, they'd become more than a guild, they were family. As she turned to leave, she saw them all standing tall. They didn't blame her for the carnage. They laid that sin solely at the feet of the guild leader's corrupt brother. In a powerful display of loyalty, the hunters dropped to their knees, pleading with her to keep leading them. They wanted a shot at a real life, to be the kind of men who could look their children in the eye without shame. They vowed to carry the guild's dark history together, so In Chang wouldn't have to break under the weight. I'm just the captain of a ghost ship, she argued, but they refused to let her sink alone. They showed her their own blood-stained hands, proving that they were all in this together, for better or worse. Meanwhile, Seongui-han second-guessed his decision to hype up the young hunter to the world. But Lee Jun-kyung just grinned, knowing the veteran had actually done him a massive favor. Thanks to that public shout-out, Jun-kyung's name was trending everywhere. He'd gone from a nobody to a global phenomenon overnight. With S-rank power coursing through his veins, the world was finally realizing that a new king had arrived. In the flash of a gate clear, with a literal snap of his fingers, our hero leaped from rank C straight to rank A. The media went wild for this saga. He was the ultimate hero, defying all odds. Just who was this mysterious dark horse? Smashing every expectation during the raids, Song Gu-yong pointed out that dark horse is usually a label reserved for the weak. That title didn't fit a super rookie like him. Lee Jun-kyung countered that given his zero background, it actually made sense. Song Gu-yong feared Lee Jun-kyung would find his prying annoying, but luckily, the young hunter didn't take it personally at all. Our protagonist then suggested briefing the top league guild leader on his upcoming moves. Lee Jun-kyung questioned his companion on how he knew he was manipulating the hero creation strategy to his own benefit. The concept of manufacturing heroes was completely unheard of in this current timeline. A stunned Song Gu-yong asked, was Lee Jun-kyung truly capable of forging a hero out of thin air? Lee Jun-kyung revealed that the guild master already knew the score, being a secret operative of Asgard himself. Suddenly, Song Gu-yong radiated overwhelming aura. His temperature skyrocketed as his eyes began to blaze with light. Sensing the shift, an assistant asked the association head if something was wrong. The chief replied that things were getting spicy. Eyeing Song Gu-yong, Lee Jun-kyung realized he was finally witnessing the man's hidden, true strength. The bald man gasped, wondering how the kid knew. Lee Jun-kyung recalled that Heimdall was already an Asgard member back then. He questioned Song Gu-yong's motives. It was clear his every move was calculated based on his knowledge of the grand plan. Song Gu-yong admitted Lee Jun-kyung had outmaneuvered him, making a move far sooner than anyone expected. He had his own doubts. That insane growth speed practically screamed that the boy was hiding forbidden knowledge. Lee Jun-kyung realized that's why the trap was set, and like a clueless fish, he'd swallowed the bait whole. Our hero reflected that his actions were purely instinctive, not some grand design. He pushed for answers on why it was necessary, but at the time, only silence greeted him. Lee Jun-kyung declared his intent to infiltrate Asgard. They're a shadow cabal of elite hunters, and the real war starts now. Jung In-chang asked why he wanted to see her. Lee Jun-kyung didn't mince words. Cutting straight to the point, he invited her to join his side, but she felt her purpose died at the Rhine gates. With her influence in the Northern Army gone, she viewed herself as nothing more than dead weight. She insisted she had nothing left to offer. However, the protagonist stood his ground. He called her an invaluable asset, sparking her indignation. It felt like he could see right through her soul. She confessed the Northern Army was a dumpster fire and she was complicit in their mess. Lee Junkyung just listened. He asked for the truth. With a heavy heart, she admitted being blind to the horrors happening in the shadows. Countless hunters were committing atrocities, blindly following the guildmaster's twisted orders. Lee Junkyung recalled their secret attempts to erase him. They ruthlessly crushed anyone who dared block their path. As head of the Northern Army, Choi Young-sun treated regular people like literal bugs. It was a sickening reality. For someone with her morals, the guilt was a crushing weight. Without intervention, she would surely shatter. But the world couldn't afford to lose a dragon slayer like this. He asked her what she'd do if the cycle continued. The young man noted that gates keep appearing while hunters awaken godlike powers. Civilians stand zero chance against such overwhelming force. If the Northern Army is this corrupt, imagine the world outside. He challenged her. Was she truly ready to abandon those who desperately needed a savior? He vowed to rip this corruption out by the roots and purge the darkness festering around them. The moment of truth had arrived. Jung In-chong had to decide exactly where her loyalties lied. Lee Jun-kyung planned to destroy every nightmare she had witnessed. Shaken, the girl asked if he could truly stop it. She acknowledged his strength, but questioned if even he realized the terrifying scale of the power he held. Feeling helpless, she asked if he had a real plan to reshape the world when enemies inevitably closed in. Stealing his resolve, the young man dropped a bombshell. He was a traveler from the future. Countless lives will vanish. The impending carnage will be absolute before the world even begins to truly change. He needed her power. He asked if she knew the association would summon them soon. They would meet at the assembly. Until then, his offer remained firmly on the table. News reports were exploding with the Northern Army Guild's scandals. Their horrific atrocities were finally being exposed. Innocent lives were lost. Jun Kyung realized this dark conspiracy ran deeper than he ever imagined. Was this all a setup? Now that they were no longer useful, they were being discarded. Total annihilation, orchestrated by him. Suddenly, the skull charm on his wrist flared with an eerie light. Raw energy surged. The Soul Keeper's skull had awakened, ready to be reborn as a legendary familiar. The restoration was complete. The artifact greedily devoured the souls of the guild leader and his brother. It also consumed the waterworm's essence and the core gemstone from the massive water golem. The entity's name was revealed as Hun Mu. To summon it, one simply had to invoke its name. Jun Kyung wondered about its power. A massive, spectral skull materialized, asking if its master had called. He stayed calm. Was this bone dragon actually capable of speech? The sight was absolutely mind-blowing. Mana saturated the air like oxygen. Jun Kyung meditated so fiercely that phantom flames engulfed his body. Enveloped in heat, he wondered, were hunters only scratching the surface of magic's true, hidden potential? He searched for a secret method to siphon even more power from the surging mana flow. The Demon King's legendary techniques were only vaguely described, making them incredibly difficult to actually master. Every attempt failed. Jun Kyung realized he was fast approaching a critical point of no return. Judgment Day was looming. Soon, even elite A-rank hunters would be stripped down to C-rank status. He had to level up fast before the crash, but skyrocketing his stats was proving nearly impossible. A ping hit his phone. He was directed to a roadside pickup point for an official escort. The big meeting was finally here. The association representative remarked he'd never seen a rookie this hyped. Kim Soo-young noted that, even in the deadliest dungeons, this kid usually kept a poker face. Not even the Rhine River gates rattled him. Apparently, only the president caused him any jitters. Meeting the association president was daunting. He wasn't the type of guy you could just casual talk with. Soo-young reassured him. There was no reason for anxiety. This wasn't some kind of interrogation. The super rookie wasn't in trouble. He was there to be rewarded for his merits and chat. Over 50 hunters perished at those gates, Jun Kyung countered, including the top Northern Army leaders. He doubted this was a simple congratulatory party. There had to be a real investigation happening. This felt like a formal inquiry. Song Hyun then asked if he truly planned to join Asgard. It was all within his territory. Our hero knew the stakes were high and the players dangerous. Heimdall and Asgard were at odds. Their noble mission for humanity had clearly rotted from within. Everything was turning toxic. After encountering the Demon King, Song Hyun's faith in Asgard had completely shattered. He had a short-lived alliance with the Demon King in Asgard before cutting ties and walking away. Jun Kyung planned to beat the Demon King to Asgard and exploit their resources for power leveling. He'd drain Asgard dry of every advantage. Stepping into the office, he found his target waiting. The association president was browsing his bookshelf. He turned, sensing the young hunter's powerful presence. He apologized, claiming the invitation had slipped his mind during his hectic, back-to-back schedule. Despite the delay, he was eager to meet the legendary rookie who managed the nation's hunter association. This was Jong Hyo-jin. Jun Kyung knew this man had watched the Northern Army with fascination. Even the Demon King's biography noted his influence. He was a powerhouse who commanded absolute respect. Hyojin cut the small talk immediately. He looked Junkyung in the eye and asked, "Who are you?" He insisted they skip the charades. Since they already knew each other's secrets, playing games was useless. Junkyung knew Hyojin backed the Northern Army. The records warned that Odin's words were lies. Every syllable out of Odin's mouth was fake. Hyojin sighed, admitting he was bored with everything. He realized they were worlds apart. The president admitted that the young hunter was becoming quite intriguing. Since his awakening, he'd cleared countless gates, and even solo slayed the terrifying Goblin King. Pro leagues were desperate to sign him after he absolutely crushed that A-rank riverworm alone. Jung Hyojin was shook. The kid's leveling speed was literally off the charts. But questions lingered. The association president demanded to know why he'd crushed his prized creation. He'd personally groomed Choi Young-sun, after all. Lee Jun-kyung just stared back, knowing the president, saw every detail through his crow's eyes. He only eliminated those who dared to target him first. The logic was undeniable. Yet, the president lamented the loss of the soldier he had painstakingly molded. Lee Jun-kyung scoffed. If he was just a pawn, why beat around the bush? Just get to the point. Then, our hero dropped a bombshell. He wanted into Asgard. Jung Hyojin couldn't help but be impressed. This kid had a knack for keeping people on their toes. Did he even understand what Asgard was? He knew it was the elite first-gen hunter circle. He added that he was currently facing Odin himself, the legendary king of Asgard. Jun-kyung doubled down. The Demon King's book warned, Odin was never a saint. That eternal kindness was a sham, a ruthless mask. But even a god like him had a glaring weakness. The president's composure cracked. How could a mere rookie know his deepest secrets? Jun-kyung remained silent. He'd bet his life on the book's intel, and the gamble paid off. Jung Hyojin's curiosity was piqued. He couldn't turn him away now. Plus, his mystical gaze seemed to have zero effect on the boy. Did he know about the eye? Jun-kyung smirked. You mean the eye that pierces all truth? The fallen angel patron had completely wiped any trace of mental interference from Odin. Grinning, Jung Hyojin agreed to the recruitment if he could survive a series of brutal trials first. Only then could he officially apply. To ensure silence, the president issued a strict gag order. No one was to speak a word about this encounter. It was a high-level mental ban. But Jun-kyung noticed something wild. His patron had blocked the gaze and the ban effortlessly. Luckily, Odin was oblivious. If his patron could reflect a god's ban, his mental defense was god tier. The fallen angel could dispel any psychic assault. Talk about a completely broken, unbalanced cheat code. After the tense meeting, our hero met up with In Chang to discuss the aftermath. He asked why she was still there. Sadly, she hadn't even worked up the nerve to ask why he'd done it. Jun-kyung suggested the president was simply severing all ties with her. Since she knew too much, why would Jung Hyojin let her walk? Was it just her innocence? She sighed, saying the president just invents new sins for the innocent. There was no point in fighting. Jun-kyung disagreed. It was simpler than that. She was alive because she was irrelevant to him. To Odin, she was a non-factor. As long as the Northern Army stood, her life meant nothing. He could crush it whenever he needed to send a message to a more useful guild. That's exactly why Jun-kyung needed her. He was going to flip this corrupt world upside down. She might think he was arrogant, but what did she have to lose? Things couldn't get worse. It was a nothing-left-to-lose situation. They were in this together now. They talked in the shadows of a decaying factory, far away from any prying eyes or ears. In Chang asked about his next move. Then, Jun-kyung dropped a question of his own. Had she found a patron within the Rhine River gates? Which entity was watching over her? She revealed a glowing crimson stone, unsure of its power. Her patron, the Prince Charming, had gifted her the Dragon's Bloodstone. According to the autobiography of the Demon King, this legendary item had only appeared thrice in history. It was the key to Siegfried's immortality. Shockingly, In Chang offered the priceless artifact to Jun-kyung. He couldn't believe his ears. Did she realize its true worth? She smiled, seeing that he clearly understood its value better. He desperately wanted that stone, but could he really just take it from her like that? He asked if she was truly okay with giving away a gift from her own patron. She insisted it was for the one who finally saw her and believed in her potential. She was genuinely excited to see what they could accomplish together. A new alliance was born. Jun-kyung nodded, signaling his understanding. He braced for a grueling, soul-crushing grind to secure that legendary stone. Yet, the reality of the situation turned out to be shockingly effortless. He eyed the girl, wondering if she was truly this naive. Do pure souls like her even exist anymore? Reappearing at the forge, Jun-kyung offered a casual greeting after their long stretch apart. The smith froze in shock. Why now? Meanwhile, Jun-kyung's gaze swept over the blacksmith's newest creations. The finished blades were elite. Impressive work, our hero remarked with genuine respect. They're still raw, the smith grunted, though he appreciated the perfect heat Jun Kyung provided. But the materials were trash. Jun Kyung knew that even god-tier skills couldn't fix garbage supplies. Everything was moving at breakneck speed. Top-tier materials do not just fall from the sky. Without warning, our protagonist pulled out the legendary dragon bloodstone, leaving the smith speechless. The dwarf gaped at the unknown mineral. This isn't a handout, Jun Kyung clarified firmly. Exactly. No sane person would just gift away an artifact this mystical and priceless. Suddenly, Jun Kyung snatched a heavy hammer from the wall, catching the smith completely off guard. He slammed the bloodstone onto the anvil and raised the hammer high for a crushing strike. Watch closely, he commanded. The dwarf's eyes went wide as he screamed for him to stop. Crack! The stone cleaved perfectly. The smith grabbed the halves, watching them transform into two whole gems. The blacksmith stared, stunned. Was this madness necessary? According to the ancient records, if the stone tastes enough blood, it regenerates, allowing for a divine duplication process. Jun Kyung slotted half into his Muspelheim spear. This was not a toy for reckless experimentation, though. Don't worry, Jun Kyung smirked. I have big plans for the remaining piece as well. He spotted a gladius that mirrored Siegfried's legendary blade. This was exactly what he needed. The second fragment was destined for that blade. Instantly, his combat efficiency reached a whole new level. The gem hungrily drank the orc's blood as they tore through the dungeon with absolute ease. This one-handed sword, it is unreal, the girl whispered, feeling the raw power in her grip. It felt like a natural extension of her soul. Jun Kyung nodded exactly what he expected from Ok Ji Hyun. His craftsmanship was unrivaled. So, he asked his companion, how is the stone's charge looking? Only 2%, she replied. The more they hunted, the faster that percentage would climb. In Chang never imagined such a broken mechanic endless duplication. Giving it to him was a total game changer. Every kill brought them closer to godhood. Giving the stone to the young man was the smartest move. Their chatter was cut short as a massive beast emerged, its roar shaking the very air. The monster lunged, trying to break their spirit, but Jun Kyung danced around the strike effortlessly. He countered with a blast of searing fire. This gate's boss was no joke, an ogre warrior. Its power was off the charts. Where did In Chang go? He wondered, scanning the chaos. He looked back to see the girl tanking the ogre's massive blow with her new blade. Siegfried's sword was built to withstand dragon-level destruction. Even the monster seemed stunned by her strength. It could not believe a human was pushing back. It was time for In Chang's lethal counterattack. With one violent swing, the beast fell. Having you cover my back feels right, he admitted. We move out in 2 days, he stated. She knew the final hour was approaching fast. They would spend the next 48 hours grinding to perfect their synergy before the real nightmare started. Survival depended on it. The moment for Odin's mysterious trial was finally upon him. He had squeezed every drop of potential out of his limited time. Now, fate was calling. Her rise to fame would come eventually. For now, there was zero reason to rush her greatness. Later, the High League's top dog met with our hero to discuss the looming danger. Drop the mission, Song Gu-yan warned. Unless you have a literal death wish for tomorrow. This will not be a cakewalk like the Rhine River incident. This is a whole different level, Jun Kyung. Sensing the weight of his sincerity, Song Gu-yong pressed the guild leader on his hidden agenda and why he'd truly joined the league. Ultimately, the leader admitted he had absolute faith in Lee Jun Kyung, casting aside all his lingering doubts. Stunned, the young man wondered where this blind trust came from. The guild leader just shrugged, unable to explain it himself. Call it intuition, he muttered. Regardless, Song Gu-yong was adamant. Lee Jun Kyung couldn't risk going tomorrow. Odin already had his sights on the boy. Even without a test, the invitation to join Asgard was practically guaranteed. The offer was open, but Song Gu-yong warned him Lee Jun Kyung hadn't truly earned that legendary title yet. Rushing in tomorrow meant a posthumous title at best. Jun Kyung nodded, appreciating the guild leader's genuine concern. Don't sweat it, Jun Kyung replied. He promised to make it back alive. His mission was far from over. Reunited with the crew, our hero congratulated Kim Soo-young on her big promotion. She beamed, clearly hyped about the news. She noted that his skyrocketing success as a hunter was making her job as a curator legendary. But the real flex? Representing the entire nation in a massive international expedition. It was the ultimate honor. In Chang caught the vibe, calling Kim Soo-young a real one. Jun Kyung agreed. Some things never change. Celebration time was cut short as a massive portal surged to life. It was time to move out. The special representative's voice boomed. The London gate was stable. The mission was officially a go. Stay safe out there, was the final warning before they crossed. On the other side, local officials greeted them with massive respect. Meeting the legendary Dark Horse in person was a big deal for London. The crew returned the greeting with professional cool. They expressed their own excitement. acting as the official welcoming committee sent by the host country's association. As Jun Kyung and his partner introduced themselves, In Chung realized Jun Kyung was vibing in multiple languages. It was a massive advantage. Our hero reflected on why he'd even bothered to master foreign tongues. Back in the brutal Eden era, if you didn't speak English, you were treated as less than human. The staff offered to show them to their quarters, knowing portal travel usually drains a hunter's stamina. After the grueling trip, a massive gala awaited them tonight to honor the world's strongest arrivals. As hunters gathered for the expedition, In Chung felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Lacking English skills, she was lost. Jun Kyung translated, noting some people were genuinely hyped to meet her. Others, however, were throwing shade. Suddenly, the crowd parted as a massive, intimidating figure stepped into the hall. He completely ignored the formal dress code, looking like a tank as he marched straight toward our crew. "Who are you, scrubs?" he scoffed. He'd expected Korean weaklings, but these two weren't what he envisioned. Glaring at our hero, the giant sneered that a guy this scrawny couldn't even throw a decent punch. "Why is the Korean Association sending trash?" he barked. In Chong didn't catch the words, but the toxic energy was obvious. Judging by his face, she knew things were going south fast. This man was from Asgard, the Shadow Masters of Korea. They were the puppeteers, lurking in the darkness, controlling everything from behind the scenes. Global shadow groups like them were constantly locked in a brutal power struggle for world dominance. They fought for control over the gates, and the upcoming dungeon battle was their ultimate playground. Their noble goal of saving humanity had vanished, replaced by a toxic thirst for dominance. Determined to prove his superiority, Grimello mocked the Korean for being too stunned to even speak. Jun Kyung looked at him with pity. This guy was completely out of his league and didn't even know it. This dungeon clash was originally meant for Choi Yong-sun, the legendary hunter who would have earned his title there. He was supposed to become Gunther at the Rhine Gate, but Jun Kyung's intervention flipped the script. History had shifted. The man who would be Gunther was dead, and Odin's master plan lay in ruins. Odin was forced to play his new card, Lee Jun Kyung. To the bully, Jun Kyung didn't even look like a threat. Was this the butterfly effect in action? Suddenly, the youth offered his hand, claiming it was a massive honor to finally meet the legendary Dark Horse. His name was on everyone's lips. The thug stood frozen, doubting this kid was actually the real deal. Glaring at the bully, the newcomer scolded Demetrius for his reckless behavior while offering a sincere apology. He told them to disregard that brainless meathead. "My name is George," he introduced himself smoothly. His awakener title? Odysseus. Lee Jun Kyung instantly realized he was standing before a future mythic hero. A hero fated to be crushed by his own ally, Hercules. Jun Kyung firmly gripped his hand. He mentioned the legend of Odysseus preceded him. George blushed, insisting he was no legendary dark horse. Demetrius reached out, attempting a forced reconciliation through a handshake. He revealed his title was Hercules. "Does the dark horse know of my Greek homeland?" Demetrius barked, demanding his apology be accepted. The records were clear. Hercules was a literal demon. Just standing near him sent shivers down your spine. Young-in Chang stepped forward, intercepting Demetrius and snatching his hand midair with chilling precision. The girl ordered the giant to back off. Her partner wasn't interested in his fake apology. The Hulk froze. How dare this girl defy him? But In Chung's grip was like a vice, crushing the air out of him. He was completely paralyzed. George watched in disbelief as this girl effortlessly restrained Hercules' raw power. Hercules shoved her back and erupted in laughter. Had they found another top-tier dark horse to play with? This was getting interesting. The giant smirked, promising their paths would cross again very soon. George gave a respectful bow and apologized once more, before disappearing into the crowded room. Jun Kyung checked on his partner. She whispered that they'd eventually have to slay a beast like this Hulk. According to the archives, Hercules was an indestructible wall. Jun Kyung stared into the distance. A direct fight meant certain death. However, every god has a heel, a flaw keeping him from peak. Under the surface of these nightly parties, secret factions were busy scouting their next targets. Tension brewed as certain elite groups refused to show their faces, fueling rumors and growing resentment. The mission commander finally signaled their arrival. The long journey was finally over. Defending a foreign border was a daunting task. Jun Kyung noted that sightseeing would have to wait. They needed to stay sharp. The staff member looked visibly anxious about the upcoming raid. Hunters needed to hoard every drop of mana for the gates. He promised to wait for their return. The duo stepped into the Ogre Horde Gate. Above them, the celestial patrons watched with hungry eyes. Jun Kyung declared they wouldn't leave this hellhole until the target item dropped into their laps. If they failed here, they'd hit every gate in the city. He told her to focus on defense. His current stats couldn't survive one blow from Hercules. In Chang's shield was their only hope. Leaving his weapon behind, Jun Kyung told the sword-wielding girl to stay put and guard the entrance. She blinked in confusion. Were they really splitting up in a high-ranked dungeon like this? Not today, he replied. She'd understand the method to his madness soon enough. While waiting, he vanished into the shadows, leaving her alone. In-chang reflected on the crushing guilt of her past, but looking at the darkness now, her heart felt strangely still and at peace. Even her patron's messages shifted from rage to pure, unadulterated satisfaction with her progress. It was all his doing. Moments later, Jun Kyung emerged from the mist holding a blood-stained spear. "Brace yourself," he commanded. "Take the defensive stance now." The ground began to vibrate violently. A tidal wave of monsters surged over the horizon, their eyes glowing with homicidal intent. A dozen ogres led by a massive two-headed boss were charging. The girl's instinct screamed, "Run!" She turned to bolt, but Jun Kyung's voice cut through the air, ordering her to hold her ground. "Why me?" she panicked. "Every single one of those monsters is locked onto my soul." Then it clicked. He'd forced her to equip the ogre's natural enemy title specifically for this. Jun Kyung kept walking away, coolly assuring her she'd survive. The girl's eyes widened in realization. "Is that why my inventory is overflowing with healing potions?" She gripped her blade, ready for hell. She gave her word. Behind them, ogres roared, closing the gap on the terrified crowd, while screaming for them to halt. Jun Kyung summoned his familiar, Hyunmoo, who materialized 1 hour later. He then ordered Hyunmoo to go back up In-chang. He instantly splashed a healing potion on her as danger peaked. Now, he realized it was time to secure that missing piece. This crucial fragment was his key to crushing Hercules. Luckily, his mastery over flames gave him the ultimate edge. He snuffed out the inferno just by stepping through it. Suddenly, a monstrous ogre blocked our hero's path, radiating pure dread. This was a fight everyone dodged. Future legends would fearfully crown this beast, the red-eyed ogre mage. Driven by that chilling power, the High League's leader stormed into the association president's office, bypassing all security. A shocked assistant questioned Sang-hyun's intrusion, but the president waved them off, claiming everything was under control. Dismissing his staff, the president demanded to know what triggered such a reckless outburst from a top-tier guild leader. Sang-hyun barked that the president already knew the score. However, the old man just shook his head, playing dumb. Instantly, a soundproof barrier shimmered into existence, sealing their secrets away from any prying ears or hidden bugs. With privacy secured, the president got real, asking if the guild leader actually intended to follow the established protocols. Would he obey the laws of Asgard? Sun Gyeon scoffed. Was the president seriously trying to lecture him on ethics now? Had their vow to protect humanity been buried under red tape? Were these petty rules more important than human lives? All these vital rules. The president's eyes narrowed. Was this guild leader actually daring to call him out? Sun Gyeon shot back that he'd lecture him more if he thought the president actually gave a damn about listening. He pivoted the topic to Hercules, catching the president off guard. What kind of game was Sun Gyeon playing now? This next showdown was supposed to end Hercules. Was Olympus seriously planning to stab them in the back and cancel? Sun Gyeon suspected the president had deployed Hercules himself. But the reality was far grimmer than a simple betrayal. Was the president truly this clueless? Was he really about to march that rookie straight into a god-tier death trap? Does he not care about their star rookie? Sun Gyeon declared he was heading out too, but the president interrupted. He told him to chill. The kid dying wasn't on the agenda, regardless of how chaotic things were getting on site. Plus, he'd forged a mystical soul pact with the boy. If things went south, that bond would scream a warning instantly. The president noted that Olympus broke the treaty first, which finally gave him the green light to act without restraint. Sun Gyeon realized how devious the man was. Had the president predicted this entire mess from the very beginning? While the pact offered some safety, the High League leader still felt a cold, nagging dread gnawing at his gut. Disaster was looming. Unknown to Odin and Heimdall, the god's sacred pact had already been shattered into 1,000 pieces. A fallen angel had severed it. Now, a massive beast stalked toward the flaming house as Jun Kyung prepped a fireball. He figured a trail of fire could bait the beast away. Suddenly, Jun Kyung realized the dark truth behind this entire nightmare. This explained why an ogre mage anomaly had manifested here. Finally, the most vital piece of the puzzle clicked into place. Mid-prep for Hercules, Jun Kyung saw the Titan closing in. For a split second, pure, unadulterated fear paralyzed his very soul. He bolted, the monster hot on his heels. Our hero couldn't wrap his head around its impossible, high-speed movement. How could something that massive move that fast? This behemoth was actually on the same power level as Hercules himself. Could he even kill it? Usually, he'd dodge these nightmare fuel encounters, but the stakes were just too high this time. Running from fate while prepping for Hercules made zero sense. He needed this win. Suddenly, our hero skidded to a halt. Pivoting, he unleashed a torrent of flame magic at the beast. The gates were cleared, and Jun Kyung exhaled in relief. Things would have turned lethal if that monster had tagged him before his big dungeon showdown. He couldn't afford mistakes now. Standard potions wouldn't fix that kind of damage. Luckily, it looked like In Chang had already clutched the boss kill. She was a total beast you could count on. Meanwhile, Demetrius told Odysseus he hadn't spotted the kid in ages. Odysseus figured the Korean guy was grinding. Demetrius, bored out of his mind, begged for permission to just jump in. George shut that down instantly. The last thing he needed was Demetrius, causing another chaotic mess and more headaches. After defying Olympus to join the dungeon raid, Hercules scoffed, demanding to know exactly what crime he'd actually committed. Why throw a fight when victory was right there? As a true warrior, he absolutely loathed that kind of cowardly nonsense. George was losing his mind over Demetrius. As the dungeon battle loomed, Demetrius told him to stop stressing and just watch. He'd cover Odysseus regardless. That dark horse won't survive one strike, and he wasn't missing this chance for anything. George sized up every rival he'd ever respected, realizing how badly he'd underestimated this dark horse. Something deep inside him screamed that a massive storm was brewing. Jung In Chang questioned if her partner was hunting again, ready to move out. Li Junkyung refused her. He knew she wasn't battle-ready yet. In Chang demanded to know who caused her injuries. Junkyung explained that the ordeal unlocked a vital skill for her, one that would massively buff her physical stats and stamina. He ordered the girl to focus on recovery, vowing to handle today's mission solo. Stepping outside, he found himself on the legendary Alchemy Street. She had to be here. The air vibrated with raw mana. The youth ducked into a shop. He offered a quick apology for barging in. A girl behind the counter greeted him warmly. One look confirmed he'd found his target. The girl remarked that seeing a Korean hunter here was rare. Was he looking for a buff or something sinister? Jun Kyung dropped her name, Park Yoo-jin. The shopkeeper froze, demanding to know his identity. How did he know her? The hero smirked, asking if she'd truly abandoned her legendary forge. She was the sister of the world's greatest smith, a master alchemist known as Hephaestus. She wondered if Park Jae-hyun sent him. Fast forward 1 week later, Yoo-jin finished melting the red ore, fusing it perfectly onto the Muspelheim spear as requested. She demanded his real name now. Honestly, she'd never seen a combination this insane before. Red ore and a spear. Had this man really scoured England just for this mineral? Not even Olympus possessed such treasures. How did this kid even know where to look? Jun Kyung made his move, asking Park Yoo-jin to return to Korea with him. He promised her that Korea held far better materials than she'd ever find staying here. Yoo-jin was stunned. Was he actually claiming he could outsource the gods of Olympus? The audacity. But after a pause, she grinned. This crazy offer actually sounded like fun. Near the gate, a reporter announced the raid was live. Hunters from every nation gathered at the portal. In Chang asked if they'd fight everyone. Jun Kyung shook his head. Most weren't here for the PvP bloodbath. They just wanted to clear the dungeon and walk away with the loot. In Chang sighed in relief, glad that they weren't all looking for a fight. Jun Kyung wished the world was that simple, but reality was much darker. Right then, the towering Demetrius stepped forward, sneering at the nameless fodder surrounding the gate. The crowd backed away in pure terror. They knew this guy was bad news. Hercules roared, asking what the hell they were looking at. George told Demetrius to chill, the gate wasn't even open yet. Suddenly, Hercules locked eyes with our hero. He ignored everyone else, his blood boiling from the intensity of the Korean youth's gaze. The signal flashed, and hunters charged into the abyss, keeping a wary distance from each other. Jun Kyung whispered a warning to his partner. The moment we're inside, run for your life. In Chang blinked in confusion. Why was he telling her to abandon him? Suddenly, an explosion rocked Mount Catalan, blinding everyone with a violent flash. Screams filled the air. Terrified, In Chang scanned the chaos. Remembering her partner's command, she bolted, sprinting away from the madness. But her path was blocked by a mangled hunter. The dying man begged for help. Her heart wouldn't let her leave, so she stopped and forced a healing potion down his throat. Sensing danger, she unsheathed her blade. She swung instinctively as Demetrius emerged from the mist, impressed she'd actually blocked him. In Chang's arms trembled. This monster's casual strike felt heavier than an ogre lord's full power smash. Demetrius grinned, recognizing her as the Dark Horse's ally. The Titan laughed, thrilled he joined this raid, and prepared to swing again, winding up to crush Jung In Chang with a lethal strike. She barely sidestepped, realizing this monster's power was off the charts. Pure destruction. Hercules lunged again, mocking her silence. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Or are you just paralyzed by fear? In Chang gritted her teeth, parrying the onslaught with her soul-bound blade. Demetrius was a walking nightmare. Her skeleton felt like it was about to shatter, but this was the exact hell she trained for. She adjusted her stance, finally finding her rhythm against his heavy hits. All right, she smirked. My turn to play. Hercules chuckled, having heard whispers of this rising star. To him, she was just another hunter. who lacked a formal title but possessed top-tier instincts. He claimed she should feel honored to witness his true might firsthand. Suddenly, Demetrius triggered Wild Beast, unleashing a primal, catastrophic aura. He lunged for the kill. Seeing the massive power gap, Lee Junkyung realized they were severely outmatched. "Fall back, now," he barked. In Chong didn't hesitate for a second, pivoting and tailing him at full speed. Once they hit the safe zone, In Chang caught her breath. The second we crossed the gate, everything just exploded. The blast zone was a graveyard, instant death for anyone caught inside. Shaken, In Chang looked at her partner. "What the hell is happening?" Jun Kyung's face darkened. "It's a setup, a total trap." She assumed Demetrius pulled the strings, but Jun Kyung shook his head. "No, it's the opposite. Look, someone targeted the giant first, triggering his berserker rage." In Chang gaped. Did Jun Kyung predict this entire chaotic mess? "Is that why you told me to run?" He just stared ahead. "This is only the beginning of the nightmare. To be continued." In Chang shivered, realizing she narrowly escaped becoming a bloodstain under Demetrius's fist. "Game plan?" she asked. Jun Kyung's answer was grim. "Survival. That's our only objective right now." This was an A-rank hellscape. Right on cue, monstrous beasts began prowling from the shadows of the woods. Demetrius was just the tip of the iceberg. Jun Kyung summoned his familiar, and Skull immediately chimed in. "No other hunters detected nearby," Skull reported. Jun Kyung nodded. "Keep your eyes peeled. Don't let anything sneak up. Alert me the moment anything breathes our way." He turned to In Chang. "Let's move out." But In Chang lingered. With Hyunmoo keeping watch, Jun Kyung let her have her moment of silence. She was doing something unexpected, burying the fallen. His previous words echoed in her mind. Two paths to victory. Was he planning to headshot the boss or dive headfirst into the chaotic melee? "That boss is a freak of nature," he admitted. "Taking it down won't be a walk in the park." "You think Demetrius is the real threat?" she pressed. "Tell me you have an ace up your sleeve." "Actually, I'm aiming for both," he smirked. Just then, Hyunmoo materialized with an urgent update. 3 hunters with Skull Ink were lurking nearby. The pieces clicked. Our hero knew exactly who these guys were. These vultures were the architects of this chaos. They were the ones who poked the bear and enraged Demetrius. They timed the ambush perfectly at the gate. "Then we should steer clear," In Chang suggested, sensing trouble. "Why wait for them to find us?" But Jun Kyung had a much more proactive strategy in mind. Moments later, the 3 tattooed thugs were hogtied to a massive trunk as Demetrius's looming shadow engulfed them. "I was tracking the dark horse," Demetrius growled at George. "So where did these 3 clowns crawl out from?" George inspected the ink. "Borgin scum," he spat. The Borgin, a notorious syndicate operating from the shadows of North Africa. They were the bottom of the barrel, dealing in human trafficking and narcotics to fuel their reign of terror. "And these idiots are the ones who tried to jump you at the entrance," George added. The thugs turned pale, sobbing for mercy and claiming it was all a misunderstanding. Hercules just smirked. "I respect the hustle," the giant rumbled. "Winning at all costs is my life's motto. But you still have to play by the rules." Then, his massive fists began to rain down like falling meteors. Attacking at the gate was a cardinal sin in the dungeon's unspoken code of war. "Next time, follow the manual." "In the afterlife," Hercules roared. Within minutes, the screaming stopped. The Borgin agents were erased. Somewhere in the heavens, the patron of carnage watched with a twisted smile. George stood there, baffled. Since when did Demetrius care about rules? He didn't even take orders from Olympus. This was the man who humiliated Theseus. He was clearly talking to himself. Suddenly, Hercules' gaze shifted. What a comedian. Odysseus questioned if this was truly a gift, just as a squad of armed hunters ambushed them. Demetrius froze in surprise. Could these guys actually be working as accomplices behind the scenes? The hype was clearly contagious. The massive bruiser grinned, admitting he was finally starting to enjoy the chaos. Within moments, the hunters were history. Odysseus sighed, noting his partner possessed a truly disturbing appetite for violence. George pleaded for Demetrius to use his gear properly. After all, wasn't he supposed to be a professional fighter? George's disdain ran deep. To a brute like Demetrius, hunting meant feeling the literal crunch of bone with bare hands. A weakling like George couldn't grasp a warrior's soul, or the insatiable thirst for conquest surging through his veins. Once the blood starts flowing, Demetrius transforms into a total maniac, losing himself to pure battle lust. George feared the inevitable collision between Demetrius and the Dark Horse. Meanwhile, Jun Kyung stayed on high alert. Navigating the route with caution, Lee Jun Kyung and Jung In Chang suddenly felt a massive surge of mana. They'd stumbled directly into the boss's den. Peering over the ridge, they spotted other hunters waiting in the mist. Jun Kyung remained calm, sensing zero bloodlust in the air. Suddenly, the strange hunters called out to our hero. "Are you really the legendary Dark Horse? You're late. We've been expecting you for a long time now." Jun Kyung was caught off guard. One hunter asked if Asgard had officially deployed the Dark Horse for this. After Jun Kyung confirmed it, the man introduced himself as Inev, a warrior from the lands of the Nile. They were stationed there to assist him, though the young man was completely clueless about the arrangement. This dungeon raid was already rigged for an Asgardian victory. Jun Kyung wondered, could he mean the Egyptian Nile? Is this a global power play by Asgard or Olympus? Inev didn't care about Olympus's potential interference. However, Jun Kyung's arrival changed the game. They were here to lock in his absolute triumph. The pieces finally clicked. This was exactly how Cho Yong-soo had dominated the previous war. Inev urged them to move fast, insisting they destroy the monster boss before the situation spiraled. Facing such a beast alone was suicide, but Jun Kyung refused help. He wanted to handle Demetrius himself. Winning, according to their script, meant becoming Odin's puppet. He refused to blindly follow those divine orders. Zhang In-chang watched in silence, baffled by why these people were so shocked by Jun Kyung's defiance. Jun Kyung explained to his partner that Asgard's victory was a predetermined outcome engineered by the higher-ups. Their plan was to secure a win by assisting with the boss. In-chang realized skipping Demetrius guaranteed victory. The girl nodded in agreement. Avoiding a direct clash with that brute seemed like the most tactical decision. She vowed to stick by him regardless, promising to follow whatever plan Jun Kyung had cooked up. Jun Kyung met her gaze with confidence, knowing he could truly rely on her when things got lethal. The other hunters decided to stay sidelined, refusing to risk their lives for a battle that wasn't theirs. They couldn't believe Asgard sent such a reckless fool. Their only goal was to escape these gates alive. Inev warned that the boss was no ordinary lion. It was a gargantuan predator of overwhelming power. While Inev wouldn't fight Demetrius, he offered critical intel. His companion also chose to stay out of it. The rest followed suit, retreating into the shadows to spectate the coming carnage from a safe distance. In-chang noted they were back at square one. She asked Inev what they should expect next. It will be a struggle, Inev admitted. But this kid's track record is honestly nothing short of terrifying. This mysterious rising star appeared from nowhere and successfully cleared the notorious special gates of the Rhine River. This beast of a rookie single-handedly crushed the Northern Army, a guild known for its absolute dominance. This hunter is dangerously close to Heimdall, one of the most pivotal figures within Asgard's hierarchy. A fleeting glance was all it took to capture Odin's attention. His potential is completely off the charts. He is on par with the leaders of shadow organizations. That's why everyone is waiting to assess him. Everyone was sitting tight, watching from the sidelines to witness his true abilities unfold. The stage was set. Finally, Jun Kyung and In-chang encountered the boss, a colossal lion radiating an aura of pure menace. Prepare for impact, Jun Kyung barked instructions, assigning his companion to lock down the left flank. The girl took charge of the right, mentally preparing to conserve every drop of energy for the kill. Jung In-chang declared her resolve, locking in for the decisive strike, while the familiar moved to watch their blind spot. These death matches demand everything, forcing the young warriors to burn their very souls to survive. But Lee Jun Kyung gripped her shoulder, warning her to hoard her mana for the nightmare of Phase 2. That's when Demetrius might storm the stage, though he was currently tearing through another sector of the abyss. Hunter squads were being erased. Gromila growled that seekers of that legendary flame kept crossing his path. George urged Demetrius to restrain his bloodlust. The carnage he craved was only a heartbeat away. Demetrius snarled for George to zip it. Was this beast finally losing himself to the red haze of slaughter? That forbidden power came with a heavy price. Every kill pushed him deeper into an uncontrollable frenzy. George wondered if the Dark Horse had calculated this, intentionally unleashing this ticking time bomb on their enemies. It was a lethal secret buried deep, hidden from the eyes of Olympus, and even the Allfather Odin. When George questioned his sanity, the Juggernaut scoffed, claiming his mind was as sharp as ever. His strength had evolved, and he swore the primal urge for blood would no longer cloud his judgment. Demetrius grinned toward the shadows. The main event was served. George remembered this monster was a top-tier S-class titan. Backed by the gods of Olympus, they watched as fire magic shackled the boss monster in place. Success, young, In-chang gasped, as Lee Jun Kyung watched the first defense line shatter. The spectators froze in shock. Could these two rookies really have conquered the first stage already? Impossible. As Catalan's dark aura flared, spectral lions began to close in, ready to tear into the challengers. Normally, hunters would spam every ultimate, while the boss was stunned. Why were these two standing still? Chills ran down Jung In-chang's spine as the demonic pressure intensified. Were they actually following the plan? Lee Jun Kyung stood firm, sensing that his long-awaited guest had arrived exactly on cue. Demetrius scanned the chaos with a twisted smile. Was the real nightmare finally about to begin? But where was the Dark Horse? George arrived, insisting they couldn't start this bloodbath without him. Demetrius braced for the Dark Horse's arrival, but was baffled when the young hunter suddenly bolted. After all that hype, why was this kid pulling a disappearing act now? Lee Jun-kyung and his partner suddenly pivoted, making a desperate break for it. Infuriated by the perceived cowardice, the Titan let out a roar and gave chase with murderous intent. The boss monster followed. Jung and Chung warned that Demetrius and Catalan were breathing down their necks. Puzzled, she asked why the boss wasn't attacking the brute. Jun-kyung explained they held the aggro, but soon, the beast would target anyone radiating demonic energy. They just needed to hold on a bit longer. The surrounding hunters watched in awe as the super rookie led a high-stakes parade of death. The monster's roar shattered the air, its mindless aggression now threatening every soul in the vicinity. Accompanied by a horde of minions, the boss began an indiscriminate slaughter of anything that moved. It was clear the boss had fully succumbed to the corruption, transforming into a mindless engine of destruction. Demetrius cackled at the carnage, unleashing his overwhelming might against the monsters foolish enough to cross him. Jun-kyung warned that Demetrius's intervention only bought them a few precious seconds of breathing room. He pressed a mysterious vial into the girl's hand. Confused, she asked what this strange elixir was. "Our trump card," he smirked, coating his spear in the glowing fluid, until the steel pulsed with light. Raw energy surged through the weapon as the dragonstone hungrily devoured the red ore's essence. Even Jun-kyung was stunned. The interaction between the stone and the ore was defying all logic. He was flying blind now. Jung and Chung watched nervously, the unstable power radiating from the spear, looking lethal. "It's now or never," he yelled, lunging at the boss with a strike charged by the red ore. Demetrius unleashed a devastating beast roar, while Odysseus joined the fray, raining down his own relentless assault. Odysseus chided Demetrius, reminding him that ignoring the warning to gear up was a rookie mistake. The giant grunted in agreement, promising to take the advice to heart if they survived this. Odysseus narrowed his eyes. That spear was different. It seemed the dark horse was playing a much deeper game. That spear strike resonated with a shockwave mirroring Demetrius's savage roar. Hercules took immediate notice, but a pittance like that wouldn't leave a scratch. To him, this dark horse was just a pest. Demetrius scoffed, ordering George to swat the fly away so he could focus on the real hunt. He'd deal with the true beast himself. George bristled, feeling the sting of that blatant disrespect. John and Chang stood frozen. How could a thug talk like that? Suddenly, the girl lunged at George. Steel clashed against steel, showering sparks everywhere. George gasped. How was her ki concentration so dense? From that distance? Impossible. Clearly, someone was still a rookie. Then, George's eyes widened in shock. His opponent had vanished? Why retreat now when she had the perfect opening to strike him down? Instead, she slammed the earth. Suddenly, a skull spat a foul, sweet-smelling sludge directly at him. Monster pheromones? George's blood ran cold as the surrounding beasts began to swarm his exact position. A potion-laced ambush? It was clear now he'd walked straight into a deadly, well-orchestrated trap. Lee Jun-kyung stared. How could any hunter endure Catalan's suffocating, demonic pressure like that? Just how powerful was he? Through sheer wit, the duo watched the chaos unfold from the shadows. He praised the girl, noting she'd handled Odysseus with the surgical precision of a pro. Chang credited Hunmu's support, but Lee Jun-kyung knew they had to finish before Odysseus returned. Chang nodded firmly. Meanwhile, Demetrius was basking in the carnage, absolutely loving the show. Everything was falling into place perfectly. Lee Jun-kyung whispered to himself, "It's finally starting." Demetrius held his sanity by a thread, but the snap was coming. Hercules was going full berserk. The play was simple. Zhang and Chang would stall Catalan while Demetrius dealt with his own demons. They didn't need a total kill, just a decisive blow while he was in this unhinged state. The clash ignited. Lee Jun-kyung taunted Hercules, asking why they couldn't just play nice together. Hercules grinned. The game had already begun. Hadn't he noticed? The brute's eyes glowed with malice. He'd waited ages for this moment. This showdown would be legendary. Lee Jun-kyung braced for impact. Everything was moving like clockwork. Hercules spat that this whole situation was pure, illogical nonsense. Did this kid really think a mana-charged shield could stop his momentum? It was a pathetic delusion. He'd show this dark horse the price of stupidity. Inev watched. Baffled, did he not know Demetrius's strength? His shield was overflowing with mana, but Demetrius's signature skill was on a different level. Rhinoceros strike. As the dust settled, Lee Jun-kyung was already ghosting behind his target. The spear bit deep into the bruiser's shoulder. Enraged, Demetrius swung a heavy arm in retaliation. He hurled the boy back like a rag doll. You thought mana-stuffing a shield would trick me? This kid really was a wild card. Ready for round 2, or are you done playing hero? Lee Jun-kyung winced. The impact was insane. How was the brute still standing so tall and easy? Demetrius laughed. That spear was a mere toothpick. A scratch like this heals in seconds, kid. But the flesh didn't knit. Panic set in as Hercules realized the blade was laced with venom. Toxins raced through his veins. Lee Jun-kyung revealed the truth. Red ore, the ore of madness. Demetrius shrieked as insanity took hold. This ore granted power that dwarfed even the strongest bosses. Humanity's greed to master this was boundless. It turned beasts into nightmares and monsters into gods. They called it the ore of liberation. Naturally, the unethical experiments on hunters followed soon after. Potential skyrocketed, but the cost was a one-way ticket to a crazed, painful death. Banned and buried, it earned its final title, the Ore of Madness. Its power was terrifying. The very foundation of Catalona Mountain began to tremble under the sheer weight of his pressure. "What did you do?" Demetrius roared. Lee Jun-kyung knew George was dead if he stepped closer. Despite the danger, George charged in to help. History was threatening to repeat its bloodiest chapter. This cycle had to end. In the original timeline, Demetrius surrendered completely to the void, and George was slaughtered by the man he tried to save. As George drew near the madness, redemption was still possible, and our hero refused to let George perish in such a pathetic way. Lee Jun-kyung stepped between them, spear leveled and eyes locked on the target. He had a plan, one risky enough to work. Custom-tailored for this crisis, George admitted his distrust but couldn't ignore the glimmer of hope in his rival's eyes. 5 minutes. That was all Jun-kyung needed. Meanwhile, the super rookie wrestled to keep George from charging toward Demetrius. Finally, George's fury cooled. He signaled Jun-kyung to speak, and to make it quick. Time was a luxury they did not have. Jun-kyung emphasized the absolute urgency of their next move. They had to pin Demetrius down, even if just for a moment. George froze in shock. Could this rookie actually restrain a literal god of destruction like Demetrius? The man had completely snapped. Madness burned in his gaze, a feral beast unleashed. Jun-kyung and George took their positions on opposite sides. Demetrius blurred past them like a bullet, zeroing in on the gargantuan monster ahead. Impact was imminent. As chaos erupted, Jun-kyung realized his gambit was finally falling into place. Jung In-chang played her part perfectly, and with Catalan flipped, they finally had a leash for Demetrius. George was flying blind, clueless to the rookie's endgame, yet he had zero alternatives left. Jun-kyung knew the Red Ore's instability had a hard ceiling, exactly 5 minutes. If they survived the timer, Demetrius's mind would snap back. If that happened, the win was his. Victory in this war was within reach. Suddenly, a sickening, demonic pressure choked the air. Was Catalan evolving? No. This wasn't the monster, it was Hercules, fully lost to his berserk state. He was a force of nature. Only Jun-kyung could stop him, charging forward with his blade gleaming. Jung In-chang joined the fray, her sword dancing to stall the monster. The watching hunters stood paralyzed. Odysseus against Hercules? Pure insanity. These were titans beyond human comprehension, and the hunters wanted out. They abandoned the mission. Inove's partner gasped, wondering how a simple dungeon crawl had turned into this nightmare. The red ore. Inove knew that cursed stone was pulling the strings, and they could not stay sidelined. Jung In-chang desperately clung on, but Hercules' aggression was unlike anything she had ever faced. 5 minutes felt like an eternity. A crushing kick sent In-chang soaring across the battlefield like a ragdoll. George screamed at Demetrius to snap out of it, but the madman only answered with violence. Blindsided, George barely held on before another devastating blow sent him crashing into the distance. A fiery tiger made of pure energy manifested. Jun-kyung lunged, dragging George out of the beast's path. When will this end? George panicked. But Jun-kyung relied on the hard data from his past experiments. The red ore effect should peak at 5 minutes. So why was this monster still gaining momentum? Demetrius's mindless rage intensified, drowning everyone in dread as the water rage ability activated. Inave and his team dove in, offering whatever backup they could during this brief, desperate opening. "Are you okay?" Jun-kyung checked on In-chang. She nodded, but her pale face told a different story. She was running on fumes. Suddenly, Jun-kyung doubled over, coughing up thick, dark blood. The dragon bloodstone was backfiring, reversing the flow, and forcing a horrific transformation. He screamed, a bone-chilling sound. Inove watched in horror. The rookie was falling into the same madness. 5 minutes were up. Why had not the madness faded? Demetrius was still a raging storm. He was only getting faster, deadlier. The expected countdown was nowhere to be found. Caught in the same storm, Jun-kyung felt the mana pulse. He finally saw the mechanism behind the chaos. He flooded his legs with pure mana, becoming a blur of speed as he launched toward the boss. Total annihilation. A notification flashed, enemy of the beast. But victory came with a soul-rotting price. His body began to crumble under the demonic weight. He had to purge the energy. Then, an inferno. A colossal wave of fire erupted from him, incinerating everything on the Catalonia mountain range. Survivors scrambled for the exit, but the flames were sentient, draining their mana like vampires. Through the black smoke, a silhouette emerged. Demetrius, wreathed in flames, stalked toward the trembling hunters. George gasped at the hero's mangled arm. But Demetrius was not done. He was just warming up. From the flames, a new arm emerged. George watched as Demetrius's body forced itself to regenerate via mana. Burning through mana, the Dark Horse was doing the impossible. Lee Junkyung was rebuilding his shattered form. That blue fire swallowing the gate was the key. It triggered a regeneration cycle that defied all logic. Despite deeper wounds, Junkyung's recovery was terrifying. He was actually outpacing a monster like Demetrius in healing speed. Inside Hercules, the beast's primal rage boiled over. Demetrius was ready to gamble everything, even with his mangled arm. The vibes were deadly. Both warriors, equally battered, charged at each other for one final, world-shaking collision. The duel was a total mana drain. George and the crowd watched, breathless, wondering if the Dark Horse had won. Junkyung drove his spear deep into Hercules' chest. The legendary warrior staggered, his divine composure finally breaking apart. The divine frenzy died. Hercules fell to his knees, defeated, as Junkyung loomed over him like a triumphant god. A warning flashed. Junkyung's existence was fading. The red ore was corrupting his dragon bloodstone from within. Instinct, bloodlust, and monster essence fused together. A chaotic hybrid crystal was forming within his demonic energy core. Just like the other failed test subjects, he was about to lose everything. Junkyung was seconds from a gruesome death. Suddenly, Athena appeared. The supreme goddess descended in divine light. She barked a command, kneel. Junkyung's body betrayed him instantly, forcing him to bow before her divine pressure. George hit the dirt, trembling. Seeing the goddess Athena in the flesh was a terrifying, once-in-a-lifetime honor. Athena was annoyed. This mess put her in Zeus's debt. She looked down at the kneeling Junkyung with icy contempt. George identified him as the Dark Horse. Athena realized every reality-bending change in this gate was his work. How did a mortal shatter her shield? He'd basically repainted all of Mount Catalonia with that sinister, flaming mana. Athena naively thought he'd just gotten lucky. She assumed this newcomer had somehow stumbled blindly into the realm of Asgard. Who would have guessed he could crush Hercules? This kid had actually overpowered a legend through sheer, raw strength. Athena prepared to end him, her spear glowing. But before she could strike, another figure appeared from the shadows. The newcomer told her to stop. Athena spun around, shocked to see Heimdall standing right in the middle of everything. She demanded to know why he was here. Heimdall didn't blink, firing the exact same question back at the goddess. He'd followed her lightning strike. Now, Heimdall stood as a human shield, protecting Junkyung with his very life. Athena screamed at him to move. The bald man replied that harming this boy would be a declaration of war. The goddess was stunned. Was this mortal really that important? She thought Heimdall didn't care about anything in this world. Suddenly, Inev joined the talk. He introduced himself as the leader of the Nile, a faction with its own agenda. Athena knew exactly who he was. This man was the heavy-hitting leader of Egypt's most powerful group of hunters. Inev called it an honor to be recognized. Then, he dropped the bombshell. The Nile was demanding Junkyung's protection. He revealed the Eye of Osiris glowing on his palm. It was a clear sign that Athena needed to back off. That mark proved he spoke for the Nile. He expected Athena to guarantee the Dark Horse's safety, no questions asked. Junkyung finally opened his eyes in a real bed. Jung and Chang were there, waiting for him to wake up. Their relief was short-lived. The girl warned him that his body was still in a completely wrecked state. She rushed to call for help. Junkyung tried to speak, but his vocal cords were fried. Silence was his only response. He spotted a round shield and twin swords. The realization hit him. He was being held by the knights. Not all hunter groups were power-hungry villains. Some secret organizations actually fought for noble, ancient ideals and justice. The Knights of the Round Table were one of those legendary, noble groups. But Junkyung was skeptical. The knights hadn't lifted a single finger while everything was going to hell. They preferred acting from the shadows, hiding away. They only made a move when England faced total, absolute destruction. Despite their insane power, they never changed the timeline. They were observers who let the world burn around them. His body was a total wreck. His ligaments were shredded, and his legs felt like dead weight under the sheets. His familiar, Hyunmo, was out cold. Junkyung took a deep breath and opened his glowing status window to check. His level had crashed down to 50. All that hard-earned progress was seemingly lost. Thankfully, the stat drop was just the red ore's toxicity. However, he still couldn't utter a sound. He'd gained skills rivaling unique abilities. Heimdall hoped they would one day walk beside the Lord. Heimdall, the fallen angel, learned the youth's body was rotting under a demonic curse. This anomaly was unheard of, leaving them without a known cure. Yet, observing his state, it seemed the situation wasn't hopeless. Lee Junkyung believed that with the fallen angel's help and a steady mana pulse, purging the corruption would be easy. Heimdall insisted that, for now, Lee Jun-kyung focused solely on recovery. Questions would wait. Meanwhile, the voice of Olympus declared that Jun-kyung's power was a freakish violation of nature. They demanded a full probe into his soul. Heimdall shot back, refusing to expose the secrets of his elite hunters to anyone. He argued that Olympus should instead answer for the gate disaster. Their representative questioned if the secret pact between Olympus and Asgard had been shredded. Asgard was supposed to dominate the dungeon, with the hunters playing their parts. If they knew Hercules would go rogue and break every oath, Jun-kyung would never have been sent. In that hellscape, the hunter merely did his job. Heimdall wasn't making excuses. He expected Olympus to justify their own twisted actions first. The Olympian envoy countered, calling Jun-kyung's power a lethal threat. He had scorched the gate, with eerie blue fire, devouring the mana of his allies. It was a terrifying first. This is why they demanded the Dark Horse be surrendered. Refusal meant total war against Asgard. Heimdall knew that mana-stealing flames were a dangerous new variable. It was an unprecedented awakening. But weren't the hunters of Olympus the truly unstable ones? Heimdall noted they were nobodies before this event. Now, the boys' power paralyzed them with fear. Threatening war over this proved Olympus was led by trash hunters who needed to be humbled. The rep spat that this was all Heimdall's fault. Why was he even interfering there? Every encounter with him fueled her burning rage and clouded her mind. Once this ended, she hoped their paths would never cross again. Suddenly, reports confirmed the mana flow had ignited. Lee Jun-kyung could finally wield it. He learned the rhythm by watching mana dance inside Demetrius. To reach this peak, he drained every drop of mana around him. Jun-kyung realized his attacks would be lethal. His defense would become an iron wall. This was the true essence of the mana flow. He channeled that current into his recovery. The synergy with his regeneration was god tier, accelerating his healing. But then, a sudden collapse. The young man began hacking up blood once more. These were just toxins from the dragon bloodstone his body rejected. Now, he could mend the pathways blocked by that filth, using his mana. Our hero realized a dark orb lodged in his back was choking his mana and disrupting the cycle. He knew he had to forcibly reroute the energy. While he struggled, George, John, and In Chang were grinding through brutal hand-to-hand combat drills. Clutching their blades, George admitted the girl was showing real grit. Humans and monsters fight differently, and she needed to master that gap. After the grueling session, he called it a day. In Chang felt like dead weight during the Catalonia Gate disaster. Without a title, her patron clearly hadn't deemed her worthy. She hated that she couldn't protect Jun-kyung. Her patron, the beautiful prince, watched her with a gaze full of pity. It was crushing. She couldn't believe her own god was looking down on her. Until she evolved, she wasn't worthy of even being Lee Jun-kyung's comrade. She begged George for one more round. She saw herself in the youth, someone desperate to stop being weak. George agreed to one last spar. He had seen flashes of her hidden potential back at the gate, and it was incredible. With every sword clash, she grew exponentially. George noted she was starting to move like Demetrius. His gut told him Demetrius wouldn't like the competition. Plus, the dark horse was finally stirring. George barked at the big guy to wake up. Sleeping this long wasn't like Demetrius at all. When the leader of the Major League Guild arrived, our hero realized things were about to get complicated. Sun Guiyan's jaw dropped in disbelief. Was Lee Jun-kyung seriously moving already? The kid was a walking miracle factory. The guild leader pressed for intel on that lightning bolt. With a sharp, focused gaze, the young warrior replied that it was an Olympian relic saturated with Zeus's divine wrath. Sun Guiyan's expression darkened as he realized that few powers on earth could rival the king of gods. Such overwhelming skills were always under heavy scrutiny. Is it something like the Bifrost? Jun-kyung asked. Sun Guiyan flinched, shocked that the boy knew that legendary name. The bald master gestured for them to follow, noting that these secrets weren't meant for such an open space. Stepping through the rift, they emerged into a sprawling, ancient park that felt like a majestic relic of history. Jun-kyung stood in awe. Heimdall smirked, revealing this ethereal realm was his personal domain, the true Bifrost. Sun Guiyan demanded to know if he was a prophet or regressor. Jun-kyung simply claimed he'd read a book, a chronicle detailing the Demon King's reign. Sun Guiyan scoffed. Was he really expected to buy that fairy tale? Who actually took him down? Jun-kyung clarified it wasn't about defeat. Sun Guiyan finally began to connect the dots, linking past events to their current chaos. He stared at Jun-kyung, stunned by the boy's impossible level of knowledge. Did he even know about his secret history with Athena? Logic failed him. He had to trust the kid's words. But the story isn't finished yet. Jun-kyung warned that everything recorded in those pages was merely the prelude. The future was a blank canvas. Most prophecy had vanished, leaving only fragments of the total nightmare to come. This felt real, too real to be a lie. Sun Guiyan finally asked what his true endgame was. Jun-kyung's eyes burned with resolve. He intended to shatter the hellish cycle he'd once been forced to endure. Destiny was shifting. Bifrost couldn't detect lies, only whether words posed a direct threat to the guardian Heimdall. Junkyung whispered an apology for his secrets. He couldn't reveal the whole truth, not even to his closest allies. Saving the future was just the start. High above, Inyup watched from the shadows, noticing Junkyung's sudden awakening. Junkyung stiffened. Had a Nile spy actually managed to breach the absolute sanctity of the Round Table? What's the play? Inyup bowed, apologizing for the intrusion while acting on orders for the elusive Dark Horse. The protagonist knew this man had shielded him before, but he doubted their paths would ever truly align. Their interests seemed miles apart. Still, Inyup begged the Dark Horse to journey toward the Nile. A Nile high ranker, literally kneeling for a favor? It was a bizarre twist for two people who met by chance. Their previous alliance was minor at best. Junkyung frowned, asking why they were suddenly so desperate for his help. Chaos erupted as alarms blared an intruder. Inyup panicked, muttering about the red ore before his cover was blown. He pleaded one last time for Junkyung to visit Nile. Junkyung sensed he knew the truth behind the madness. Was Egypt researching the red ore's corrupting influence? As the sirens wailed, the atmosphere in the room turned lethal. Jung In-chang burst inside, checking for injuries. Junkyung played it cool, claiming everything was under control. He noted he'd conquered one peak, but a much more treacherous mountain now loomed on the dark horizon. The trial concluded with a gavel strike. Athena was branded a war criminal, a verdict everyone saw coming. Olympus had trashed every treaty. Now, they'd pay the price. Junkyung sighed, relieved the legal storm had passed. Time to head home. But as the duo turned to leave, a familiar, cold voice called out to them. "Is that George?" The girl stepped forward protectively, telling Junkyung to stay back while his body was still recovering. George looked like a shadow of himself, dripping with dark energy. Junkyung gently reassured his friend he was fine. No need for drama. Our hero realized George wasn't there for a fight, he just had something to say. Junkyung stepped into the lion's den, asking if he wanted a round two. George shook his head slowly. Since Junkyung was standing and Demetrius was broken, the power gap was undeniable. The victor was clear. George offered a stiff thanks, admitting he'd learned a bitter lesson. But the spark in his eyes remained. He vowed Demetrius wouldn't fail again. Junkyung smirked he wasn't the type to leave any loose ends behind. George realized his words wouldn't reach the girl directly. He looked to Junkyung to bridge the gap. He told her she had raw potential, the kind that could reach the stars. The young man hinted that Jung In-chang was chasing a legendary title. Reputation and divine favor were everything in this cutthroat world, especially the identity of her patron. With a final wave, George vanished into the distance. Lee Junkyung promised George they'd meet again, certain that Hercules would evolve into a deadlier beast. He hoped they'd fight as allies next time. George agreed, but Demetrius was fading fast. A crisis was brewing. He needed Olympus urgently. Meanwhile, Junkyung skipped stones, lost in thought. A woman rose from the water, calling his presence a bad joke. She hated being found. Junkyung smirked, identifying her as the legendary Merlin. Shocked, she wondered how this ordinary guy saw through her disguise. Proclaiming herself the Round Table's true leader, she demanded his name. Junkyung knew she'd already tracked him. Merlin finally realized the truth. He was the Dark Horse who humbled Hercules, an arrogant but capable hunter. Why provoke her? Suddenly, Merlin shifted into a young man's form. This youth warned that the Round Table was not to be crossed. Junkyung dropped a bombshell. He knew where the legendary Excalibur was hidden. Later at the airport, Junkyung watched In-chang waiting in the lounge. She asked where he'd vanished. He vaguely mentioned a private meeting. Noticing his necklace, she teased him about having a secret girlfriend. Jealousy flared. In-chang was sure he was hiding a romantic secret. "Got girls in England?" she poked. Gu-yun asked if they were ready. Everything was prepped. It was finally time to fly back home. As they were called, a stranger stopped them with an urgent message. Merlin sent him to find the guy who'd be waiting there. A debt for the necklace was due. Gu-yun was stunned by the connection. Junkyung revealed their deal. Gu-yun stared at the artifact in pure shock. "I nearly died for this," he admitted, describing the mysterious shapeshifter. He wanted the truth, even if facing them was a deadly gamble. He'd pushed his limits for that power. Soon, the plane took flight. The cabin was empty besides them. Gu-yun drifted off into a nap. In-chang was still confused. George's behavior just didn't make any sense. Despite being enemies, he'd trained her. It felt like a bizarre mentorship. If roles were swapped, she'd only be hungry for cold-blooded revenge. She couldn't fathom the nobility high rankers like George seemed to possess. Junkyung called it intuition. George knew he wouldn't actually kill Hercules. Landing was imminent. Everyone buckled in as the city lights appeared. A horde of journalists waited to ambush the legendary Dark Horse. Posters everywhere hailed the man who had brought Hercules to his knees. Gu-yun explained the media spin. Hercules challenged him and lost hard. Junkyung hated the surprise, but Guyun just laughed it off. "This is fame, kid." Inchang asked what his next move would be. Repairs were priority 1. His spear was trashed by the dragon bloodstone. Red ore side effects were brutal, and Hyunmoo was still out cold. Nile was a mess, but first, he needed to find a home. He'd always dreamed of a place to call his own. Inchang gasped. She felt her role ending, but she had one final declaration. From now on, she'd walk her own path. Their journey was unforgettable. George's words ignited a spark. She had to find her own strength. Lee Junkyung tracked her silhouette, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Finally, her true colors were beginning to bleed through. Jung In-chang was on the verge of a massive power spike. Suddenly, a call from Association Rep Kim Soo-yeon cut the silence. The big boss was summoning the hunter. A transport team would be arriving tomorrow morning sharp to escort him. Our protagonist realized he'd overlooked his biggest wild card. Odin. The clock was ticking for Demetrius to snap out of his trance. He dove straight into hellish training. George was floored, seeing this absolute unit instantly start redlining his own physical limits. He was desperate to make up for every wasted second. George questioned Demetrius about what he'd seen while unconscious. Demetrius just smirked back, asking if George had never witnessed a top-tier hunter taste the bitterness of defeat before. George realized Demetrius had an unbroken win streak until now. Looking at him, it felt like his chaotic soul had finally found center. Despite his usual bloodthirsty edge, George pressed for answers. Demetrius suggested that maybe the Dark Horse was never their true antagonist. There was zero reason to stress anymore. Demetrius assured him that the path forward was clearer than ever before. He'd shackled his inner insanity, mastering the power without any lethal blowback. Gramila noted that Lee Jun-kyung had served this up perfectly. Our hero previously predicted Hercules would evolve into a terrifying beast, far surpassing his old self to reclaim his throne. Lee Jun-kyung held on to the hope that they'd eventually stand as allies, fighting as one against the coming storm. The battlefield was a graveyard of carnage, littered with the mangled remains of countless high-ranking monsters. Jeong In-chang pressed on alone, systematically obliterating one dungeon after another. Then, a massive shadow loomed over the girl. A titan wielding a colossal blade blocked her path. 3 days of non-stop slaughter had already passed, leaving In-chang completely stunned. Where did this absolute freak of nature come from? Facing him felt exactly like staring down the legendary Hercules once again. The monster's eyes burned with pure malice. Luckily, her patron, Prince Charming, triggered a faint surge of healing energy. In-chang knew she was running on fumes. Even with that divine backup, the situation was hanging by a single thread. But this beast was also redlining. It lunged for the kill, but she vanished, dodging the strike by a hair's breadth. Seizing the opening, In-chang rocketed into the sky, coming down like a meteor with a devastating, bone-shattering counter. She rained down strikes, screaming that she wouldn't let him escape. This victory belonged to her and her alone. The Titan's balance crumbled, sending him crashing down. Jung In-chang didn't hesitate, swinging her blade for the final execution. The mountain of meat disintegrated like the others. In-chang slumped over, her body finally screaming in total, agonizing exhaustion. Her legs gave out as she hit the dirt. She was fresh out of potions and didn't have the strength to even twitch a finger. Was this really the end, dying in the shadow of a monster? Suddenly, a cloaked skeleton appeared, offering her a life-saving elixir. In-chang blinked in disbelief. Who was this dark warrior? In that moment, her patron, Prince Charming, intervened once more. He bestowed upon her the legendary title of Siegfried. When she finally opened her eyes, Lee Jun-kyung was standing there. Confused, she asked where she was. Lee Jun-kyung calmly explained she was still at the gate, though her body felt renewed. It was a bizarre, electrifying sensation. Where on earth did Lee Jun-kyung get his hands on such a high-tier elixir? Jun-kyung simply told her she earned his congratulations. The girl was lost. What was there to celebrate exactly? She frantically looked around for her blade. Jun-kyung teased that he'd thought about finishing off the beast himself. He admitted the thought crossed his mind, but he wasn't about to steal her glory like some heartless monster. In-chang breathed a sigh of relief, thanking him for helping her secure that legendary title. But then, the sky split open. A pillar of emerald light blasted down, engulfing them both. In-chang's system updated. Her patron was actually the ogre prince, Siegfried. The tiny ogre prince leaped onto her shoulder, claiming his new throne. It was the most unexpected turn of events. Jun-kyung confirmed the little guy now belonged to her. In-chang stood frozen, unsure how to act with a royal ogre as a pet. He looked just like a miniature dark warrior. With this title, she had finally ascended to the rank of a true hero. In-chang realized she'd already formed a bond with the little guy during the chaos. He was actually kind of adorable. Lee Jun-kyung smirked, asking the handsome prince to keep his princess safe from now on. The youth pressed Jung In-chang for a name. She simply shook her head. The choice still eluded her. Chaos clouded her mind. Was she truly a prince? And this tiny beast actually a princess? The realization hit Jung In-chang, that was his name. Prince Charming's grin oozed smug, royal satisfaction. Fallen Angel cackled at the sheer absurdity. Li Junqiang figured she dominated that high-stakes mage duel. Jung In-chang trailed the Shadow Warrior. How'd you end up in this dump? He questioned Li Junqiang. It's a long story, he replied. Normally she'd blitz a gate like this in 48 hours tops, but anxiety started gnawing at him. 3 full days had vanished since she stepped into that portal. Li Junqiang shifted gears, but duty called. A beast was closing in fast from the northwest. Right on cue, a twin-headed freak emerged. Stay focused, Li Junqiang barked. Clear every last monster. Heroic energy surged through her, mana boiling beneath her skin. The ogre village's king had finally arrived. The two-headed behemoth was the perfect punching bag. This was the ultimate test for her newfound strength. Zhang Inchang didn't hesitate for a second. She lunged into the fray with zero mercy. Leaping skyward, she swung with lethal intent while Gon rocketed off in Chang's shoulder like a missile. The ogre barely blinked before little Gon tore through its defenses with blinding, supernatural speed. Before In Chang could even process it, both heads were airborne. Jun Kyung realized Gon didn't need protection. She was no damsel. With the gate purged, Zhang Inchang exhaled. It's finally over. So, what's the real reason you're here? Jun Kyung dropped the bombshell. He was heading to China. Odin's trial was in the bag. Using Merlin's pendant, our hero effortlessly bypassed the ancient taboo. Stepping into Asgard, Jun Kyung began hunting the shadowy puppeteers who controlled the world from the dark. Hunmu had evolved into a powerhouse. He wasn't the king of the dead yet, but he was close. 7 skeletons were now his to command. A new, dormant skull pulsed on his bracelet, a sleeping soul. Blacksmith Park, Jaehyun, fixed the spear, but it was cursed, a demonic blade that feasted on its master. With a hungry weapon in hand, Jun Kyung's next stop was China, the world's most lethal death zone. Overflowing with unchecked gates, the entire country had devolved into a lawless kingdom of nightmare beasts. Only one man there could purify the black marble before the impending catastrophe consumed everything. On the northern front, an army of armed monsters moved with chilling, military-grade precision. The hunter's blood ran cold. A massive horde of snow orcs was charging straight through the frost. After 3 hours of tension, the orcs walked into a trap, erupting into a glorious, scorching inferno. Confused whispers spread. Who saved them? High on the ridge, 2 figures stood silhouetted against the sky. It was Li Jun Kyung and Zhang In-chang. Song Gui-yun led the shell-shocked delegation forward. The hunters offered their gratitude. Stunned. You're actually heading into that hellhole? They asked, trembling. Thanks for holding the line, Jun Kyung replied. He had unfinished business that couldn't wait. Word had spread. This kid took down Hercules, but a legendary barrier blocked the path ahead. Relax, Jun Kyung smirked. I've already figured out a way to break through their little wall. Song Gui-yun was skeptical. How could they travel such distances without the power of the Bifrost? What exactly is that? In Chang asked. Jun Kyung's answer was chilling. It's one giant, living gate. China wasn't just a country anymore. It was a dungeon. She'd understand the horror soon enough. Everyone, get back, Song Gui-yun commanded, positioning himself right at the mouth of the abyss. He couldn't back them up inside. He promised to wait at the entrance every 60 days, without fail. If they didn't emerge, he'd keep returning, month after month, praying for their survival in that wasteland. Jun Kyung remained stoic. If things go according to plan, I'll find my own way back out. The guild leader watched in silence as the duo vanished into the shimmering portal, fading away. He knew Jun Kyung carried the world's weight. Gui-yun vowed to make their path as smooth as possible. The temperature plummeted. Even in her heavy gear, Zhang Inchang shivered. Does anything actually survive here? Jun Kyung frowned, the biting wind cutting through him. This was far more brutal than he had expected. Fate was accelerating beyond the original script. Suddenly, snow orcs blocked their path. Drawing her blade, she claimed the frontline time for a quick pre-battle warm-up. In Chang charged into the fray, though she was vastly outnumbered by the beasts. Her skill was peerless, yet the orcs quickly regrouped, trapping her in a deadly circle. Refusing to yield, her aura blazed so hot, she completely forgot the biting frost. The outcome was inevitable. Thoroughly warmed up, she decimated every orc in sight. But Jun Kyung sensed something off. The orcs weren't attacking. They were fleeing in terror. Then came the ice trolls, frozen titans with insane regenerative powers and total cold immunity. Jun Kyung shouted a warning as they teamed up to crush the oncoming icy horde. The danger was neutralized, but In Chang felt a deep sense of dread. Everything felt wrong. Elite monsters swarmed everywhere, while Jun Kyung struggled to stabilize his flickering mana. In Chang pointed out something chilling. These monsters were fighting with human-like strategy. She was right. The gate's absorption was spiraling out of control faster than predicted. They pushed forward, In-chang questioning the distance. Jun-kyung looked at the horizon grimly. 1 month, he noted. To cut that time down, they desperately needed a ride. Objective: Heavenly Lake atop Mount Paektu. They ignited a fire to survive the sub-zero night. As guns basked in the warmth, Jun-kyung vanished into the dark to scout the perimeter. While the others stayed cozy, Jun-kyung returned with 2 massive reindeer as their new mounts. They saddled up, blasting across the frozen wastes at breakneck speeds. As the terrain steepened, In-chang realized they were finally ascending the legendary mountain. Oddly, the air grew warmer as they climbed, and the monsters had completely vanished. The Mountain Lord protects this peak, Jun-kyung explained, sparking In-chang's curiosity about this ruler. Was it human? He shook his head. This sovereign wasn't a man or beast. It defied all logic. Even Jun-kyung couldn't quite put a name to its existence. You'll see soon, he whispered, signaling her to leave the animals behind. Their next task: shattering the barrier. Meanwhile, the association president watched from a skyscraper. He mused how the gates plunged Earth into chaos, birthing godlike powers among men. His goal was Asgard to use his overwhelming strength as a shield for all mankind. But the weak were being discarded. Only hunters could truly survive this new, brutal era. He felt responsible for them, yet Jun-kyung's sudden departure for China deeply disappointed him. The boy had failed his expectations while the world burned under a monstrous climate. Still, a spark of interest remained. Could this boy without heroic strength achieve more? He'd crushed Hercules, perhaps he'd discover the secret that the president himself never could. A cold laugh escaped him. This game was getting spicy. He'd savor the show. To him, Jun-kyung was just a delicious appetizer for his endless hunger. Finally, the Heavenly Lake appeared. But they weren't alone. Hostile locals stood in their way. Armed hunters in this hellscape? In-chang was stunned. Did Jun-kyung know people lived here? They're the last survivors of the North, Jun-kyung explained, his eyes narrowed and alert. A hunter demanded answers. Jun-kyung simply replied, I'm here to see your king. Shock rippled through the group. How could an outsider know about the Mountain King? Intruders, they roared. Weapons were drawn as the atmosphere turned explosive and deadly. Jun-kyung sighed. He wanted peace, but it looked like violence was the only language left. Suddenly, a young girl appeared, waving. I'll take the guests to the king, she chirped. This northern land was a radioactive ghost, wiped out years ago by failed nuclear tests. Long before the gates, this place was already a desolate, forgotten wasteland. Masses fled toward the southern borders or sought refuge in China. The suspicious hunter questioned Lee Jun-kyung's secret knowledge of the survivors. Our hero dodged the query, calling it a complex mystery. Meanwhile, the young girl cast a sharp, knowing glance at the hunter. Did her uncle truly intend to harass the guests of the Mountain Lord? Knowing the king meant they were already in deep. The hunter spat that these two were likely working with the scoundrels currently terrorizing their sacred lands. The girl begged her uncle to lower his guard. Long ago, invaders had tried to slaughter the Mountain Lord, leaving deep scars. Those old wounds kept the village paranoid. Lee Jun-kyung playfully corrected the girl, insisting he wasn't old enough to be called uncle. The locals stared in shock, realizing these were the first outsiders to set foot in their territory in ages. They whispered in disbelief, was the world beyond their hidden mountains still standing, or had it finally fallen to ruin? Jun-kyung sensed nearly 200 souls nearby. Most were hardened hunters who had mastered the art of survival in this hellscape. These were warriors forged in iron. Suddenly, an armed soldier barred their path, barking that strangers were strictly forbidden entry. Jun-kyung smirked at the cold welcome. He asked if the Mountain Lord's personal invitation carried no weight with the guards. The guard stood his ground, swearing that no outsider would pass his post under any circumstances. The girl rushed forward, pleading with the man to stand down. He countered, reminding her of the master's rapidly failing health. Jun-kyung's eyes narrowed as he listened. It was clear now, something catastrophic had happened to the legendary Lord of the Mountains. However, the guard's petty defiance meant nothing to him. The soldier snarled, calling the stranger's arrogance completely intolerable. As the soldier reached for his weapon, the girl's aura shifted. In the name of Chief Cheongji, she commanded the guard to yield. The guard bowed his head in submission and stepped aside. She beckoned the group to follow her toward the mountain deity. Deep into the shadows of a massive, ancient cavern, the young trio followed their guide toward the source of the power. Jun-kyung leaned in and whispered to his companion, asking if she recalled the forbidden myth of Tangun. He spoke of Hwanung, the celestial being who descended from the heavens to birth the nation of Korea and its people. In-chang looked baffled. She wondered why he was bringing up ancient fairy tales in the middle of a crisis. Jun-kyung sensed these people were the living legacy of that myth. Finally, they stood before the ruler, a colossal white tiger. The beast loomed over them. Jun-kyung stepped forward with zero fear, addressing the massive animal as the master of the mountain. The tiger's voice resonated through the cave, acknowledging Jun Kyung's hidden strength. It declared that these youths were his honored guests. The magnificent creature identified itself as the eternal guardian of Mount Paektu, demanding to know what business brought them here. In Chang trembled under the tiger's suffocating aura, but Jun Kyung didn't flinch, delivering a grim warning to the beast. He stated that the protective mantle shielding this place was rotting. The great tiger was slowly dying. The very foundation of its divine strength, Mount Paektu itself, was being systematically destroyed by an outside force. Jun Kyung offered his help, but his focus shifted. He wasn't there for the tiger. He sought a different audience. He demanded to meet the mountain's true master. The beast let out a thunderous roar, enraged by the human's sheer audacity. Jun Kyung remained calm, promising to save the tiger and the village only if he was led to the mysterious intruder. After the tense negotiation, they retreated from the cave back into the biting chill of the mountain air. Shaking off the adrenaline, In Chang asked her companion who this master of the mountain really was. "It's no mere monster," Jun Kyung explained. He joked that she could imagine it like a magical reindeer pulling a sleigh. But in reality, it was a transcendent being. It had evolved by absorbing the raw magical essence bleeding from the gate. Their physical forms and personalities were rewritten by mana. Still, In Chang struggled to grasp the creature's human-like intelligence. She couldn't understand how an animal could communicate so fluently or possess such a terrifying volume of magic power. Jun Kyung nodded. Even before the mana apocalypse began, this creature was light years ahead of any normal predator. He asked if she knew about alphas, the natural-born titans of the animal kingdom who were destined to rule their kin. These were the geniuses of the wild, the very beings that inspired humanity's ancient legends and folklore. Yet, the Paektu master was special. Its incredible evolution was fueled by the protection of a mysterious, higher patron. In Chang listened, stunned. Jun Kyung revealed the tiger was a fellow hunter, now crippled by a dangerous intruder on Paektu. The mountain's defenses had been breached. Now, they weren't just the hunters, they were being hunted by the intruder themselves. The girl began a complex ritual, her voice rising in power as she commanded the world to tear open before them. A shimmering portal to another realm ignited, and the group seized the moment to plunge into the unknown. Leaping from the precipice, the girl's hands blurred in a sequence that sealed their reality shut. Declaring their safe return a must, she watched as our heroes breached the unstable portal's boundary. In Chang's jaw dropped in confusion, but Lee Jun Kyung had navigated this nightmare once before. He broke it down. These were nested anomalies, gates birthing gates across the entire northern border zone. That meant every rift here was fleeting. Meanwhile, In Chang wiped sweat, cursing the brutal, blistering heat. Jun Kyung shrugged, calling it a trial by fire to forge their stats and harden their resolve. Her patron, the beautiful prince, granted her a frost-kissed buff to negate the scorching environment. Inheriting Siegfried's title had perks. These ancient gods were surprisingly chill and generous with their power. Backed by divine buffs, In Chang greeted the emerging horrors with her signature brand of lethal violence. She literally carved them into scrap metal before Jun Kyung confirmed the area was finally cleared out. Exhaling deeply, In Chang felt her fire mastery stat pulse as it climbed to a new peak. Chanji's hellish flames were the ultimate XP farm. Curious, In Chang turned to her partner with a question. Who was that village kid? Was she actually the mastermind behind this massive, locked-down spirit barrier? Jun Kyung shook his head. She didn't build a prison. She laid a trap for the trespasser. They were at Baekdu's heart, the nexus where the Mountain Lord's primal energy flows at its thickest. Legend realized, this girl is Dengun's primordial bear, a literal conduit for the mountain's ancient, raw power. She's the battery powering the Mountain Lord. In Chang realized the true apex predator wasn't the beast. It was the village chief, Nyo. But Jun Kyung warned that the prisoner inside was even more terrifying. The caged invader possessed a dark ceiling of power that dwarfed every boss they'd ever fought. Is Nyo her real name? In Chang mused. Jun Kyung admitted her true identity remained a total mystery. That's just a code name for a true hero. Ancient scrolls pegged Qianji as the ultimate training ground. Everything was clicking into place, mirroring the forbidden prophecies found within the Demon King's own life story. S-tier farm spots like this were rare. He needed to max out his stats before the coming storm. His pyromancy surged once more. In Chang looked on, stunned by the insane blessings his patron provided. Gifts rained down on him, though Jun Kyung argued that her Prince Charming patron was the real MVP. Deep down, he knew his broken player trait was the real reason his power was skyrocketing. Approaching the mountain's guardian, she checked his vitals. The great tiger's weary voice remained grimly unchanged. The Lord was fading, his life force drained from shielding Baekdu and the village from total annihilation. His soul withered as he held the seal. Desperate, the girl urged him to let the others fight. Blood spilled as the Lord faltered. Seeing him suffer, She offered to reclaim the burden of power. The tiger snapped, forbidding such talk. Even so, he acknowledged the immense strength of their new allies. But the enemy was a different beast. Confused, she asked why he'd summoned these humans to Qianji. It wasn't their raw stats that convinced him, it was the terrifying shadows looming behind their very souls. A darkness identical to the invaders. Suddenly, the duo was plunged into a domain of suffocating, molten heat. Raw mana orbs drifted like ghosts before a small child suddenly materialized in their path. This kid is the invader? In Chang scoffed, but Jun Kyung's eyes narrowed in deadly serious warning. Don't let the face fool you, he muttered. That thing is definitely not human. Instantly, a colossal mana beast loomed over the boy, and the ground trembled under its crushing pressure. Can we even kill that? In Chang gripped her blade as the child's snarl turned feral. Teeth bared, the entity hissed. In Chang didn't hesitate, raising her steel as she closed the distance. She lunged, but the child detonated a shockwave of raw, unbridled mana that rocked the entire area. The blast sent In Chang flying. Gasping for air, she couldn't believe the sheer, overwhelming power gap. Jun Kyung stepped up. Gripping his spear tight, he charged toward the pint-sized monster with lethal intent. His spear slammed down, shattering the earth, but the child vanished, blurring away with impossible speed. Relentless, Jun Kyung ignited his mana, summoning a firestorm that turned the battlefield into a living inferno. Qianji began to crumble. Was it a mere earthquake? The girl screamed for an immediate, total evacuation of the village. They desperately sought refuge for the exhausted survivors. Suddenly, a hunter broke from the crowd to confront the girl. He demanded to know if they'd survive. With unwavering steel in her voice, she told him there was no need to fear. Even if their strategy failed, she and the Mountain Lord would hold the line. They just had to move fast. Internally, she panicked. If they fell here, not even the Lord's divine power could save them from the coming slaughter. Qianji's future rested on these young warriors. But as the smoke cleared, Gon lay broken and motionless on the dirt. He looked completely lifeless. In Chang was barely holding on, and the girl's remaining energy had completely bottomed out. She couldn't even stand. That's when the child unleashed a surge of jagged energy, instantly paralyzing our hero where he stood. The boy's eyes were pure malice. The raw, terrifying power radiating from his small frame was simply off the charts. Li Junkyung gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of strength into resisting the child's brutal and relentless onslaught. He felt his mana hit a dead end. His growth was being forcibly suppressed by an invisible, suffocating wall. Despite the previous mana surge, his fire mastery remained stuck at level 1. The spark just refused to ignite. He wouldn't grow stronger here. Desperate, our hero tapped into his hidden reserves, draining his internal energy to the dregs. Even at his absolute limit, the child tore through his defenses and inflicted massive damage with terrifying ease. Clutching his chest, he realized how thin the line was. True mana flow only awakens when death is staring you down. He'd faced nightmares before, but nothing had ever pushed him to this soul-crushing, absolute breaking point. He summoned his spear once more. The truth was undeniable. Everything about this child was on a completely different level. It was a chilling realization, but unfortunately for him, the epiphany arrived a few seconds too late. Suddenly, mana flooded his very cells. It was an explosive sensation, as if his entire body was being reborn. The boy morphed into a shadow of dark energy. Li Junkyung leveled his flaming spear and whispered, "This is gonna hurt." Boom! A massive wave of experience points flooded in as he achieved the impossible in the heat of battle. He triggered Sunburst. In Chang watched in shock as the spear began vacuuming raw mana directly out of the atmosphere. Reality warped around him. His fire control skyrocketed to level 10, turning the entire battlefield into a literal living hell. He successfully crushed the child's energy beast. Our hero walked through the towering inferno like a god of destruction. The creature's defiance vanished. Its eyes, once burning with primal rage, now reflected nothing but deep, ancient sorrow. Its journey was finally ending. High above, the fallen angel watched the player with a chilling and focused intensity. Jun Kyung closed the distance. In that moment, the fallen angel bestowed a divine blessing upon him, the sacred bonds. He placed a hand on the beast's head. It went still, closing its eyes in total, unexpected submission to his will. Don't be fooled by its docility. This was once a world-ending demon who served directly under the Demon King. He was the Snow King, the king of beasts, the saber-toothed god. Legend and nightmare rolled into one. Jun Kyung christened him Fenrir. With a single word, the ancient beast fell into a state of absolute submission. The tremors finally ceased. Was the nightmare over? Relief washed over the girl as the warriors returned in one piece. But Jun Kyung was carrying a child. Fearing a hidden threat, the girl frantically summoned the master of the mountain. A colossal tiger lunged from the shadows. Jun Kyung stood his ground, calmly stating he had fulfilled his entire promise. The tiger growled in confusion. Had these humans played him for a fool? They were supposed to destroy the intruder. Junkyung corrected him instantly. He never promised death, only that he would save the village and its guardian lord. The threat was gone. The boy opened his eyes and hopped to the ground with the grace of a predator. To everyone's absolute shock, the boy offered a respectful bow to the girl. Her jaw practically hit the floor. Lee Junkyung just smirked at their expressions. "Told you," he said. "Seeing is believing, right?" He tried teaching the kid his name, but it was a lost cause. The boy's pronunciation was a garbled mess. The child was clearly mute. Then, Jong-in Chang stepped forward and perfectly articulated Lee Junkyung's name for him. The boy growled in frustration. In Chang quickly calmed Fenrir before the beast boy lunged to grab the little ogre. He scooped up the ogre like a toy. Junkyung tried to intervene, but the kid completely ignored his commands. He eventually let it go. They're just children, after all. Let them enjoy a rare moment of peace and play. In Chang wasn't convinced, but she shifted focus. "Fine, but why exactly did you summon me here, Junkyung?" He swore to the Mountain Lord that he'd eliminate the intruder and spearhead the restoration efforts. If he triumphed, he'd take her away, though Junkyung knew the time wasn't right just yet. He promised to return for her the moment his business in the neighboring nation was settled. Either way, she had to be ready. Junkyung drove his blade deep into the lakeside soil, charging the girl to guard it until his return while performing her sacred rituals there. This was crucial. The blade was a gift for someone special. Soon, the group encountered the locals. The hunters offered sincere apologies, explaining that previous outsiders were merely greedy thieves looking to rob them. Junkyung brushed it off with a nod, showing he held no grudges against the wary villagers. She asked if they were leaving already, but he vowed to return soon and claim her. Confusion washed over her at his words. Junkyung realized with a heavy heart that she'd forgotten their yesterday's talk, signaling that her condition was rapidly spiraling out of control. He urged her to seek the Mountain Lord's guidance, while wishing the deity continued strength. They stepped back into the frozen wasteland, where In-chung's heart felt heavy with the weight of parting. Leaving them behind was agonizing, but Junkyung promised their paths would cross again very soon. He marveled at her deep empathy, realizing just how compassionate this girl truly was. Once their mission in the neighboring country wrapped up, they'd definitely revisit this secluded village. In-chang was baffled. Wasn't Junkyung supposed to be heading straight for the gate's problems? Returning by sea or air was simpler, yet Junkyung constantly defied logic with his legendary feats. He'd already crushed Hercules and tamed Fenrir. Was the neighboring gate his next target for total domination? Junkyung knew soloing that gate was impossible. No hunter on this earth could clear it alone. In-chang wondered why they'd even returned. She loved Mount Baekdu, but the freezing cold was brutal. With Lena long gone, their next move was a total mystery. What was the plan? Junkyung called upon Fenrir, asking the young wolf boy for a massive favor to get moving. Suddenly, a towering frost beast manifested before them. Junkyung signaled his companion to mount up. They scrambled onto the creature's massive back, gripping tight as it lunged forward with explosive speed. The beast eventually halted atop a ridge, overlooking a chaotic clash between orcs and trolls below. Junkyung ordered Fenrir to end the skirmish quickly, sensing the beast's hunger for a real fight. He also needed to train the girl, curious about how her explosive speed and powers functioned. He decided to teach her mana flow, the ultimate secret to leveling up without any divine blessings. In-chang was floored. Could a hunter really grind their way to the top without being blessed? This was likely the source of Junkyung's insane power. Interestingly, In-chang already possessed a trace of mana. Hope flared within her. In Junkyung's hand, a shimmering core of pure mana began to glow. It was a dense concentration of energy. Junkyung realized In-chang was a literal cultivation prodigy. With focus, she could perceive mana. It was about seeing and feeling the energy to harness it. Accumulating it was the goal. Though complex, In-chang found the concept surprisingly easy to grasp. Junkyung told her she didn't need to overthink it with her mind. Some things transcended logic. He prepared to forcibly seal the flow of mana within her body. He warned her the process would be pure agony, but she didn't flinch or show fear. She refused to be a liability and yearned for strength. As night fell, he lit a fire. While he sat in silent reflection, In-chang finally collapsed into her sleeping bag, exhausted. He admired her grit. Enduring that level of pain was a feat few could achieve. He noticed Fenrir staring intensely at a massive shadow lurking at the base of the hill. The boy hungrily licked his lips. Junkyung smirked, asking if he was ready to hunt that monster. Fenrir's answer was a clear yes. Drakes were his absolute favorite meal according to the ancient scriptures. Still, Junkyung knew Fenrir wasn't at full strength yet, after their ordeal at Baekdu. With Fenrir now nerfed and subjugated, the beast seemed fragile. Could he truly survive a clash with this drake? Lee Junkyung knew it was go time. Accepting the wolf's current power, he finally gave the green light to hunt. The boy lunged as the massive frost beast attacked. Though the drake fell, Jun Kyung's doubts only intensified. Was Fenrir actually weaker? Taking down a drake of that magnitude while advancing was no small feat. The duo soon encountered a gruesome sight. Cold, lifeless bodies were strewn across the banks of the frozen lake. Yin Cheng trembled, asking if this massacre was the disaster he warned about. Was the world truly ending? Jun Kyung warned it could get even uglier. Their only hope was to mitigate the chaos and rescue survivors. He reminded her that legendary hunters from elite guilds like Asgard were already mobilized and fighting back. They'd do whatever it takes to survive. Jun Kyung vowed to carry the weight, telling her to stay calm. Reassured, Yin Cheng braced herself for battle. Jun Kyung noted the thick ice was stable enough for their crossing. They could safely traverse the frozen surface. Once across the river, they would finally reach their destination. When asked for their coordinates, Jun Kyung revealed they were heading straight for the heart of Guangdong province. They had a target to find, though the girl doubted anyone could survive such a brutal, icy hellscape. Jun Kyung remained stoic. Internally, he struggled to suppress the volatile dark marble, using a constant stream of mana. He felt the marble's sinister energy peaking. Was he finally reaching the absolute limit of his endurance? Fearing he'd lose control, Jun Kyung eyed the far bank and ordered an immediate crossing on foot. They needed to move fast across the ice. Riding Fenrir now would only draw unwanted, dangerous attention. Surprisingly, the air grew warmer and the monsters vanished. Yin Cheng noticed the eerie silence of the area. This change confirmed they were on the right path. Suddenly, Fenrir growled, sensing an armed figure within the mist. A silhouette emerged from the thick fog. Yin Cheng gasped, shocked to find another soul in this wasteland. Jun Kyung ordered her to draw her steel. In a place this desolate, a random encounter signaled certain danger. Something felt off. As the figure approached, a massive armed giant appeared, wielding his weapon with lethal grace. Yin Cheng unleashed her power, swiftly neutralizing the titan. Still, she felt a lingering sense of unease. He looked human from afar, but up close, the giant fought like a desperate, starving predator. Jun Kyung theorized the giant was a stray, an outcast likely banished from his own tribe. Usually, the weak or the sick are exiled. This giant was likely a bottom-tier warrior, hence his easy defeat. Yin Cheng shuddered at the thought of a whole army of them. They both stared intensely into the distance. The peace didn't last. Jun Kyung spotted more shadows ahead. They wouldn't even get a second to breathe. Giants mounted on terrifying beasts and colossal drakes were closing in. The scale of the threat was insane. "They're riding monsters!" Yin Cheng cried. A massive giant loomed over them, demanding to know their business. Jun Kyung looked at Fenrir, deadpanning. Did the wolf seriously want to eat a drake in this mess? Suddenly, a massive net dropped from above. Yin Cheng reacted instantly, her blade glowing with lethal intent. "Stand down," Jun Kyung commanded. He sensed no killing intent or bloodlust coming from the giant. A squad of giants on snow beasts surrounded them. Their leader grunted, "You're coming with us." The heroes were tossed into a cage as the giant convoy continued its march through the snow. Locked away, the giant asked if they were locals. Jun Kyung replied they had traveled from a distant land. The giant mentioned they were being taken to the special one, so they weren't in immediate danger. Jun Kyung observed them closely. Unlike the mindless monsters in history books, these giants were clearly sentient. "Are we going to Utgard?" Jun Kyung asked. The giant flinched. Shocked, the stranger knew their city's name. He confirmed their path, promising no harm. The warrior introduced himself as Shachi of the Ice Tribe. Shachi boasted of his heritage as a proud warrior. In response, Jun Kyung finally revealed his own name. A sudden skirmish broke out, and Shachi flexed his elite skills, effortlessly crushing his opponents. Afterward, Shachi promised to release them after a few questions. The choice to stay or go was theirs. He swore on his honor that no harm would come to them, regardless of their final decision. Jun Kyung nodded to his companion, suggesting they at least hear out the giant's proposal. Reaching their goal was about to get a whole lot easier than they ever imagined. Shachi declared their arrival at Utgard, guiding his snow goose through the massive, swinging gates. The crowd cheered Shachi's return, but In Chong felt like she'd been isekai'd into the Middle Ages. Had they actually slipped through time? The locals stared at the prisoners in total disbelief. Why the cages? Amid the whispers, everyone's eyes locked onto Fenrir. He was clearly built different. Did Shachi really capture a werewolf? Ignoring the hype, Shachi demanded to see the chief immediately. He ordered the crowd to move. Jun Kyung stayed calm, making sure the team kept their cool. Fenrir was eerily still, but he sensed a massive surge of hostile mana from above. An enemy was lurking. Shachi gripped the cage and marched straight toward the royal guards. Shachi announced his return and entered the throne room where the king sat waiting. The king sneered at the uninvited guests. Jun Kyung wondered, was this the enemy Fenrir sensed? Fenrir had definitely clashed with him before. Shachi knelt, giving the chief the werewolf story. He said the beast wanted to stay, The chief was stunned. Could humans really tame such monsters? Shachi confirmed it. The chief dismissed the guards, but Shachi had one more thing to say. He reminded the chief of his warrior's honor. He'd promised the prisoners they'd be safe. They had to get home unharmed. Shachi begged the chief to protect his reputation. In Chang rattled the bars, realizing they were trapped, though she could easily snap them if needed. Jun Kyung warned her to stop. Fighting now would turn every giant in the city against them. In Chang was stressed. She didn't trust the chief's hospitality for a single second, especially with Fenrir's reaction. The wolf was clearly being crushed by the king's insane pressure. What's the plan? While Fenrir and Gon rested, Jun Kyung told everyone to stay calm. They could escape any time. Right now, they just needed to recover from their long trek. He predicted a long stay, but a dark vision of the city burning flashed through his mind. He saw bloodthirsty giants everywhere. The Demon King's records called this war absolute hell. It was one of the worst bloodbaths ever. Jun Kyung knew their king was ridiculously strong, but individually, giants were weaker than humans. So how did they push humanity to the brink? A girl suddenly appeared at the door with a tray of tea and cookies. Jun Kyung asked if the chief was always this nice. Her fearful reaction said it all. What was the catch? The girl was too terrified to answer, her eyes darting around. That's when Jun Kyung spotted it, a hidden spy device he'd completely missed before. A magical necklace was monitoring them. Without his sharp instincts, he never would have seen it. He set up a mana barrier to block the signal, then turned to her. Your name's Suin, right? She could finally speak freely, but they had to play the part of perfect prisoners outside. Suin had been there for a year. Most of the other humans had been enslaved longer. It had been a year since Utgard appeared. Jun Kyung asked why they were getting the VIP treatment. Giants respect strength, but Suin warned that a special prisoner was the real threat. Utgard almost fell when a child went berserk, turning into a monster that slaughtered giants. The king had to lead the charge himself, barely winning alongside his elite warriors. The monster escaped. Jun Kyung realized that Fenrir was the one who had waged war here. That brutal clash sent him to Mount Paektu. Jun Kyung decided to ask Suin for a favor. He offered her a pile of chocolate, dark or milk, whatever she preferred. Surprisingly, she declined, saying she was worried about her dental health. But she was willing to trade if he had any scrap iron. If she sold the iron, she could finally afford the medicine for her mother. She looked at him with desperate eyes, hoping this stranger would help save her family. Jun Kyung agreed, but with one condition: find a target. He had his sights set on a mystery man named Manhwa. Days turned into a week at Utgard Castle. Curiously, Jun Kyung's crew remained dead silent, making absolutely no moves. Their meals arrived with mechanical precision. Occasionally, they were granted the privilege of wandering the castle grounds for fresh air. In Chang was baffled. If the giants had no agenda, why keep them caged instead of just kicking them out? Jun Kyung framed it as a training opportunity. In Chang sighed, admitting she'd rather face the Reaper than rot in this oversized cage forever. Relax, Jun Kyung smirked. I'll make sure things stay interesting. The MC suggested a tactical move, a violent display of their true, overwhelming power. In Chang's eyes sparkled. Can we really burn this whole place down? Seeing her excitement, Jun Kyung realized this girl was purely chaotic. She wore a saintly smile while casually plotting total destruction. He acknowledged her intense hatred for the fortress. In Chang doubled down. She absolutely detested being stuck there. 0 humans, only hulking giants. To make matters worse, the chieftain's aura felt incredibly sinister and unsettling. Jun Kyung agreed. Spot on. It's high time we flexed our muscles and caused a scene. He gripped his spear for round 1, reminding her they had yet to trade serious blows. In Chang accepted the challenge. Don't disappoint me, Jun Kyung provoked. Unless you're actually scared, you'll regret that, she barked. She might not win, but she was going down swinging. Jun Kyung spun his spear, mocking her. If I win, I'll mourn you. In Chang merely unsheathed her blade. Same to you, she retorted. Meanwhile, the giants roared with laughter, swapping stories of past massacres. Boom. The castle grounds erupted in chaos. Shashi roared with laughter. His guests were certainly making an impact. Half the gardens were literally vaporized. Shashi grinned, imagining the chieftain's face when he saw the mess. Shashi sensed a change. Uniting the tribes had fed the chieftain's ego. Now, he demanded the title king. With iron flowing, he was amassing a secret legion. The question remained, who was his intended target? Shashi, however, was fueled by warriors' honor and noble causes. This senseless warmongering didn't sit right. He couldn't wrap his head around these motives. From afar, Shashi hoped the king wouldn't mess up, chose his enemies carefully. His assistant interrupted, warning that the gate was closing. They had to move. A towering giant engaged in a surprisingly calm talk with In Chang, sitting directly across from her. Destroying our sanctuary is a crime, the giant admitted. But we are partly to blame for this. We disregarded your human rights." Feeling the weight of his words, In Chang bowed her head in apology. She wondered how much they truly understood humans. Apparently, their culture revolved around intense forest survival training. In Chang apologized again. She truly felt bad about the massive craters they'd left in the royal gardens. They'd be careful from now on. "How can I make it up to you?" she asked, eager to settle the debt. "Teach me about humans," the giant requested. Clearly, these behemoths were dangerously ignorant about the human world. They lacked vital intel. In Chang nodded, and just like that, the high-octane training session resumed in earnest. Spear in hand, Jun Kyung defied physics with scorching fire magic. In Chang locked eyes with her unstoppable opponent. He was flawless, a man without a single opening. She needed more speed and surgical precision to win. Jun Kyung's raw power prevailed again. As she went down, he nodded. Not bad. That was a decent clash. Post-fight, he asked for a favor. In Chang didn't hesitate. "Whatever you need, just name it," she said. "Play the loyal guest," he whispered. "Act friendly, but suck those giants dry of every bit of intel." Suddenly, alarms blared. The gardens were engulfed in flames. It didn't take a genius to know Jun Kyung's involvement. He was behind the chaos. A medic was rushed in, and the doctor began inspecting the wounded warrior. Despite the trauma, Jun Kyung remained conscious. The doctor's verdict? Surprisingly, nothing seems to be broken. Just a few scratches. Jun Kyung realized the doctor saw right through his blatant acting performance. But maybe the giants were more gullible. He asked for treatment. After a fleeting inspection, Jun Kyung realized the bleeding had stopped. Better yet, every single injury was miraculously, completely gone. He bowed. Meeting the legendary Hwada is a massive honor. Suan watched from the shadows with a knowing smile. The doctor was stunned. "How do you know who I am?" Jun Kyung simply shrugged. "Just a lucky guess." The physician assumed the youth heard of him through Su-in. Lee Jun Kyung countered that they should bond. Intending to split, Hwada pivoted toward the doorway. He dismissed the boy as dim-witted. Lee Jun Kyung insisted he was still frail. Would the doctor truly ditch a patient mid-treatment? The physician countered that the youth wasn't ill at all. It was pure bluffing. The kid claimed his agony was internal. Why judge? Without even scanning his vitals? Hwada sighed and grasped the boy's wrist to read his pulse. A minute later, the doc found nothing and vanished. Lee Jun Kyung knew he was right. He sensed raw mana radiating from the man, a hidden hunter. Yet, LJK's own power remained dormant. Lee Jun Kyung froze. Even after a direct scan, the doctor sensed zero energy. Was this really the legendary Hwada, China's mythic survivor who mended the greatest heroes? And even the Demon King? That monster who ignited the mana veins in giant territory. Rumors claimed he absorbed a terrifying mana explosion during that very awakening. It mirrored the Dragon Bloodstone's lethal backlash. Yet Hwada somehow endured it all. Did he arrive too early? Perhaps Hwada hadn't regained his peak form yet. In Chang approached. He feared she'd be cooked after the garden chaos, but she seemed totally fine. In Chang reported success, she was now being scouted as a mercenary. The frost giants, known as Nars, were fortifying a nearby city to siege Utgard. The locals were desperate. They needed blades to defend their home, begging for any capable reinforcements. Lee Jun Kyung noted the giant population was way lower than the legends suggested. The Nars were wiping them out. At this rate, they weren't even a threat to humanity. In Chang added that they interrogated her about the surface culture, people, and everything else. Regarding military strength, Lee Jun Kyung praised her stellar recon work. The girl beamed and asked for his progress. He admitted he had nothing yet, but the hunt was on. He argued they should have dipped once they found their targets. Why was In Chang stalling? She explained the giants weren't tyrants, but leaving Utgard meant certain death for humans. This place was their only sanctuary. She couldn't just walk away from them. LJK's original plan? Grab the VIPs and Hwada, then ghost this frozen wasteland. He realized In Chang was built different way kinder. He usually favored the many over the few. But that mindset almost turned him into a villain. He signed the contract to stay. Local hunters glared, whispering about the Wolfmaster and his suspicious presence. Our hero felt the hostility instantly. In Chang confirmed they were total outsiders here. Su-in approached Lee Jun Kyung, overflowing with gratitude for saving her mother's life. Dr. Hwada checked in on him. Lee Jun Kyung played the part, thanking his miraculous cure. Hwada offered an open door for future relapses. Lee Jun Kyung narrowed his eyes. He had intentionally masked his mana flow right under the man's nose. The doctor missed it. That shouldn't be possible. Was his intel on the legendary Hwada completely wrong? In Chang checked his vibe. He dismissed her concern, while she promised they'd succeed. They would find their target. Lee Jun Kyung shifted focus to gathering hard intel. A hunter scoffed, asking if the kid really wanted a census on the giants. Maybe 1,000. one said. Another argued tens of thousands. LJK shifted to the Nars. Utgard used to be a giant's paradise, teeming with life. But then, everything changed. A civil war erupted. A rogue chief led a massive splinter group away the Nars. Lee Jun-kyung pressed for the fate of those who stayed behind. They perished in the carnage, or succumbed to a mysterious plague, unable to adapt. Were there other outsiders? The answer was yes. Lee Jun-kyung's mind began racing. Could this mysterious stranger actually be the Demon King? According to the journal, he traversed China before arriving at the massive city of giants. Tracking his footsteps might be possible, even though a local claimed these outsiders had already vanished from the region long ago. 0 eyewitnesses remained. Only whispers from the giants about elusive intruders who slipped away like ghosts the moment they were spotted. Sensing a potential lead, Lee Jun-kyung realized he needed to squeeze more specific intel out of the local behemoths. By trading secrets about the world beyond the walls, our protagonist felt the entire meeting had been a total success. A savior clearly existed within these fortifications, someone capable of halting the gruesome plague, rotting the giants from the inside out. This mysterious healer was a frequent guest at the royal court, summoned whenever the infection reached a breaking point. That person was likely Hwada. On his way back, Lee Jun-kyung crossed paths with Shachi, who immediately recognized his face. Was this the same man who turned the castle gardens to ash? Shachi offered a grunt of gratitude despite their lack of history. While dwarves despised humanity, Shachi seemed different, mentioning he had urgent business to attend to outside the gates today. With Nars raids becoming a frequent nightmare, the giant asked if the human was down to help them repel the invaders. The duo ventured out to stop the Nars, but a menacing, unexpected presence suddenly blocked their path. It was Shrim, the ruthless Nars chieftain. Both warriors dismounted, locking eyes as the tension between them became thick enough to cut. Lee Jun-kyung sensed an immediate red flag. The name Shrim carried a heavy, terrifying weight in this lawless land. A suffocating demonic aura radiated from Shrim, proving he was leagues above Shachi in terms of raw, destructive power. He was likely a match for the Giant King himself. Lee Jun-kyung realized he desperately needed to learn their guttural tongue. Deciphering their conversation was impossible until a fallen angel bestowed the gift of tongues, allowing him to understand the giant's speech. Shrim sneered, questioning why Shachi still clung to his stubborn, outdated convictions instead of joining the winning side. Shachi spat back, refusing to negotiate with a spineless traitor, a response that only seemed to amuse the Dark Chieftain. Shrim mocked the foolish king they served, lamenting how far their once proud lineage had fallen into pathetic disgrace. While Shachi claimed the name of a warrior was being dishonored, Shrim argued they simply refused to be Utgard's slaves any longer. As Shrim claimed they weren't the true masters here, Shachi roared for him to shut his mouth, his patience completely evaporated. A massive battle axe materialized in the giant's hands. Shrim welcomed the escalation, ready to settle their differences in blood. Shrim's gaze shifted to Lee Jun-kyung, intrigued that the special one would actually take orders from a mere human. Amused by the situation, he suggested a rain check, promising that their next encounter would involve all of them in a real fight. Shrim vowed to crush Shachi, the special one, and the human together. Later, an assistant wondered why they let the traitors walk. Shachi knew better. Charging now would be a suicide mission, resulting in a needless bloodbath for his remaining warriors. The chief's orders were clear: avoid unnecessary skirmishes. Though the warriors looked defeated, Lee Jun-kyung knew Shachi made the right call. Giants lived for battle, but the massive power gap made a direct confrontation pure insanity at this stage. Watching them, Lee Jun-kyung realized Shachi and Shrim once shared a bond like brothers. Suddenly, he spotted another figure nearby. The giants ignored the lone man standing there, but Lee Jun-kyung couldn't shake the feeling that his presence was intentional. When asked, Shachi revealed the man was just another mercenary hired to defend the towering walls of Utgard. Shachi asked if the youth was still hunting for rare medicinal herbs, a claim the boy confirmed with a simple nod. Warning him about the prowling Nars nearby, Shachi offered the young mercenary a safe escort back to the main stronghold. The youth agreed to return, his eyes lingering on Lee Jun-kyung. Shachi introduced his new companion as the latest recruit. Shachi revealed the boy's name was Hwada, a skilled doctor who doubled as a mercenary for the city. A surge of triumph hit Lee Jun-kyung. He'd finally found his target. Nearby, In Chang noticed his satisfied, knowing smirk. The girl boasted about her day, recounting how a Nars ambush turned into a frantic retreat once she drew her blade. Lee Jun-kyung's experience was far grimmer, having stood face to face with an enemy leader possessing overwhelming, monstrous strength. In Chang brushed it off as fatigue, but mentioned she'd spotted strange humans fighting alongside the Nars savages during her hunt. One Chinese warrior had even parried her strike with a bizarrely shaped spear, protecting the other Nars with effortless grace. Lee Jun-kyung froze. Who could possibly negate In Chang's lethal speed? Were there other powerful survivors hidden in this world? Determined to find answers, he decided to track this mysterious spearman down. Despite the looming threat of an ambush, he asked In Chang to back him up. She agreed instantly, though she worried about the massive language barrier between them. Li Junqiang had a plan. He handed her Merlin's necklace, hoping its ancient magic would bridge the communication gap. It would bridge the language gap. Just then, a bloodied patient was rushed toward the medic. Scanning the wounds, he urged the man to hang on. Hua Ta unleashed his mystical perception. He'll pull through, the healer promised. Junqiang recalled that legendary doctors were titled Hua Ta. The skill was legit, but why was this place a war zone? Junqiang approached the prodigy. Hua Ta was slammed with work. Our hero offered a pouch of potent herbs to help out. Use these however you need, Junqiang said. Grateful, Hua Ta realized the supply was plenty. With the new supplies, Hua Ta stabilized the crowd. Finally, the two men could speak privately. Suddenly, Hua Ta requested to read his pulse. Junqiang blinked. Why the sudden medical interest? Something feels off, the doctor noted. As they gripped hands, Hua Ta locked onto his heartbeat. Needing more data, the doctor deepened the link. Junqiang watched as a surge of energy circulated. Power bridged between their palms. Hua Ta explained that even with focus, this wasn't easy. Absorbing foreign mana is brutal. It's why that girl was enduring such soul-crushing agony. Junqiang realized Hua Ta was mapping his vitals. Surprisingly, the sensation felt incredibly smooth. It felt eerily natural, like his own power. Hua Ta paused, asking if he mastered cultivation. Junqiang countered, asking about the healer's mana mastery. How did a doctor learn such secrets? We call it qi cultivation, Hua Ta clarified. Junqiang wondered, did anyone else know this art? The doctor confirmed that the Nar's allies, the ones Jung encountered, were also practitioners. This whole situation smelled like a trap. Junqiang knew the black marble was the priority. Find anything weird? He asked. Hua Ta frowned, noting that Junqiang's blood felt unnaturally dense. His internal currents were warped. It wasn't a full diagnosis, but the signs were deeply troubling. One thing was certain. Something dark and heavy was weighing on Junqiang's very soul. This man healed the Demon King himself. If anyone was worth his trust, it was him. Our hero confessed his struggle. Massive waves of demonic energy from monsters had flooded his system. This corruptive force surged through him, clashing and merging with various energy sources within his core. They crystallized into black marble spheres. These orbs radiated violent power, putting him through physical hell. I have no clue what they are, he admitted. Standard cultivation was powerless against these anomalies. Given the stakes, Hua Ta requested a much more thorough, hands-on medical examination. Junqiang prepared for the checkup. Laying on the table, Hua Ta observed his patient's frame. It was a miracle he was standing. The internal pressure should have shredded his organs. These orbs were parasites, typically draining a host's life. But Junqiang's were completely unique. Instead of killing him, they were actually supercharging his mana circulation, like a supernatural engine. What does that even mean? Junqiang asked. Hua Ta explained the spheres weren't actually lethal. The agony came from his body being forcibly rewired. It was a high-stakes, dangerous evolution. These spheres grow alongside him. Hua Ta warned that if they ever surpassed his own strength, they would devour his personality entirely. Junqiang risked descending into a state of pure madness. He'd become a mindless monster. Luckily, his ironclad mental grit was keeping the darkness at bay. Was this the same insanity plaguing the Nars? Junqiang's mind began connecting the dots. The Nars were essentially bloodthirsty lunatics, obsessed with destructive power and their warped internal cultivation. A flood of new intel crashed over him. It was a lot to process, but valuable. So, the spheres were essentially a high-risk power-up. Junqiang pondered the irony of his situation. True growth always requires dancing with death. If this was the price of power, so be it. The Demon King mastered mana through this art. If Junqiang followed, he'd reach legendary heights. His potential for mana mastery was now limitless. But one question remained for the doctor. Why were civilians ill if they hadn't fought? Hua Ta explained. The local energy was overwhelming. Only hunters blessed by powerful entities could survive, let alone thrive, in such a dense zone. Hunters endure this raw energy, but for civilians, it's pure poison. Ever since the gates opened, a plague has ravaged the weak. Earth is becoming a wasteland. Before China fell, Hua Ta studied in Europe. He rushed home to fight the chaos, desperate to save his people. Outside these borders, it's known as a hellscape, the realm of monsters. Hua Ta pressed for answers. Why was Li Junqiang here alone? The protagonist knew the truth from the records. No cavalry was coming. The rescue is standing before you, he declared. Hua Ta scoffed immediately. Li Junqiang clarified the situation. Only 2 of them remained. They'd slaughtered giants before. Even if one was a literal skeleton, Hua Ta was skeptical. Saving a city required more than just muscle. I can't carry this weight alone, he admitted, seeking Asar allies. Huada laughed. It was a suicide mission. He knew nothing about them. That's exactly why he needed intel. Utgard's remaining hunters were vanishing. The math was grim. Most had already defected to the enemy. Huada recalled his gathering trips. The exodus of hunters was complete. Who could command them? He needed their blades to survive evacuation. Survival meant evolution. He had one final request for the doctor. He sought the secrets of Chi to reach Demon King power. From the snowy peaks, they watched Utgard, a frozen fortress waiting. Huada finished the concealment array. It was a masterpiece of secrecy. Not a single ripple of mana would leak, even during training. The protagonist blinked. Was all this secrecy necessary just for training? Absolutely, Huada insisted. Energy surges would draw the giants instantly. Refining power requires massive mana. One slip-up, and they'd be swarmed. Condensing energy is a nightmare. They needed a perfect flow seal. But Lee Jun-kyung was already drawing it in naturally. He manipulated raw essence without techniques. Who had trained this monster? No school taught this. It was impossible. Is it really that special? Huada realized the truth. The kid possessed god-tier talent for energy. He shattered every expectation. His raw potential made the impossible easy. Perhaps they could survive the winter camp. Meanwhile, the hunters debated. Is there no one left to fight? The bitter truth was silence. Looking at the horizon, a young man hoped for a miracle rescue. The veteran hunter spat on the ground. Help wasn't coming. Nars would have spotted them if they were a rescue squad. It's likely a tiny strike team, maybe under 10. Berating himself for being reckless, the hunter pondered the uncertain future. Amidst the tension, the youth spoke up. How fast can we level up? The bearded warrior noted their rapid growth since defecting to their side. With a solid horde of supplies gathered, the hunters insisted the young man push himself just as hard. Knowing they needed more power, the boy agreed. Soon, the intense grind of chi cultivation was in full effect. Vada gave it his all. Unexpectedly, a surge of mana radiated through the hero like a wave of pure comfort. As mana surged, it felt like a tempest raging within. Focus on your rhythm, Huada commanded Lee Jun-kyung. They were at the threshold. Agony was unavoidable now. Don't you dare make a sound, Huada warned the boy. Huada realized this chaotic energy was terrifyingly potent. It didn't just drain mana like a sponge. It was literally incinerating their physical form from the inside. The doctor couldn't stop. He had to finish this. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light pierced the protective dome and scorched the sky above. The witness saw everything. Shachi felt a massive, dense energy signature erupting from the permafrost. Who was that? Could Vada have that much juice? No, not even him. Only one person could unleash mana of that magnitude. Shrim materialized out of nowhere, flexing his newfound power before his old ally. Shachi finally understood the threat. Shachi rallied the Utgard legions for war. The warriors hesitated, knowing their chieftain would never sanction such violence. How much longer will you cowards hide? Shachi roared. Are we to tremble in the shadows forever? Will you wait for orders while the enemy strikes? Has the ice giant pride completely vanished from your souls? Shachi took the full burden of their defiance. Today, we reclaim the lost honor of our giant kin. The warriors knelt in submission to Shachi's will. Nearby, Shrim heard the war horn and froze in utter disbelief. Shachi wasn't the type for such bold moves. Could it be the High Chief of Utgard himself? Shrim wondered. He figured the chief was preoccupied elsewhere. Was this some kind of elaborate trap, or something even worse? Shrim grinned, realizing this was the perfect opening. He had to seize this golden opportunity right now. Calling a general assembly, Shrim screamed, Today, Utgard falls. Two massive armies rapidly closed the distance. As they neared the barrier, Shachi realized this was all Shrim's doing. The betrayal was finally out in the open. Was history repeating itself? Shrim looked at his rival and asked himself the very same question. Suspecting the leader was hiding nearby, Fenrir stood at the barrier's edge, teeth bared for the coming slaughter. Jung and Yin Chong knew Fenrir's aggression meant one thing. Lee Jun-kyung was definitely behind that shield. Shrim spat on the idea of a truce. He only regretted the leader wasn't there to witness his victory. Shachi braced himself. There was no turning back. Every single giant stood fully armed and ready for blood. Both commanders roared the order to charge. The earth shook as giant met giant in a brutal collision. Suddenly, Lee Jun-kyung snapped his eyes open and stood up. He's finally back, Huada whispered in relief. The weary doctor gasped. The raw power and technique Jun-kyung displayed were on a whole different level. Jun-kyung lunged toward the collapsing doctor. Checking Huada's pulse, he prayed he wasn't too late to help. He was alive, but the cost was his youth. Suddenly, a glowing energy apple materialized in the hero's palm. I won't let you die, Jun-kyung vowed. The Demon King's elixir was gone, but he had one last hope. Their only shot was the Apple of Eden, the legendary elixir of Utgard. It was a true final trump card. He'd swiped it from Odin just in case. Now, Junkyung planned to drain every ounce of its energy. Pressing the artifact to the doctor's chest, he commanded Hwada to absorb the divine power of the Eden apple. Mana flooded the doctor's veins. Meanwhile, Jung and Yin Chang were already deep in the giant's chaotic brawl. Yin Chang noted Shachi's skill, but he lacked pure destructive force. Suddenly, a familiar giant blocked her path. Still as fierce as ever, the hunter sneered. Yin Chang realized this man's power far surpassed the other giants. Gonza, her loyal ogre, roared and lunged forward. In a flash, he ballooned to his gargantuan, true size. He now towered over the enemy giant. The hunter's face paled as he realized he was facing a monster. "This one is mine," Yin Chang told her pet. "Gonza, make sure nobody interrupts our little dance." The hunter froze in fear. Yin Chang ordered the ogre to guard the perimeter while she handled the target. The beast swore to grant her every desire. Unfazed, the girl gripped her hilt, declaring she was hyped for this little game. Her foe smirked, clearly amused by her spirit. Amidst the chaos of war, Shrim finally admitted it. Shachi's power had reached a terrifying new level. Shachi fire back, calling Shrim a relic of the past, who hadn't improved one bit since then. Despite his training, the power gap remained massive. The legendary giant demanded to know why he betrayed them. Shrim spat back that he was done watching the chieftain play pretend god over their people. He dropped a bombshell. The chief had nuked everything Shrim loved, including Shachi's own father, Olvaldi. The revelation hit Shachi like a physical blow, forcing him to freeze mid-swing in total shock. "That snake Loki erased him," Shrim growled. Nearby, Lee Jun-kyung's eyes locked on the drained Hwatuo. The Apple of Eden was leagues above any elixir, yet it looked absolutely spent. Something was wrong. The mana was dead silent. Jun-kyung realized he might have accidentally sucked the relic dry himself. It seems he'd siphoned the apple's raw essence while gathering energy, explaining his sudden, massive surge. Power surged through his veins like a tidal wave. He felt ready to throw hands with Hercules. He couldn't even process this insane mana peak before Jung and Chang closed in, fully armed. The girl leaned in, checking if he was still in one piece, while breathing a sigh of relief. But the fallen angel just sneered. His rivals saw him as a puny human and an easy target. The signal to kill was given, but then Hunmu's skeletal frame materialized on the battlefield. The undead warrior stood ready, swearing absolute loyalty to his master's every command and whim. He was itching to turn those giants into dust. Jun-kyung noted that his summon had definitely evolved. Jun-kyung barked an order to get Hwatuo to safety. With a chilling grin, Hunmu obeyed. With the doctor out of the crossfire, Jun-kyung could finally lock in on the real mission. Just then, Shrim lunged, winding up a strike meant to end Shachi once and for all. But Jun-kyung was a blur, connecting a heavy right hook straight to the giant's jaw. Shachi watched in awe. This wasn't the same guy. Jun-kyung's strength was now completely off the charts. The rival giant factions continued their brutal, gore-stained dance of death all across the field. Gonza dove into the fray, but Jun-kyung let Fenrir loose, summoning a titanic ice beast. The hero called for a parley. The enemy mercenaries hesitated, their resolve wavering as they lowered steel. They were considering the deal, but Jun-kyung knew better than to sleep on these legendary heroes. He had one burning question for the group. "Who the hell are you guys, anyway?" One mercenary stepped forward, identifying as Yubi. Jun-kyung recognized the name from the Demon King's files. Jun-kyung pressed him. "Why switch sides? Was it because the world didn't see them as hunters? This isn't betrayal, it's destiny," Yubi barked, claiming their actions were for the survival of the many. Jun-kyung lunged, calling out the lies. "What kind of greater good requires backstabbing your own kind?" The mercenary countered, claiming a pact with Shrim to rebuild China once Utgard was finally crushed. Jun-kyung scoffed. "You really think you couldn't have just made that same deal with King Utgard?" Closing the distance in a flash, the hero drove his spear forward with absolute, lethal intent. Yubi knew Utgard was a lost cause. The man had already sacrificed thousands to a mysterious infection. Teaming up with a monster like that was suicide. Jun-kyung finally realized what Yubi was implying. It was a secret event, known only to hunters. This explained the ghost town and the betrayal. Jun-kyung pointed out the irony. Yubi preached about saving China while abandoning the very people in it. Yubi doubled down on his innocence. Jun-kyung knew there were still too many missing puzzle pieces. First, they'd fight, then they'd talk. Meanwhile, Shrim revealed Shachi's father had smelled a rat long ago. Loki's endgame was terrifying. He wanted to terraform these lands into a new, icy Jotunheim. "He's going to purge everything," Shrim explained. "He wants a world where only giants can breathe." Olvaldi had died trying to stop this genocide. Hearing this, Shachi's rage reached a breaking point. Sashi's rage exploded as he demanded to know why Shrim kept the truth hidden until now. He lunged forward, fueled by betrayal. Shrim admitted he couldn't let such a loyal giant warrior go. To him, Sashi's unwavering spirit was too valuable to lose. Despite the shocking revelation about his father's death, Shrim expertly countered and pinned Sashi down. The warrior felt the gap in power. Sashi's mind was reeling, but his battered body had reached its limit. Shrim turned away, leaving his old comrade in the dirt. He told Sashi to rest until the smoke cleared. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed from the shadows, halting Shrim's exit. Lee Jun-kyung stepped into view, a blazing spear gripped in his hand. Shrim grinned. This was finally getting spicy. The giant sensed a shift. This human was built different. His presence felt just as menacing as Loki's own dark aura. Shrim had hoped to save his peak strength for the king, but now he had no choice but to face this new threat. Unexpectedly, Lee Jun-kyung hoisted his spear high, raised his palms, and coolly announced he was throwing in the towel. He handed out healing potions to Yubi and the survivors. "Drink up," he urged, focused on their recovery. The youth claimed his fighting days were over for now. Our hero noted that the enemy commander was finally out cold. Understanding why the Nars chose this path, Lee Jun-kyung declared that he, a mere mercenary, was clocking out of this war. Shrim found the situation perfect and accepted the sudden surrender without a second thought. Cheers erupted from Shrim's camp while Sashi's men slumped in defeat. Shrim commanded an end to the internal bloodshed. This civil war had already claimed too many giants. Lee Jun-kyung promised to keep an eye on their next moves. "Don't let me down," he added, as the combined forces began their march toward the heart of Utgard. Their goal: take down King Loki. While LJK watched, the fallen angel within him hissed in pure disgust at Loki's name. Was it the name Loki that triggered such hate? Shrim, confused, asked why a powerhouse like LJK would suddenly back down. LJK kept it real. "I'm just a mercenary." He hinted that with the right price, he might reconsider joining the fray. Chen checked in on her partner, worried if he was okay. LJK simply reminded her of their original mission. They weren't here to pick sides. Their primary objectives for the China mission had already been checked off the list. The hunters would stay behind to safeguard the civilians of Utgard. Wasn't that a win-win for everyone involved? Chen nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the Nars' tactical strike was proceeding with terrifying efficiency. Most defenders crumbled against the giant warriors, especially since the Nars had been smart enough to conserve their mana. They breached the city walls with ease. Once Mr. Manhwa finally woke up, Lee Jun-kyung checked the doctor's vitals. Manhwa snapped, accusing LJK of being a double agent this entire time. He felt completely played. LJK looked baffled. "What are you tripping for?" he asked, reminding the doctor they'd already hashed this out. Though the timing was tight, the rescue squad finally touched down. LJK turned his attention back to Yubi. He urged Yubi to round up the citizens. If an exit opened up, they needed to ditch the fortress immediately. LJK tasked the doctor with protecting the refugees. Having a trusted face would make the evacuation much smoother. Seeing LJK's genuine concern, Manhwa realized the kid actually cared. He sighed and agreed to help. With that settled, LJK went back into full mercenary mode. The evacuation plan was officially in motion. When asked how he was holding up, LJK joked that he'd never felt better eating well, sleeping great, and gaining mass. Manhwa headed out with the hunters, scouring every corner of Utgard to rescue the trapped civilians. The doctor warned him to stay alert. The king was a monster. Soon, Shrim reached the throne room's heavy doors. Facing the throne, the king spat at the filthy traitor. Shrim just glared back. Loki's time was officially up. Shrim taunted Loki for not killing him sooner. LJK observed from the side, noting how eerily calm the giant was. Even against 100 foes, the king's aura was suffocating. Clearly, Loki was hiding a terrifying trump card. Shrim brought up Ivaldi, asking if Loki regretted the blood on his hands. Loki's eyes narrowed. He knew Ivaldi was the catalyst for Shrim's rebellion. At the mention of that name, Shrim's fury hit its boiling point. Shrim prepared to lunge, but the entire throne room suddenly trembled. A dark energy erupted from the royal crypts. The stone lids shattered as a crimson giant, with burning eyes emerged, radiating pure, murderous intent. Dozens of crypts burst open at once. In seconds, a whole legion of these red-skinned monsters surrounded the throne. LJK realized these weren't typical giants. They were mindless puppets, just like the monstrosities he'd faced before. Loki let out a sinister smirk. With his undead army summoned, he finally felt untouchable once again. Shrim let out a guttural roar of fury. How could this absolute trash dare to treat them like insects? Lee Jun-kyung recalled rumors of a plague wiping out the giants. Was that all just a calculated lie? These monsters were built different, completely eclipsing the frozen husks he had encountered in the ice world. They were mindless, overpowered killing machines. Once their bloodlust peaked, they became nothing more than the king's loyal puppets. The grim reality finally clicked for Lee Jun-kyung. This twisted king had actually sacrificed his own kin, just to manufacture a private army. Loki demanded absolute submission, and these hollow giants were the result. Calling it a divine reward, Loki commanded his hounds to eviscerate the rebel. Shrym took a devastating hit that sent him crashing through the castle roof like a ragdoll. The lobotomized giants surged forward to finish the job. Pure terror gripped the warriors. With Shrym gone, hope was fading until a blood-soaked figure clawed his way back. Shrym refused to stay down. He roared at the Nars to find their courage and stand their ground. Their leader's return ignited a fire in their hearts, and the warriors charged. Meanwhile, Jung In Chang was still struggling to wrap his head around the chaos. Jun Kyung explained the king's sick plan for a private guard. He had turned his own subjects into thralls. In Chang was shook. Did Loki really butcher his own people? Just for some sick experiment? Jun Kyung nodded grimly. Loki was a tyrant who viewed souls as mere fuel. He was a total fiend. Jun Kyung realized these reanimated giants were nothing but empty shells. They fought like rabid berserkers. At this rate, the Nars were toast. Loki vowed to make an example of every traitor, crushing any thought of rebellion. Our hero did not flinch, flooding his spear with raw mana for a lethal strike. He leveled his weapon, swearing to end the king's reign. Loki just smirked, admitting he had been tracking the boy's progress. Loki sensed a power in him that eclipsed everyone else. The Mad King finally dropped his guard and got serious. The king's speed was insane. Jun Kyung barely had a second to react. Suddenly, the tyrant's eyes widened in shock. Was this human actually suppressing his true power? Who was he? Just then, Shachi burst onto the scene. His eyes burned with a desperate need for vengeance. Jun Kyung yelled out a warning, sensing the king's trap. Shachi tried to turn the giants against their master, but Loki was faster, slamming him into the dirt instantly. Loki spat at the weakling, mocking him for relying on a mere human. Once he was done playing, he would turn Shachi into another mindless slave. Desperate, Jun Kyung summoned Fenrir, and the ice beast materialized. Loki mocked Fenrir's fated strength. Even In Chang could see this monster was not going down without a fight. "Give me 60 seconds, Jun Kyung pleaded. Shrym let out a battle cry and charged, but one man was not enough. Shrym was being overwhelmed. He needed In Chang to back him up, and she was not about to back down. She vowed to hold the line as long as possible, but Jun Kyung knew they were running out of time. A lucky strike caught Loki's arm. Jun Kyung's spear began to glow with a terrifying, white-hot intensity, but it still was not enough. He had one shot to end this nightmare, a single, decisive blow. The spear screamed as it reached its breaking point. With a final roar, Jun Kyung hurled the weapon with everything he had. Strike. A massive, charred crater sat where Loki's heart used to be. Even the fallen angel seemed impressed. The hunters stood in awe of the feat. After an eternity of frozen darkness, the sun finally broke through the clouds. Golden light flooded Utgard. Under the sun's purifying gaze, the tyrant Loki finally turned to ash. The king and his cursed fortress were erased from existence. With their master gone, the giant puppets were easily dismantled by the Nars. Amidst the smoking ruins, the four survivors finally regrouped. Shachi and Shrym remained. Yubi and Lee Jun Kyung stood with them, but the dust had not fully settled. Shrym turned to the mercenary with a grim promise, and handed Yubi over to Shachi. Regardless of his excuses, Yubi had betrayed their people, and blood demanded blood. The cycle of vengeance was over. Shrym's only wish now was for Shachi to show mercy to the remaining Nars, who had followed him. Shachi gave his word. Jun Kyung braced for hatred, but the giant offered his gratitude instead, because Jun Kyung's arrival had forced him to choose a better path. Later, looking out over the landscape, our hero noted how quickly the world was healing. Yubi admitted that none of it would be possible without him. They had fought hard, but these lands were still a death trap for the weak. A new plan was needed for survival. "We need to go beyond the wall," the mercenary hinted. "Would you lead the way, Lee Jun Kyung?" Lee Jun Kyung offered his aid, yet warned that the venture was a gamble as the tides of fate were shifting. The protagonist insisted that venturing beyond the barrier was sheer lunacy. Hunkering down here was their only shot at survival. Soon, the entire world would morph into a lethal gate. Presenting a strange fruit, Jun Kyung identified the specimen as a puramora. This could serve as a sustainable food source. Jun Kyung explained that fertilizing them with monster bones would yield a massive harvest. Hunger would soon be a relic of the past. Yubi stood frozen in shock. How could this young man possess such forbidden knowledge? The MC realized his unique abilities would be the ultimate weapon in their desperate struggle against the biting frost. Shrym questioned if the giant's new sovereign was handling his burdens. Jun Kyung smirked, suggesting that if he was truly curious, he should go ask the man face to face. Shrym hesitated, baffled that anyone would actually be thrilled to reunite with an old enemy. Jun Kyung told him to drop the assumptions and just see for himself. A man with blood-stained hands, could never truly lead, which is why he turned down Shachi's offer to take command of the Nars instead. For the aggressive ice giants, battle is their lifeblood. They only truly evolve when faced with a worthy adversary. Shrim noted that if monsters are just prey, then humans are the only true rivals left. Jun Kyung interjected with a grim thought. This obsession with humanity would only lead to a bloodbath, leaving both races decimated when they inevitably clash as enemies. Jun Kyung revealed his true motive. He was there to master the giant's secrets. Shrim nodded. If that was Loft Loki's desire, he'd grant the request without hesitation. After all, this man was the giant's savior. Jun Kyung paused. Who exactly was Loft Loki? Shrim explained that in their ancient tongue, the title literally translated to the one who shattered Loki. The young warrior declared his intent to master the release technique. Shrim agreed to teach him, though his doubt lingered. He wasn't sure a human could pull it off. Release is a forbidden art that pushes dormant potential to its absolute limit. It demands a staggering amount of mana that usually kills anyone lacking a giant's physiology. The strain is simply too immense. Without a massive frame to contain the energy, others simply burn out. Shachi watched in silence, her mind racing with questions. How could one man hold such a monstrous sea of mana? In Chang stared at Jun Kyung, her suspicion reaching a breaking point. Was he even human anymore? Now overflowing with hyper-concentrated energy, the MC had finally taken what he needed from the giants. He was certain his mana reserves now eclipsed even Shrim's. From a jagged peak, our hero surveyed the frozen wasteland of Utgard. Mission accomplished. Loki was exposed as a pathetic tyrant who butchered his own kin for deranged biological experiments. To build a mindless legion, the infamous villain had exploited Hunter secrets to mutate the giants into something unholy. He turned them into hollow shells of destruction. Jun Kyung couldn't fathom how the king maintained such absolute, terrifying control. According to the elders, the king was a god-tier warrior. But he wasn't smart enough to pull this off alone. Someone was pulling the strings from the shadows. The mysterious intruders had breached the fortress and vanished without a trace. Any stranger could be the Demon King in disguise, but if the culprit wasn't him, then who was the mastermind? Jun Kyung's mind drifted to the stranger in the black hood. What was his ultimate endgame? Young and In Chang broke his train of thought, mentioning a festival in town. They dragged him along before he could decline. The girl gripped Jun Kyung's hand, pulling him toward the lights while shouting that everyone was already waiting for their hero. Reaching the village square, they looked around. The reality of their struggle was clear. Life here was a brutal, daily grind. But isn't that just how life works? We find joy in the chaos. In Chang smiled, remarking that just being alive was a miracle. Seeing a festival bloom right next to a deadly gate gave Jun Kyung a rare spark of hope for the future. He decided to fully immerse himself in the celebration. Stepping onto an improvised stage, the crowd began to whisper in awe. Could this really be him? The legend who toppled the giant king? The man they called Loft Loki stood before them. Jun Kyung suddenly flared his mana, causing his magical pressure to skyrocket. He was instantly enveloped in a pillar of celestial fire. The entire city rushed to the square, desperate to catch a glimpse of Loft Loki's power. Shrim watched, utterly floored by the display. Jun Kyung thrust his hand toward the heavens, firing a beam of pure, concentrated energy into the darkened sky. The clouds shattered, and for the first time, the sun broke through. The locals gasped. Could a human truly command the heavens? The magical energy condensed into a pulsating core. Using the dragon bloodstone, he had successfully forged a fledgling dragon heart. It was a godlike feat. Yubi asked if he was finally ready to move out. Jun Kyung nodded, his eyes glowing with power. He had infused every outpost with permanent warmth, utilizing an advanced infusion technique he'd mirrored from Park Ji-hyun. To seal the deal, he layered the entire settlement with the ancient protective wards of Merlin's legendary necklace. Corrals the Inferno. As long as the foundation holds, the blaze is under control. Yubi wavered, his heart heavy with the burden of an unpaid debt he couldn't leave behind. Lee Jun-kyung offered a reassuring nod, certain their destinies would intertwine once more. Leaping from the peak, the hero landed before In-chang. She hailed him as the one who commands the dawn. He'd finally made it. The young warrior declared that the people were finally under his protection. He ensured they'd survive the cold even after he left. This girl's kindness really hit him deep. Lee Jun-kyung signaled Fenrir. Within seconds, a titanic frost beast manifested out of thin air. Lee hoped to be even stronger by their next meeting. Yubi felt that promise in his soul. Night swallowed the horizon, forcing the squad to hunker down in the brutal, frozen, wild. While the others caught some sleep, Jun-kyung and In-chang shared heavy truths by the campfire. In-chang sighed, admitting the stress was real, even if the trip had its moments. He confessed he wasn't down for another hellish trek like this. In-chang noticed a change. It had been ages since she'd heard him crack a joke. Even Gons chimed in, feeling the vibe. Lee's eyes sharpened. He demanded a progress report on her cultivation. He'd warned her this was no cakewalk. In-chang had finally cracked the code of mana flow, but Jun-kyung pressed her time was running out. Time was a luxury they didn't have. Pulsing near his own, the dragon's heart was revving up. It kept charging, forcefully saturating his mana and pushing his evolution to terrifying levels. Power was surging in everyone, mostly unnoticed, a clear sign that the world was about to break. He realized everything was evolving, even the monsters. The old world was officially over. The mana flood was just the teaser. In-chang's gaze drifted toward the mountain's peak. Mount Paektu was a pillar of fire. Bloodthirsty predators were already closing in on the chaos. While civilians fled, hunters drew steel. They met the monster tide with a heavy, lethal hand. The brave hunters cut them down, but they knew this was just the opening act. With the civilians finally in the clear, the hunters prepared to descend from the burning mountain. A colossus suddenly blocked their path, radiating a mana signature that felt completely wrong. They were ready to throw their lives away until Fenrir, the frost beast, lunged into the fray. The hunters gasped. They knew that beast and the legend leading it had finally arrived. "You guys good?" Lee asked. The hunters could only offer a breathless, sincere thank you. Lee scanned the area. He couldn't sense the Mountain King or the Great Bear anywhere. A local hunter choked out that the chief had gone to Heavenly Lake to seal the king. Lee left the area to In-chang and the dock. Meanwhile, the bear woman reached the ritual site. Before her stood the Mountain King, a mass of primal rage. The tiger's roar shook the earth. She couldn't take it anymore. To her, the Mountain King was more than a beast. He was family. Raised by him, she couldn't bring herself to strike. But the king was lost to his fury. He had a different mission now. Dropping her sword, she offered her life to stop his rampage. "End it," she whispered, exhausted. The tiger responded with a roar of pure, unbridled madness. Claws flashed, then, a blur. Lee Jun-kyung stood like a shield between the girl and the beast. "You okay?" he asked, already sweeping her up before she could even process the save. He blurred to a safe distance, set her down, and demanded to know what triggered this disaster. He scanned her battered state. Ungyo spat out the truth. The man in the black hood was behind this. The moment that shadow touched the king, Mount Paektu transformed into a literal hellscape. Jun-kyung's jaw tightened. That hooded bastard. Ungyo noted he'd been missing for several days now. He'd vanished into thin air, leaving the corrupted Mountain King as his twisted parting gift. "We have to calm him down," Lee urged. But Ungyo shook her head. Hope was already gone. They'd tried every seal and exorcism in the book. The darkness inside him just wouldn't die. The Mountain King's aura was suffocating, making victory feel like a pipe dream. Lee Jun-kyung questioned if slaying him was the only play. Receiving a grim nod, the protagonist ignited his fire spear. He commanded Ungyo to fall back and find safety. He had one last trick: shock therapy. With a surge of resolve, he lunged at the Mountain King with his spear. Bursts of flames erupted. Ungyo's jaw dropped. Had he really hit this level of insane power in such a short window? In mere days, he'd evolved as if years had passed. Yet, the Mountain King's primal aggression showed no signs of fading. The therapy wasn't sticking, but Lee Jun-kyung refused to back down, relentlessly hammering away at the massive beast. Ungyo's heart broke, her desperate screams reaching for the Mountain King. Lee Jun-kyung told her to trust him. He wasn't aiming to kill or do anything twisted. The dragon's heart, forged from pure dragon bloodstone, was the real goal. It was a divine battery, fusing the Mountain King's essence with raw magical energy and the spirit of Mount Paektu. This stone was the epicenter of all that power. Through it, one could tap into a realm of pure magic. Our hero intended to siphon those powers into his own soul. He'd consume the very insanity driving the Mountain King wild, but the plan spiraled into chaos. Lee Jun-kyung felt the dread sinking in as things took a dark turn. The spear was warping into a demonic relic, draining the beast's life. He fought to focus, desperate to reclaim control. He needed to restore the creature's vitality. The purification skill flared to life, and the protagonist seized his one narrow opening. Pushing his limits, he struck. The beast finally collapsed, paralyzed on the dirt. The young man thought he'd finally succeeded. Ungyo let out a gut-wrenching sob, sprinting toward the tiger. She wailed that she would heal her mountain protector. She begged the king to stay awake, her tears falling as she pleaded for him to just open his eyes. Minutes ticked by with no change. Ungyo wept, begging for forgiveness. Suddenly, a figure appeared nearby, riding a frost beast. It was a doctor, rushing to the scene on a massive ice creature. He sighed in relief, thankful he wasn't too late. Later, our hero stood before the recovering Mountain King. He noted that the beast had finally regained its senses, but even without the madness, the king was fading. His strength was hemorrhaging, and the damage looked totally irreversible. Lee Jun-kyung obsessed over the mystery man in black. Who was he, and why would he curse the Mountain Lord? He couldn't fathom why a divine being like the Mountain King would trust such a shady figure, or his power. The tiger promised to explain everything soon. But first, he checked if Eungyo was safe from the fallout. Lee Jun-kyung reassured him that she was fine, just completely drained from the emotional roller coaster of saving him. The doctor had patched up the surface wounds, but the rot inside was too deep. Any more treatment was useless. The beast accepted his fate, knowing the end was near. He asked the man if he'd still take Eungyo under his wing. He spoke of a figure in a dark hood. Despite the creepy vibes, the man carried an strangely familiar power. The stranger hadn't sought him out. The beast had been drawn to him instead. He had been lurking near the village. At Heavenly Lake, the hooded man stood like a statue, watching. The Lord of the Mountain slowly approached the silent watcher. The tiger's memory was a blur. He'd encountered him in Cheongju, but the most vital details had been wiped clean. Lee Jun-kyung cursed his luck. The man's origin and motives remained shrouded in shadows, leaving them with no leads. In-chang addressed the survivors, laying out a life-changing choice. They had to decide their own future now. Option 1. Stay and rebuild. It would be a brutal grind, but they could keep their ancestral home. Option 2. Follow her to Korea. It required government red tape, but she promised they'd find a safe haven there. She gave them 3 days to weigh their options. The clock was ticking before the final departure. Eungyo tugged on the hero's sleeve, calling him uncle again. Her heart was still heavy for the dying king. The king always trusted his uncle. She begged for one last visit. Lee Jun-kyung led her back to the tiger. Kneeling before the king, Eungyo whispered for him to wake up. To her, he was more than a spirit. He was family, a friend, a father, and a protector. Fresh tears fell as she thanked him for everything, swearing to never forget him. The mountain lord's spirit finally detached, soaring toward the heavens. Eungyo waved goodbye as the entire village witnessed the ascent. As the spirit touched the clouds, the locals bowed in reverence. They looked at the ruined city, wondering if leaving was right. They vowed to return one day. Meanwhile, In-chang gathered a fleet of reindeer, ready to serve as their mountain steeds. She urged the elderly and children to gear up. Once they cleared the peaks, the temperature would drop into the negatives. They bundled up and climbed onto the reindeer. Lee Jun-kyung arrived with Eungyo, who clutched a tiny tiger cub tightly. In-chang stared, jaw dropped. Eungyo hoisted the tiny tiger cub high, declaring Sang-gun would be her eternal shadow. Lee Jun-kyung noted Sang-gun shared that fate. The mysterious patron, that mountain giant, had orchestrated everything. He gifted the fallen mountain king to Eungyo's kin. Now reborn, he was a blank slate, memories shattered. Powerless and fragile, Lee Jun-kyung promised their homecoming to Korea was imminent. The girl beamed, pure joy radiating. What's the move once we land? In-chang pressed. Work to do, Jun-kyung replied, a radiant blade manifesting. In-chang gasped at the sword's insane mana surge. Jun-kyung smiled inwardly. Eungyo had absolutely cooked with this masterpiece. A true treasure, he mused. In-chang pouted, low-key jealous. She pushed again for their post-return game plan. Is this for some secret girlfriend? She teased. Jun-kyung blinked, caught off guard by her sudden interrogation. He wondered what went on in her head. Meanwhile, Paektu's people halted atop the frozen, white expanse. They eyed the massive barrier nervously. Jun-kyung stepped forward, executing a precise sequence with cold, calculated focus. His vow to breach this wall within 30 days echoed. Time was up, he was slightly behind schedule. Jun-kyung unleashed his signature aura, hands pressing against the stone. A sharp thought crossed his mind. He'd outpaced his own growth. No backup needed, but this basic pressure wasn't going to cut it. He ignited his mana flow, tapping into the dragon's heart, the core pulsing with the Mountain King's stolen might. The northern front felt different. From their perch, the sentries scanned the horizon, eyes narrowing at the stillness. Too quiet, one muttered. Ever since that guy arrived, monsters were ghosting the area. His partner shrugged. Probably just luck if we're talking about that loser. Or maybe he actually cleared the whole zone? Wiped out every beast in the north? Impossible, the other scoffed. Outsider or not, nobody pulls that off. Greater heroes had failed this exact mission. Suddenly, the sentry's voice cracked as he signaled his partner. Look, over there! The barrier was warping. Its very foundation and glowing outlines began to shift violently. It was transforming right before their eyes. Back safely, In-chang sipped steaming coffee, a small smile appearing. Was coffee always this fire? She wondered. A guard arrived, announcing their squad was in the next hall, waiting in the auditorium. But who exactly? Jun-kyung stepped up, speaking with absolute authority. These are elite survivors from the north, he confirmed. And every single one of them is a hunter. Eungyo and Yubi calmed their tribe. Patience. This place is safe. Our new life starts here. Jun-kyung studied Eungyo. The curse hadn't reached its peak, yet there was still a window of time. The dark magic that buffed her power and shrunk her body was fading in this neutral zone. Got a second? Jun-kyung asked. telling the crowd he needed to borrow her for a quick talk. He led her away, explaining her glow-up. The curse was breaking, forcing her physical form to stabilize. Time for a checkup. He began channeling mana to scan her internal vitals for any lingering damage. She froze as his energy surged through her. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Eungyo snapped. Junkyung's eyes widened. "Your stats. They've tanked." Eungyo scoffed, refusing to accept the massive power drop. She had to see for herself. Closing her eyes, she forced her mana to circulate at maximum speed. The truth hurt. Her power was leaking. "I'm actually weaker. But how? This makes zero sense." "You were Peg-2 dependent," he theorized. "Your peak strength was tied directly to that mountain's unique energy field. That's why you were stuck in a kid's body." "Relax," he added. "Don't spiral, just yet. I'm a hunter, I can fix this." Eungyo sighed. "Fine. What's the real reason you pulled me aside?" "The feds and the association are coming. They're gonna have a million questions about your background. And your Cheongju squad? They're absolute units. Way stronger than anyone anticipated," he noted. "Recruiting them would be a win-win. But there's a catch." "What's the catch?" Eungyo asked suspiciously. "Trust issues?" she guessed. "Exactly," he nodded. "They might deport you or lock you into a scam contract. Forced labor or bad deals." Junkyung knew the Asgard Association president was already eyeing their raw power. Jang Hyojin will likely pull up in person to seize control. He looked her dead in the eye. "I have a better path, but the call is yours." Suddenly, a sleek white SUV pulled up outside. A guy in dark shades stepped out, flashing a grin. "Been a minute, Junkyung. Welcome back to the world." Junkyung admitted they hadn't crossed paths since high school. The four-eyed official was floored by his achievements, surviving a suicide mission and returning unscathed, while leading a squad of legendary northern hunters was unheard of. Junkyung knew the association would strike first. His contact hesitated. Could these outsiders be trusted? The president was prepping a deal. Our hero knew the game was changing. Asgard was finally making its move. The official dropped the bombshell. The president wanted every new hunter under contract. "All of them?" Junkyung clarified. "Confirmation received." Those mana contracts were basically soul-binding shackles disguised as paperwork. Junkyung smirked. "Too late. They've already signed their souls over to me." He'd brought them here on his own terms and wouldn't gamble with their lives. A mana contract is a one-time deal. The official's face went completely pale. He scrambled to alert the higher-ups while Junkyung waited for the fallout. He wondered how Odin would handle this power play. Meanwhile, Ubi suited up. "This gear feels incredible," he noted. The Northerners were equally stunned, especially by the canteen food. Compared to Northern rations, this was a five-star paradise. Junkyung agreed. They'd spent too long starving in that frozen wasteland, but peace didn't suit them. Inchang was already itching for a real fight. "Don't worry," Junkyung promised. "There's plenty of blood to be spilled soon." Atop a nearby peak, our hero surveyed the deceptively quiet landscape. Hell was coming. He savored the silence before the storm. Suddenly, a presence. Choi Yun-sung stood behind him. "I'll remember that name," Junkyung replied coolly. How did she mask her aura? He hadn't sensed a single ripple in the mana. If she were an assassin, he'd be dead. "It's my specialty," she whispered. "Why are you here?" he demanded. She wanted to know his ultimate endgame. They were bound to him now, and that absolute power terrified the weak. "We're heading to the capital," he declared. Odin surely knew the score by now. As long as Junkyung held the leash, the association couldn't touch his army. "And then?" she asked. Junkyung's eyes flashed with a cold, sharp resolve. He had a mission for them. Not as slaves, but as warriors of destiny. Power demands duty. As she left, the dragon heart finally hummed with stability. The skill was fully charged. Just how much havoc could he wreak now? He felt that he could crush a berserk Hercules. He was transcending his limits. A guard interrupted his thoughts. The association was back for a second round. It was an old face, the bald powerhouse, Song Gu-yun. "I keep my promises," Junkyung greeted. "Survival is its own reward." "What's the verdict?" he asked. Song's expression turned grim and heavy. Every elite hunter was being recalled. A special gate had opened a herald of chaos. These weren't normal portals. They birthed nightmares, and they were appearing worldwide. The world was in panic mode. Even the mighty Odin was scrambling for answers. The gods themselves were baffled, summoning heroes for a desperate, multi-day summit. Naturally, Junkyung was the main event. No one expected such a massive treasure. The northern hunters weren't just men, they were a literal goldmine of raw power. A massive army, all loyal to one man. And that was the association's nightmare. The association's leash was meant for control, but Junkyung held all the cards. He'd just become the most dangerous man alive, the true master of the High League. He'd soon walk a path of blood. Every guild would become a mortal enemy. Lee Junkyung didn't flinch. With Asgard backing him, he was ready for war. The two shared a brotherly hug. Song Guiyan was just relieved his friend survived. This is the final stop, Jun Kyung announced. But the hunter's bloodlust was just waking up. They savored the calm, eating and resting. Jun Kyung knew the real grind started tomorrow. Rest now. Meanwhile, the hunters were simping over the new girl, calling her a goddess. Did he go to China just for her? In Chang laughed it off as a wild joke. He didn't cross borders just for Eungyo. In Chang joked that Jun Kyung's harem was already full. Is she the secret girlfriend? In Chang panicked. Does he have girls in every country? How many rivals was she facing? Jun Kyung was totally oblivious to In Chang's spiraling thoughts. Gui Yun could practically read her mind. Suddenly, the mountain warriors hit the city center. Their jaws hit the floor. The neon skyline left them absolutely breathless and stunned. Protect your people, he told Eungyo. Even the fierce warrior looked lost in the city. Jun Kyung saw her shock. For a mountain girl, skyscrapers looked like alien pillars. The modern world was a first for her. He tasked In Chang with guiding the newcomers. Fenrir, play nice. Suddenly, a massive, crushing aura descended from the top floor. The president was watching. Jun Kyung warned Fenrir, time to learn some proper manners. No growling, no fangs, just chill. Fenrir actually gave his word to follow the rules. The president smirked. Jun Kyung had brought a whole squad of monsters into his office. 100 hunters, 2 hero levels, and 3 anomalies. The power balance was shifting. You think Eungyo and Manhwa are the heroes? Jun Kyung questioned the old man's vision. Fenrir, Sanggung, and who else? The third anomaly is you, the president declared. The debrief was urgent, but a legendary introduction had to come first. Gui Yun hyped the debut. Tonight, Jun Kyung would face the titans of the Asgard Guild. Every S-rank legend gathered in one room. They all wanted to see the rookie's face. Why accept a nobody? One scoffed. But others felt his aura, his growth was terrifying. Storming China and returning stronger, the man was a walking disaster for his enemies. 3 god-tier energies entered the hall. Heimdall, Odin, and a presence that shook the floor. Is the rookie really that cracked? Even the veterans were sweating from his sheer pressure. The doors flew open. Lee Jun Kyung stepped into the light, greeting the legends calmly. I'm the failure, Lee Jun Kyung. Outside, Mr. Kim waited for his old friend's return. The mission was over. The mountain hunters stood ready at the gate's edge. Mr. Kim gave a respectful nod. Welcome back, White Tigers. You did legendary work. Jun Kyung thanked them for the hustle. The city was finally safe from the gate's shadow. Kim was impressed. This squad had elite skills without the usual hunter arrogance. Eungyo wasn't satisfied. Where's the next fight? She was still craving monster blood. Don't you guys sleep? Kim asked. No one clears all the gates in a day. We're good, Eungyo replied. They were ready to raid the special gate zones immediately. Jung In Chang became a blur of steel, shredding through winged monsters in a bloodbath. With Prince Charming's buffs, they were unstoppable. Gonzo was crushing skulls with bare hands. Hyunmu moved like a shadow, erasing monsters before they could even scream. The doctor unleashed a mana explosion, tearing beasts apart with his patron's divine blessing. Jun Kyung swung his spear in a lethal arc, wiping out a horde in seconds. They were top tier for a reason. Their patrons were obsessed with their absolute dominance. S-rank monsters? Usually a death sentence. For them, it was just a warm-up. Jun Kyung noted a chilling trend. As they leveled up, the gates grew deadlier. Mana literally saturated the atmosphere. A total cataclysm loomed. He acknowledged that the doctor and In Chang had performed brilliantly thus far. However, the stakes were rising. In Chang wondered if this sudden departure was a final parting gift. Jun Kyung announced a global tour. The girl was floored. How could he vacation while the world was ending? One moment he was grim, the next he was a tourist. Still, his exhaustion was undeniable. In Chang conceded that even monsters need downtime. Then, Jun Kyung dropped a bombshell about their future. They were joining White Tiger alongside Fenrir. He tasked the wolf with guarding his comrades. They'd be crucial assets soon. To his friends, it looked like a simple holiday. But as a traveler from the future, this was a mission. He had a date with Odin. Days later, he secured the Bifrost from Song Yoon. The veteran warned him to tread carefully. It was shocking that Odin agreed. Jun Kyung had traded his most precious secret to seal the deal. Access to the Rainbow Bridge was usually forbidden. Only this high-stakes bargain unlocked the gate. The leverage? The mysterious man in black. Jun Kyung brought back intel from China that changed everything. His report contradicted the official survivor accounts. He went straight to the president with the truth. This man in black was orchestrating a nightmare. He'd already reduced China to a desolate graveyard. The Heavenly Lake massacre was the final straw. Odin's predatory interest was finally piqued. They needed to unmask this shadow. Asgard's full might would now back the successor's move. The entire organization was now allied with him. Upon arrival, a legendary knight stood waiting. It was Lancelot. Jun Kyung bowed. feigning respect for the famous, lonely swordsman. This caught him off guard. He expected a boring bureaucrat, not a living myth. Lancelot offered cold sympathy, claiming it was an honor to see the successor in person. As a member of the Round Table, Lancelot represented Britain's most secretive and elite shadow council. While other factions played God, these knights preferred to watch from the sidelines, completely neutral. They held massive power but stayed detached. Their true pillar of strength was the legendary Merlin. She was the heart of the council. Yet, even without her, their martial prowess was absolute. These knights outclassed typical heroes and had secretly steered English history through every major crisis. Lancelot revealed that Merlin herself was fascinated by Jun Kyung. The entire council was buzzing with curiosity, but beneath the formalities, Jun Kyung sensed Lancelot's simmering, unadulterated rage. The motive was clear: Merlin. Lancelot's unrequited obsession had turned his devotion into a toxic poison. Their bond was shattered. Lancelot wasn't a traitor, just a man pathologically tethered to a woman. The interrogation focused on the knight. Jun Kyung insisted on honoring his personal pact with Merlin. He clarified this was an official visit and saw right through Lancelot's aggressive mentor persona. "You're overstepping," Jun Kyung challenged. "Can a man so blatant in his rudeness even claim knighthood?" Lancelot saw red. The brat had insulted him. Merlin was definitely watching the drama unfold. Only the private quarters remained hidden from her mystical gaze. The knight snarled in fury. He wouldn't tolerate such disrespect, regardless of the successor's vaunted reputation. Suddenly, Merlin manifested, commanding Lancelot to stand down. He was shaming her guest. Lancelot boiled over. He demanded a duel. Merlin was livid, but Jun Kyung simply shrugged and accepted the challenge. They headed to the arena. The knights gathered, expecting Lancelot to deliver his usual beatdown. Lancelot was the perennial victor here. Could this Asgardian successor actually survive the first strike? They faced off. Lancelot noted that his opponent also wielded a spear, a bold but foolish choice. To the knight, the boy's stance looked like amateur trash. He grandstanded for the eager crowd. "Are you a knight or a clown?" Jun Kyung mocked. "Because your performance belongs in a circus." He questioned if the title Sir even applied to such a joke. Then, he asked about the rules. "Is it true that these duels can end in death?" Lancelot smirked, confirming the lethal stakes. Jun Kyung's life hung by a thread. He considered mercy, but honestly, sparing this loser was pointless. Lee Jun Kyung realized his foe was just a typical self-centered, blue-blooded brat with an ego. Sir Lancelot, a total fraud, spat out a curse and charged head-on at Jun Kyung. Lancelot's reputation as a one-shot killer wasn't just hype. The rumors were actually legit. His strike packed insane heat. Personality aside, he fought like a monster. Steel crashed against steel. The shockwave was massive, leaving spectators speechless. Did the loser really just tank Lancelot's ultimate? A simple spear block? Unheard of. Lancelot froze in shock, his body refusing to budge. A voice cut through the tension. "Enough. Enter Gawain, the legendary knight of the Round Table." Jun Kyung noted Gawain's refined aura. This was the real deal, the fabled Green Knight. Once his hunter skills awakened, Gawain held the gate with monstrous power, soaked head to toe in blood. That's how he earned his alias. Jun Kyung sensed zero hostility, seeing no reason to fight him. Lowering his weapon, Jun Kyung ended it. Gawain warned Lancelot to check his ego and power level. Lancelot fumed, feeling insulted, but Gawain just told Galahad to go deal with the sore loser. Lancelot finally bowed in defeat. Jun Kyung realized Gawain was a heavy hitter you don't underestimate. He'd read the room perfectly. Gawain was floored that Jun Kyung parried a magic nuke so easily. It was insane. Asgard's newest star was legit. The rumors of him beating Hercules were actually facts. Meeting Merlin, our MC laid down the law. One time only. He wanted this fight too. No sequels. Merlin runs the entire Round Table like a boss, and every knight answers to her. This fight only happened because Merlin allowed it. Her silence was basically a green light for chaos. Why did Jun Kyung agree? He had an agenda, claiming he was just settling an old debt. Merlin saw through him instantly. He didn't just owe a favor. He craved a piece of Lancelot. Jun Kyung played it cool, citing pride, but he was really just testing his own peak limits. Fresh from China and debt-free, the MC asked if Merlin's little scheme actually paid off for her. Debt cleared. Plus, Lancelot just got a much-needed reality check that might actually help him grow. Merlin knew Jun Kyung would win. She set the whole thing up just to watch Lancelot get humbled. Merlin realized the MC was sharper than he looked. Seeing Lancelot take an L was her plan. Lancelot had talent but zero chill. He was too cocky, and Merlin knew he needed this wake-up call. Jun Kyung was basically Lancelot's stepping stone. Merlin considered that drama as full payment for his debt. Merlin suddenly shifted forms into a boy, reminding Jun Kyung that he still had a promise to keep. Time to pay up. Jun Kyung looked at the kid and realized he was facing Arthur himself. Jun Kyung manifested a blade and offered it. Arthur bristled. Did this guy think this was a joke? Is that Excalibur? Jun Kyung told him to just hold it. Arthur grabbed the hilt, feeling skeptical. Arthur was stunned. Was this flashy, magic-infused toy supposed to be the legendary Blade of Kings? You mocking me? Arthur snapped. He thought it was a cheap scam that wouldn't fool anyone. Merlin manifested beside Arthur, catching him off guard. Suddenly, the sword didn't look like a toy anymore. The real deal? The curse shattered instantly. Merlin was shocked they were finally no longer bound together. Jun Kyung grinned. Mission accomplished. Arthur was floored. The impossible promise was actually kept. Plot twist. It's a fake. Designed to fool the Lady of the Lake, who only sees what she wants. As long as she's happy, who cares? Merlin and Arthur stood there, completely lost by his explanation. Merlin recalled their orders to find Excalibur, despite having zero clues about what it actually was. They only knew its shape. Merlin realized Jun Kyung had inside info on the true Excalibur's whereabouts. He forged a replica to trick their patron. Jun Kyung confirmed the real sword of the lake. It spent centuries soaking up lake mana. With that intel, Jun Kyung performed a partial restoration. Arthur accepted the counterfeit as their paths split. Merlin sensed their separation was just a temporary fix. Merlin warned that once the Lady of the Lake smells a rat, things are going to get messy. The curse was back. Arthur's fury ignited, but Merlin stayed his hand. Even if the blade was a fake, they still had a window. Lee Jun Kyung countered that time wasn't the issue. He'd already played the patron, and even if exposed, the sword's value remained. The curse wouldn't actually trigger until they vacated the round table. The patron only cast it to force them to find the real Excalibur. But Jun Kyung's job was finished. Arthur growled, his suffering under the curse far outweighing Merlin's. He was trapped in a child's form while Merlin possessed the body. Arthur's bratty attitude finally made sense. Lee Jun Kyung smirked, dropping a bombshell. He knew the location of the true Excalibur. Hercules unleashed his restored might with absolute savagery. Yet, his opponent remained eerily calm. Wielding a magic sword, the man mocked Hercules' speed. Predictably, the demigod was crushed in the duel, collapsing in defeat. The victor stood majestically over him. Panting, Hercules demanded to know the sword's origin. The man casually claimed he'd just found it. Hercules was stunned. Finding such a legendary weapon by luck was impossible. Wounded, Hercules' mana began spiraling out of control. The stranger noted Hercules' growth earned him forgiveness for the broken pact. Hercules realized he'd escaped punishment, mostly, but that mercy only applied to him. Athena still planned to hold Hercules fully accountable. Hercules spun around to find Athena watching. Chills hit. How long had she been lurking there undetected? The mysterious fighter asked if something was wrong. Athena replied she had urgent news to deliver. She reminded him of the questions regarding the loser after her recent return from China. The target had traveled to the UK to meet the round table, though his motives remained unknown. The man warned that the loser required surveillance, ordering Hercules to keep training. Both gods nodded in submission. Zeus? Arthur gasped, realizing Excalibur was in his hands. Lee Jun Kyung gave a sharp nod. Arthur was baffled. Zeus already had Olympus's lightning. Why on earth would he want Excalibur too? Lee Jun Kyung looked confused. Where did these myths come from? What lightning are you even talking about? Arthur bristled at the youth's informal tone. But the young man just shrugged, noting Arthur was being just as casual. Is it really a problem? Arthur then asked about the sword. Lee Jun Kyung blinked. Why was he being asked this? He'd already pinpointed the blade's location, so the rest was their problem. Arthur was fuming at the betrayal, but Jun Kyung reminded him he was only hired to find a way to break the curse. Mission accomplished. Furthermore, he was still waiting for his payment. Arthur doubted Zeus would ever negotiate for the sword. Jun Kyung suggested Merlin handle it, confident her genius-level intellect would find a way. Arthur gritted his teeth, asking what price Jun Kyung demanded, but he remained silent. Knowing Merlin was busy strategizing the sword's retrieval, explaining tactics to a meathead like Arthur was useless. I'll talk once Merlin's back, the young man stated coldly. Right at that very moment, Merlin stepped through the doorway, ready to hear his demands. Lee Jun Kyung didn't hesitate. He wanted both of them to survive. He needed their trust. If they agreed, they followed him.